Hi, Delwyn. How are you? Good to see you. We're getting ready to get started.
Yeah, let's connect.
Testing, testing. Hey, Chris, if you want to take this off because it's a little low,
Okay.
just the way the stand is. Mike, what's your name?
Thank you.
Riley? Now? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here, Dosha. My name is Yvette Fielder, and I'm an enrolled member of the 3 affiliated tribes from North Dakota and also descendant of the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe. I'm a program director here at the National Center. Welcome to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. We are so excited to be here, and I just want to get started and welcome our welcome speakers. We have Mr. Chris James, and he's going to be up first, and then introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Yvette. It's very nice to see so many folks here, some familiar faces as well, so wonderful. My name's Chris James. I'm originally from Cherokee, North Carolina, Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. It's so great to be here with our hosts, the Porch Band tribe of Alabama. So really great to be here in Bethlehem, but with a tribe from Alabama, which is awesome. So I'm really excited to see so many folks today. I know we have another gambit of folks online, so hello to our virtual audience as well. These Native Edge Institutes, we do about one a month throughout the country. And really, I hope today, the goal of this institute is for you to get some really good hands-on training on various topics. Really to help your business or your community or just yourself get to the next level, so learn some information. We want to have a good time. You know, I want you to feel, we make these workshops small so that you feel okay to ask questions. It is all about empowering you to get to the next level. And that's really important to us, and that's what we do at the National Center. We support our tribal communities, we support our business communities, and we support our tribal enterprises because we want everybody to get them to the next level. And however we can help, we want to be there to provide those services. Just a small about the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. Has anyone even heard of that beyond today? Good. That's great to know. We've been around since for over 55 years, and we were established to provide resources to our communities. One of the main programs that we have at the National Center is Procurement Technical Assistance Center, or now they're called Apex Accelerators. Chris Pierce right there. She's a great resource, so you'll have some time to hear from Chris, also to spend some time talking about procurement. How do you get into various supply chains, particularly the federal government? So we have an expert, John Shiraka, who John and I used to work together at the Small Business Administration, and he is probably the top expert in government procurement in the United States. And I know he's like, but he is. And that's why we have it. We bring you the best so you can get the best information and up-to-date information. We also have our Native Edge Institutes, which we do. Yvette Fielder, who you'll be seeing all day. Yvette has done an incredible job of developing this program, developing all of our programs to support business. We also have an export program. So Kaya, here in the back, is our export person. She will be talking about exports and all the information, as well as Melissa, because I know Kaya is also changing roles too at the National Center. So that's very awesome. So where's Melissa? There she is. So there's our expert people. So if you have questions on taking your goods outside of the United States, we have resources here for you. One other signature event that we do every year is called the Reservation Economic Summit. Has anyone ever heard of the Reservation Economic Summit? Called RES? Yeah, yeah. So we had RES last March. It is the largest indigenous economic development conference in the world. We had over 4,600 attendees from all over the United States, 49 states, as well as Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. And RES is really the next level. It's like Native Edge Institutes on like multiple steroids, I guess. It is a training event. It is a matchmaking event. It is a networking event. We have arts and entertainment as well. So I know that we'll be giving out some RES 2025 passes, right, Yvette? Oh, are we? We could. Aaron can. Aaron, let's hear that. Let's give them out, right? I think let's give stuff away. You guys came here, you got to give stuff away. So Erin Abraham's son, she's the National Center Chief of Staff. We'll make sure we give some tickets away today. So if folks want to go to the Reservation Economic Summit, it'll be in March 2025 in Las Vegas. So it's really a cool event. It's definitely worth checking out. Look at you can see all of our videos and stuff online about Res and check it out. So anyway, one last thing before I turn it over to the mayor's office. We will be launching, or we just launched last week, our Native Edge podcast. So please, I think it's almost on every platform. It takes a little longer to get on the Apple podcast, but definitely we're on Spotify. Michaela, where else are we? Spotify, Amazon. That's the better way, right? Use technology to promote technology. So we'll send a link out to everybody. Please join the podcast. We'll be doing one every 2 weeks. Right now, Yvette and I are the main hosts. So you'll hear about some of the activities. We'll have various guests on the show. We'll have some celebrities, Native American celebrities on the show. But really the goal is to talk about economic development, talk about business successes, and just have some fun information sessions. So join the Native Edge podcast when you get a chance. You know what? Since it's such a great audience, I can see. Does anyone have any questions to begin? Does anyone have any questions they may have in their mind before we really get started and turn it over to the next speaker? There we go, Michael.
What's your hope to, what are we all going to leave away energized with, or what are we going to learn?
I like that question, my friend. And Michael and I have known each other for over a decade, so it's good. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. So our goal today is, I always like to say return on investment, right? You made an investment to be here, and when we think about what investment that, maybe drive in or fly. I'm sure some of you flew in, drove into town. You took a day out of your schedule to be here. So we want you to make sure you get that return on that investment. But it is up to you really to get what you want out of it. So definitely we want to be the resources. We want you to talk with people. Have a conversation with John, have a conversation with Chris, talk to Melissa about how exporting. Be curious, and it's okay to ask questions, and it's okay to have fun and be positive and just celebrate each other's successes and everyone as a business, and to enjoy hearing about tribal economic development. I think that's a great That would be my goal. Anything else? Well, thank you. I'll be around for most of the morning, so I look forward to speaking with you all individually. Thank you so much for being here and supporting the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, and I'll turn it over to our Bethlehem Mayor's office.
By the way, I love what you said about celebrating. I think oftentimes we're so consumed with the work of fulfilling the gaps and just figuring out access, and we get immersed in that and we forget to celebrate how far we've come. And so thank you for leaving us with that. That's very powerful. Good morning, friends. My name is Janine Santoro, Director of Equity and Inclusion with the Mayor's Office in Bethlehem. I just want to say Mayor Reynolds really wanted to be here. You might have, if you've been tuning in to some local issues, we know we have a lot of we have some affordable housing strategies that we've been working on. We are in a national housing crisis, and the mayor has been working on some of that, and one of those meetings was this morning, so he reluctantly couldn't be here today. But I just want to let you know that on behalf of the city of Bethlehem and the mayor's office, we extend to you a warm welcome, and we're so excited that you're here to take part in what will be a gratifying day of learning and networking here at Wind Creek. And I think it's appropriate to start by saying a big thank you to Wind Creek. I know Mal McGee's here with us, and so just want to start by saying that Wind Creek and its hospitality, we thank you not only for hosting the Native Edge Institute workshop today, but for making this a welcoming and versatile space for so many community building and empowerment opportunities that have been able to take place, especially for businesses. But our partners here at Wind Creek, if you don't know already, have made countless donations and investments into our surrounding community, especially here on the south side of Bethlehem, including $160 million in the expansion of this hotel and convention center, which has in turn been a gift for our residents, our nonprofits, and those really who travel from all over to experience Bethlehem's art, culture, and history. And so in addition, the city of Bethlehem is grateful for their partnership as we seek to look at the future of our Bethlehem Steel site, which you can see right out the windows here. And as we seek to do collective work that's going to honor the diverse histories of the steel workers that have come from all over the world, who've raised their families here, who've created legacies here, and who've contributed to the social fabric and present-day community. So I'd like to start the day also by giving thanks to all the leadership and staff that make this space one of the best that Bethlehem has to offer. Thank you. And since the theme of today is around building networks for prosperity, I think it's worth spending a few minutes talking about why Bethlehem is such a special place to have these conversations. The first reason is that it's a special place because we know that our diversity is truly our strength, and we've never seen that more fully than in our local businesses. So whether you're exploring the south side of Bethlehem, the historic district, or really everywhere in between, you'll see that each business has their own origin story, but the commonality is that they found Bethlehem to be the best place to root their enterprise and create both personal and communal wealth here. These businesses foster healthy economic development through the creation of jobs, through innovation, and through sponsorship, in which they grow our community's prosperity. Their ability to do that here through private sector investment is indicative of a confidence that they have in the city to be able to support their endeavors, and we see that through numbers. We recently just had our State of the Center that in 2023 alone in Bethlehem, $250 million was invested from the private sector into Bethlehem, and in the past 4 years, total private sector investment was $1.1 billion, surpassing the past 2 4-year periods, which is really truly a testament to all of the work of our partnerships and small to mid-sized businesses alike here. Secondly, Bethlehem is a special place because when it comes to networking for prosperity, many of our businesses, big and small, choose to be a part of our robust Chamber of Commerce, whose mission is to advocate, preserve, and advance business and community interests to further economic growth. They do this not just through networking and marketing, but pro-business public advocacy, community development, affinity programs, and trainings. Our chamber is incredibly active, providing support for educational opportunities through events across the Lehigh Valley, and they're led by a variety of diversity and business councils, including a public policy committee that listens to the needs of businesses around important matters like energy and environment, tax and regulation, and transportation. And so Bethlehem is a special place also because we don't believe in maintaining the status quo or doing things one way because that's the way that they've always been done. We believe in looking at the learnings that we can gain from being more inclusive and looking at our policies and the way we provide direct services, which include our contracting and procurement process and many other community and economic development initiatives that are part of our ongoing work in creating Bethlehem's first equity plan. It's a special place because we're cultivating new learning opportunities and shaping our future leaders through not only acknowledgement of the land that we're on, but examining how we center Indigenous and Native American voices in the future endeavors of our educational institutions. So for example, last year Moravian University co-created a land acknowledgement, I believe in partnership with Positive Tree of Life. So I see Delwyn Fiddler and Dr. Samora here. Thank you for everything. And that partnership recognizes that we are on a land of the Lenape-Hoking, which is where we provide our education, where we do business, and also recognizing that this partnership helps us reform the way we educate and the very system itself and the way we do that work. And so we also see that Lehigh University has been doing this. They recently created a partnership with the Delaware Nation, allowing them to relocate an extension of the Delaware Nation's Historic Preservation Office onto Lehigh campus, and that's going to help facilitate the tribal nations' work in the region to improve education through Indigenous research opportunities. And so between the efforts of local universities and some of our hyper-local work in the neighborhoods with initiatives coming out of our Climate Action Plan and a Community Recovery Fund grant, it's our hope as an administration that we can create and sustain equitable projects in Bethlehem, and that these projects are led by the people who represent their communities, which include Native American and Indigenous leaders. And so today is a really important day. And as I read through the agenda and as I read through the mission of both the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and Minority Business Development Agency, it strikes me that the approach to the work in front of you all today is not just about becoming more competitive and attractive to the people that you'll be doing business with, but it's also about coalition building with each other in a city that's trying to do the same work every single day. And so the work we're doing is radically interdependent, as we know. The learning and collaboration that you're going to have in this room and other rooms aren't just going to benefit you, but they're going to benefit your communities and your municipalities that you find yourselves in. And so as is true with all equity work, whatever we do to better the outcomes of one group is likely to improve the outcomes for another. And so on behalf of Mayor J. William Reynolds and the City of Bethlehem, thank you for the work that you've done. Thank you for the work that you're going to be doing today. And thank you for everything you're going to do in the days to come wherever you go. Appreciate you. And now it's my pleasure to turn it over to Mal McGee.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the mayor's office. Send his our appreciation, and we'd wished he could have been here with us, but we definitely understand. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. I've got a tremendous duty here today to welcome all of you to our beautiful Wind Creek Bethlehem property here. My name is Mal McGee, and I'm a member of the Porch Band of Creek Indians in Alabama. Just want to tell you just a little bit about the story of our tribe and a little bit of the economic development that we've got going. Been very blessed. So I've got a lot of things to cover here. I hope I do it well. But we're all here today to learn, to help with your company, whether you work for a company. We want to energize. I'm so appreciate the faces here I see there that all are in tune, and we all learn from each other. We make partnerships. We make friends. I think friends first. You know, friends, you have friendships, and people do business with people they like. And they don't do business with people they don't like. I mean, it's, no. So, you know, those friendships, those partnerships. So let's all learn from each other today and have a good day. We've got a good session, a lot of good people here to come to speak with you. So one thing, just on behalf of the Tribal Council of the Porch Creek Indians, Stephanie Bryan, the tribal chair lady, the Tribal Council, our tribal citizens, we have about 2,900 tribal citizens there, mostly in Alabama, in South Alabama, but really all over the world. And then we have the Wind Creek. I will just speak just a little bit about our Wind Creek brand. We started out back in the probably mid-'80s with a bingo hall, not much bigger than this room, Dobbin Bingo, there in South Alabama. We grew that into Montgomery with Tumpka. But you know, in a gaming environment, your customers come in and they got to have a good experience. It's all about that hospitality, that open door, that good feel, good food, a good night stay, and you know, have fun and entertain. When they go home, they'll say, I want to go back to Wind Creek. Oh, there's Wind Creek. And that's our brand. You know, there's MGM, Harrah's, all of that. We are Wind Creek. That is our brand. And we've grown that from the bingo hall there in South Alabama to properties. We have 3 casinos in Alabama, which are Class 2. It means there's no cars, no dice and things like that, just Class 2 gaming. We have some dog tracks there. I guess Aruba. We have one in Aruba, beautiful property there. Check that out. It's really, really nice. Curacao. We have a Magic City. We acquired it this year in Miami. So we're developing that property there in Miami with Magic City. And then a big bite that we bought this property about 4 years ago from the Sand Casino. And we added this on. This is all brand new property here. The event center, the hotel, and this is my first time here, so I did some walking around last night and really just kind of listening to the employees, the staff, and just kind of get a feel of the property. And I was really excited. Got here, they invited me up to the spa. That was great. So had a good time up there last night with those folks. But and then we have a brand new one coming out of the ground, opens up I think in November in Chicago. So the Wind Creek brand is really growing, and they're doing a great job there. On the, I guess, commercial side, we have convenience stores, truck stops. We had a farm, wildlife preserve, just all the things we're doing on hotels. We have hotels all across the southeast of the United States. We have 3 right next to Disney property in Orlando. So they're right there together. You know, we'll get you some good prices, not like staying on property Disney, which they do it well when you're on property Disney. But it's right there off property, great hotels. It's got all the convenience of Disney and all that. So we got really good property there. So hotels, we just coming out of the ground with a slaughterhouse. We're on a cattle farm. We're going to be having on a slaughterhouse there and meat processing, and so we'll be taking in all that. So all these economic development things that we're doing to employ our people, create an economy for our tribe, and to grow forward. And then the final thing is dear to my heart is I'm aircraft. I'm an aircraft mechanic. I'm a pilot, so aviation is in my blood. Started that from a Air Force fighter pilot, retired in our community. So we talked a little bit about how people influence your life. And so, excuse me. But these influences, how we use them to go forward and do the things we do. So I went out, became an aircraft mechanic, did a lot of things from that. Came back to work for my tribe back in 1990 and started manufacturing. We had a machine shop there, building a lot of that. And then so we found out about SBA and its programs and how they help tribes and minority individuals. So we got involved with that. Got an 8A, Hubs On, used all those programs to kind of get going in those programs. And really, it still was about partnerships. It just don't do it on its own. You just can't get a certification and expect things to happen. But started growing from that, learning from that. And just a few years ago, we went through a program, was successful, and about 7 years ago, we convinced the tribal council to create a whole new entity. And we called that Itski Holding Company, means mother in the Muskogee language. And started out with aviation, grew that. I was the first employee sitting there and wondering, where do we go, just like you are. I mean, there, whether you one employee or 10 employees, where do you go? How do you build your team? What do you do? And so, you know, I say a lot to a lot of folks, the difference between faith and hope. You know the difference between faith and hope? Hope is that if you can just throw something and hope it hits something. Faith is that you've thrown it a few times and you have hit something. You got faith that I'm going to hit that table over there because I've hit it a few times. So you build with faith. Michael Jordan, when he hit the floor and for the last 2 seconds, he had faith he was going to put it in the basket because he'd done it a few times. So took off with that, organic growth. We had acquisitions. We've bought 3 different companies that had went through the 8A program. They understood all the programs. They had relationships in the field, the areas that they're in. And then we started utilizing that. And that's just, hadn't been very long ago. Today we have 15 companies. About 9 of those are 8A, thriving. And we just crossed, last week, we just crossed 1,000 employees. We'll do over $200 million in contracting for federal government, foreign military sales. We have employees in Africa, Japan, all across the United States, doing all kind of functions, and I call it swim lanes, areas of business, construction, aerospace, IT, engineering, media, acquisition support. So there's so many things out there that the government needs. The government, a lot of the civil servants that used to be there, they kind of went out and took the place of government contractors. So there's so much stuff out there. Things hit the internet every day for acquisition, whether it's with the agencies, whether the Department of State, Department of Defense. So many things out there. So we're very proud to be in fulfilling a lot of those services for our government, foreign military governments and countries, and doing some great things. So again, I just want to hope I covered all my notes here that I wanted to cover. But as you hear, you know, learn from each other, build a good team, build a good team, people that work harder than you, smarter than you. I've got a lot of them behind me, a lot smarter, they work a lot harder than I do. But build a good team, and I know you'll have success. But all right, and just thank y'all for your time and attention. Please look forward to speaking with y'all today about the Porch Creek Indians, and hopefully you have a great time here on property. Visit Aruba, Curacao, all other properties, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mal. You know, I think our next institute will be Aruba. I think that's but I loved hearing Mal's story because, and it really resonated with me as well. I mean, when you talk about diversity, I mean, the Porch Creek, you guys did it, and I think all of the enterprises and launching the Enterprise 7, the aviation enterprise, that's just amazing to me, and what a great story to see the diversity from a very rural community. And I think that's true economic development right there. You see it here in Bethlehem as well, you know, from a community and how it grows. But you know, what the Porch Creek tribe has done is pretty amazing. So I'm going to turn it back over to Yvette. I think she's going to introduce our next speaker. Again, make sure you take Mal's advice, and you know, I love the analogy of, like, you have to have friends to do business. You do business with your friends, and I think that's an amazing thing. And thank you, Mal, for sharing your story. I'll turn it over to Yvette, and have a wonderful day.
Thanks, Chris. Let's give them a round of another applause here, please. And Mel, I know you've shared with us about a lot of mentors, and you're a mentor to me as well. And more than that, you're a brother to me. I just want you to know that. So thank you again. And our next speaker, if you want to come make your way down here, and I'm going to introduce John Shiraka. I have his handy name ready to go, because he likes to kind of wander around. And John is founding partner of Gov Contract Pros, as well as all their bios. Their full bios are in the handout, as well as those watching online. With the registration link, there is a small website for the training. So here's John.
Thank you, Yvette. Let's see if this works. So maybe I'm too far. Do I need to point it back there? Is that? Oh, there we go. Okay. Thanks, guys. I do want to thank the National Center for hosting this event and allowing us to be a part of it. As Chris said, we do these around the country, and we've been doing these for quite a while now, so it's a great partnership, and we appreciate the National Center. We appreciate the Minority Business Development Center or Administration, MBDA, that partially funds these, and definitely the Porch Creek that are hosting this, and the incredible success stories that they've had. I, too, have also known Mel for a long time, and to see their success over the years is really heartening, because they really have leveraged not only the entrepreneurial stuff that he mentioned, but also federal contracting as a tool for economic development for the community. So it's really good to see that. Chris James and I have been good friends since our days at the Small Business Administration. Chris is an incredible advocate for the Native community and economic development. Like he said, if you haven't been to RES, you should be there. The first day I remember meeting Chris, I was moving back to headquarters at the Small Business Administration to run the set-aside program. So 8A, HUBZone, Women-Owned, Service-Disabled. And I remember Chris knocking at my door saying, hey, your programs affect my communities, because at the time he was running the Native programs at the agency. And he said, we got to work really closely together, because the 8A program, the HUBZone program, they're economic development tools for the Native communities. And so I didn't know who Chris was. He was standing at my door. I was like, who is this guy? I just showed up, and he's already bugging me. But we developed a great relationship. We became really good friends, and have been friends since. He made sure that I visited all the communities when I was at the SBA to see, number one, how the communities could use these programs, and how the communities really needed these programs as an economic development tool. So for today, what I'd really like to do, and as Chris and Mel mentioned, you know, I'd like to keep it conversational, right? I have a whole set of slides to talk about the federal contracting set-aside programs. But I'd like to make sure, rather than you just listening to me, and it's an hour this morning and an hour this afternoon, but rather than you just listening to me speak, which may put you to sleep, I'd rather have a discussion if you have questions about these programs, right? And really, they are intended to be leveraged for economic success. As Mel spoke earlier, the federal government buys everything, right? The federal government is the largest, the U.S. federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world. So if you have that at your doorstep, if the federal government has goals to engage with small businesses, disadvantaged businesses, women-owned businesses, hub zones, and service-disabled firms, why aren't we using those programs, right? So the Small Business Administration runs these programs, oversees these programs, develops and markets these programs, and tries to get firms into the program to make sure the federal government has a pool of small businesses to go to when they are looking to meet these goals. And we'll talk about that process, right? You have the agenda up here. We're going to get to some of it this morning. We're going to try to get to some of it this afternoon. But we may not get over, all of this, right? But I want to make sure that I answer the questions that you guys have. So how many folks do we have in the audience that are currently small business government contractors or any type of contractor? Okay, how many are 8A certified already? Okay, how many are looking to get 8A certified? Awesome. How many are looking to get into federal contracting? Ah, awesome. Okay, that's very helpful. How many women-owned small businesses? Awesome. I want to ask HubZone because, well, how many HubZone certified companies do we have? Okay, one. And how many service-disabled veterans? Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for your service. I want to talk about that program as well, and that goal actually has gone up recently, as has the disadvantaged 8A program. So we can go to this. I sort of alluded to this, right? And these numbers have changed a little bit. So when we talk about the different programs at the Small Business Administration, there's the contracting program, right, which is up here, and there's a lending program. I was responsible for the contracting program, and I think the thing that we always used to focus on was that, look, this is funds that goes to small businesses for growth. It doesn't have to be paid back, right? Because SBA also has a lending program. They lend funds, and they lend funds to small businesses who might not otherwise be able to get loans, but that has to be paid back. In the contracting shop, you know, this is like fuel for your company to grow. So if you're in the private sector and you're not leveraging the federal sector, you're sort of leaving part of the pie on the table. And it can be a little bit daunting, right? It can be a little bit like a maze. And Chris mentioned the Apex Center, Chris James, and he mentioned that Chris is here. She's right there. She's going to be speaking this afternoon as well. Yes? I can't move?
We're wandering a lot, so.
Oh, the cameras?
Where do you want them, Riley?
Because this half of the room needs attention too.
Okay.
Pick a side. How
Do you
about
want
if
the
I
stage?
pick
You're
right
just
here?
going to be on the stage?
Okay, yeah.
Or, okay.
I'll do that. Hold on.
Can you
Sorry, guys.
be on the, okay.
I'm used to walking around.
Well, the people at home want to see you too.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure I'm that great to look at, but okay, they can hear me. So Chris is here, and there are a lot of resources out there, right? This is just one. This training is just one. There are Apex centers around the country. There is your local district office. There is small business development centers at universities. There is VBOX, Veterans Business Offices. So figure out what resources out there. And these most, if not all of these, are free to you. And by the way, when you go to the first one, not that the Chris is bad, but this happens sometimes, because when you're in a particular jurisdiction, like before I went to headquarters, I was responsible for the field. And in Philadelphia, the best resource for government contracting was the PTAC, which is now the Apex Center. In West Virginia, The PTAC wasn't that strong, but the SBDC, Small Business Development Center, was stronger. So if you walk in the door someplace and it's not the exact match for you, don't give up. Try the next resource. Try the Women's Business Center or the next resource. There is one that'll meet your needs. So federal contracting, every year, 23% has to go to small businesses. So if you're a small business, you're in the private sector, or you're looking to get into the federal sector, and as Mel said, the federal government buys everything. We're going to talk about what does that mean, where do you look, how do you register, because there's a lot of new guys in the audience, but I want to also keep it at a higher level for the other guys that are already in federal contracting. And it's really interesting because even for those that have done federal contracting work for a long time, sometimes they don't sort of understand how did the set-asides occur? Like, why does a requirement get set aside? Why does a purchase from the federal government get set aside? How can I, as a small business, potentially influence that set aside? Who can I be working with? Who oversees this? How does this all come together and work so at the end of the day, like Mel said, we have all these requirements and we bid on them and we win and we grow our businesses. So at a very high level, right, there's probably $120 to $150 billion every year that goes to small businesses, right? So the federal government probably buys around $750 billion every year. A good chunk of that is Department of Defense. And then 120 to 150 goes to small businesses. Now these numbers, when I was running the programs, we always used to say 5533, right? They've changed. So 5% for small disadvantaged and 8A companies. That means an 8A company is economically and socially disadvantaged. And we'll talk about that. What does that mean? How do you meet that criteria? And there's been changes recently, right? Because the program has come under some attack. And there's been changes about how we qualify for the program. So for you guys that are going to be applying, we'll go a little bit over how is it different. And the 5% with the Biden administration, when the Biden administration came in, they said, hey, we're going to make that 15%. Now, 5% is statutory. 15% is through executive order. And the Biden administration said, you know, we're not going to do it on day one, but over the next 4 years, by the time our term is up, we want the federal government to hit 15% with 8A and small disadvantaged businesses. Now, it sounds like a huge jump, right, from 5 to 15%. It's a little bit of cheating because the federal government was hitting 10 or 11% anyways, right? So 15% wasn't that huge. So in 21 and 22, it was pretty easy because they scaled it up a little bit every year. But this year and next year, they are going to have a tough time meeting that 15%. And so they are looking to cast a broader net, to bring in more small businesses, to bring in more 8A companies to help them meet that 15%. So now is a good time if you're looking, you have a product the federal government is selling, you think you can be qualified as a 8A company, now is a good time to leverage the 8A program. And the 8A program has some unique characteristics that we'll talk about. 5% women-owned. It used to be 3% service disabled. This was changed in statute, so it is now 5%. So that's gone up. And then 3% hub zone. So 15, 5, 5, 3. It's not as easy as 5, 5, 3, 3. But so let me just stop there, and I'll go over the sort of the high-level characteristics and requirements for each of these programs. But let me just stop there and see if, at the high level that we sort of just talked about, if there's any questions. Yes, sir.
As far as the statutory requirement for the 24-month in order to be qualified for an 8A status.
Yeah.
Is there any way to waive that to go down to 12 months?
Yeah, so I think your question is, in order to get into the 8A program, you have to be in business for 2 years before you can apply. Yeah, that is so interesting. I don't know that there's any initiative to reduce that time frame, right? But there's two things you should be aware of. One is you can request a waiver. So, and we've worked with clients, and the Apex Center can work with you. And by the way, we are a company, and we provide advisory services, but a lot of times we'll work through the National Center, and they provide funding for us to advise firms. But you can, in your package, put a waiver together to be exempted for the 2 years in business. And what the SBA looks at is there potential for success? In other words, if you just started from scratch and you were trying to sell widgets and you'd never sold a widget in your life and you'd never been in the widget business, SBA is going to say no. But if you have a few months of experience in the company up and running, if you used to be, senior executive vice president of Boeing selling widgets, and you have a book of business that you're going to bring over and you can demonstrate that and you have a good team, there's the potential for success there. It's a little bit subjective depending on the analyst that reviews the application, right? But it's almost like telling a story. It's kind of like your social narrative, and we'll talk about that. Socially disadvantaged narrative. But if you can tell a good story and put together a package that demonstrates you have the potential for success, even though you don't have the 2 years, there's a good chance of that getting approved. Great question. I think there was a question up here as well. Oh, is there one in the back?
Online question.
Okay.
This person said, I have an issue learning how to research past awarded contracts. Would love to know any tips John may have to share.
Oh, awesome. That's on our next slide. So the question is a great question. The federal government buys everything, right? But the federal government is buying offices all over the country, thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And that's why it can be daunting. So the question is, who's buying what? And how are they buying it? And that's a great question we're going to go over in one of the next slides. Was there a question up front? Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So the economic disadvantaged woman in the small business?
Yes.
Can first category or the second?
That's a great question as well. So
Can you repeat the question?
Yes.
And then we'll run the mic over to you if you have a question. That way our online audience will be able to hear, as well as if you want to go back and watch this, then you'll be able to hear it when you rewatch.
Yeah, and I will, if you guys pop a question, I can always repeat it as well. So the question was, economically disadvantaged women-owned small businesses. So under the WOSB, it's funny, because when I first went to headquarters, they always used to call it WOSB and Ed WOSB. I was like, who's this Ed guy? I still haven't met him. But economically disadvantaged women-owned small business program falls under the women-owned small business program. However, the requirements are so similar to 8A that if you can be Ed WOSB certified, you meet those requirements, you probably should try for 8A as well. Because we'll talk about the requirements real quick. In the 8A program, you have to be economically disadvantaged and socially disadvantaged, right? Socially disadvantaged used to be pretty simple. Native American, Hispanic American, African American, Asian Pacific Islander used to be pretty easy. You would check the box for social disadvantaged. There was a court challenge to the program last summer, and the court decided that the program can't be a race-based program. You have to demonstrate that you're socially disadvantaged. And before last summer, not only could you check the box, but you could draft a narrative that demonstrated on the preponderance of the evidence that you were socially disadvantaged. In other words, when I was running the program, we would have Caucasian females in the program. Why? Because they could demonstrate that in construction or in IT services, they had been disadvantaged. And it's not enough to say, hey, I was discriminated, right? That's like step one. I was discriminated, but it affected my ability to get a loan, get capital, get a contract, get a promotion, or get an education, right? So you had to connect the dots. I was discriminated. What was the impact? And then the last piece is actually the harder piece, which is there was an impact, but for the discrimination, it wouldn't have happened. What do I mean by that? So you can say I was discriminated and I didn't get the job, but the SBA might say, well, maybe you weren't the best qualified, right? So you have to say, but for the discrimination, I was just as qualified as everybody else, but for the discrimination, I didn't get the job or the loan or the education or the contract, or I wasn't able to start my company and grow it. And so it used to be socially disadvantaged. Again, you could check the box. And if you didn't fit in the box, you could do the social narrative, the social disadvantage narrative. After the court case of last summer, the change was, because it can't be race-based, that's what the courts decided, that anybody applying to the program had to write a social disadvantage narrative. So now when you put your package together, there's one additional step. You have to prepare your social disadvantage narrative. How many folks are currently in the 8A program? Okay, you guys probably had to submit your social disadvantage narrative, because even if you were already in the program, you had to prepare this narrative in order to stay in the program and continue to get awards in the program. So that's the social disadvantaged requirement in the 8A program. There's also economic disadvantaged, which is very similar to the Ed Wosby program. So there are thresholds on your income, right? Over the last 3 years, average income has to be, I think it's in the slides, but I think it's $350,000 average income over the last 3 years. Your net worth has to be below $800,000, and your total, so your total assets have to be below $6 million, right? So net worth means you can take out the value of your business, you can take out your retirement, you can take out your principal residence. That's your net worth. Total assets is you throw everything back in, and you still got to be below that $6 million. You can keep, there were some rules updates, you can keep excluding retirement accounts, but everything else has to go back in. So if you think you meet those thresholds, I would definitely encourage you to look at the 8A program and apply for the 8A program, okay? Women-owned, that's pretty easy. Now, one of the things you have to always think about in the back of your head, and we'll talk about when we talk about each of the programs, is when you're the 8A owner, you have to own and control. Ownership's easy. I own at least 51%. Control's the difficult part. And we come across this a lot of times because a lot of folks don't look at their operating agreement. Right? What does your operating agreement look like? Did you print it off, you know, I don't know, LegalZoom? Does it meet the SBA requirements? You have to demonstrate control, and control means there isn't unanimous consent provisions. You can have minority investors or owners, but there can't be a provision where they can trump, for lack of a better term, trump your authority, right? You have to be able to control that entity, and decisions that you make have to be able to not be prevented by your minority owners. So ownership and control. So the disadvantaged individual in the 8A program needs to demonstrate that they own and control. Similarly, with women-owned, the individual that the designation is based on needs to demonstrate that they own and control. Service disabled, again, own and control at least 51%. And then the last one, HubZone's unique. So the first categories are based on the individual pretty much, right? The next one is based on where your principal office is located and where your employees are located. And this is a category that the federal government consistently doesn't meet. So even though it's a small goal of 3%, the federal government consistently doesn't meet the 3% goal. So if you think that you have a potential to be a HubZone firm, I would encourage you to consider getting certified because the federal government constantly looks for HubZone companies. How many HubZone firms did we say we had in here? Okay, just one. Okay, so I'd really encourage you. So what does it mean to be a HubZone? Principal office in a HubZone. SBA doesn't determine HubZones, but basically Housing and Urban Development has all these statistics, right? And I was responsible for this program. To this day, it's an algorithm. They put in economic data, unemployment data, poverty rates, et cetera, and then they develop these maps. And the HubZone map on the SBA website is great. You can put your address in there, say, is it in a HubZone or not? But your principal office isn't your headquarter office. It's just where the most number of employees work. So if you have two offices and it's 3 and 2, you move one guy over and all of a sudden it's the opposite, right? So for some firms, it's pretty easy. And by the way, you can exclude job site employees. So if you have like a bunch of people working in Aberdeen or on a base or in a government agency or on a construction site, you can exclude those guys. Exclude those. How many people do you have left? Then where do most of them work? That's your principal office. So that's number one. Your principal office has to be in a HubZone, which again, you put your address into the website, and it'll tell you if it's in a HubZone. Second requirement, 35% of your employees have to live in a HubZone. So now throw everybody back in, even those job site employees. 35% of them, do they live in a HubZone? And again, it doesn't have to be the same HubZone. It can be any HubZone, anywhere in the country. Do they live in a HubZone? And an employee is anybody that works 40 hours a month, right? So a lot of companies will hire interns, 40 hours a month. A lot of college towns are HubZones, and they'll hire interns, and they'll meet the 35% requirement. Now, be very cautious, though, because there was some challenges to the program because there was, I guess you could call it a bad actor, who was leasing employees. And leasing employees isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like if you're short on employees and you're in construction or IT services, you can lease employees. And you can even lease HubZone employees. But they have to be working for you, and they have to do real substantive work. So there was a bad actor who was leasing, and a lot of these businesses weren't aware of this, right? So this bad actor was leasing employees to HubZone companies across the country. Unbeknownst to the HubZone companies, that same employee for the same 8 hours was being leased to like 30 different companies. And the companies were like, well, I got this guy. I'm not sure what he's doing or her, but, send me a report every so many weeks about doing some BD and research, and I pay them 40 hours a month, and so I meet my HubZone numbers, but they weren't really getting substantive work, right? And they didn't know that that 8 hours was being charged to like 20 different companies. SBA didn't like that, right? So a lot of these companies had to get decertified. And there was like a Department of Justice took the case. And so just make sure that, yes, there are ways to meet that 35%, and 40 hours a month is an employee, and you can even lease employees, but make sure that you can document that they actually do productive work and substantive work, and there's someone actually looking over their performance, or at least their work product. So let me stop there and see if there's any questions so far.
Hi, thank you. I would like to ask the question about the hub zone if you don't have employees, like you're an owner that only have distribution that you take.
Yeah.
Can you get into that program?
Yes. So the question, I guess, is, as a employee that is just starting up and it's just an individual, right? Just one person.
I've been in the business for a while.
But it's only one person.
Right.
Yeah. So yes, you can, as long as you can demonstrate that the principal office is in a hub zone and that individual lives in a hub zone. Yes. Any other questions so far? Okay, so someone had asked about like the basics of the system and doing your analysis and who's buying what I'm selling. So sam.gov is a great resource, right? sam.gov, there's multiple steps to this. One is, if you want to work with the federal government, you have to register in sam.gov. Now, it's not, how many people are in SAM? Okay, good, you got through. Sometimes it's really painful, right? Because you have to register in sam.gov. It goes to GSA, then it goes to DLA, then it's got to get validated with the IRS, and through all these steps, it can bounce back. And then if you don't answer in 3 days, you got to start all over again. And by the way, some of the emails come from a .mil address, and then that gets stuck in your junk box so you don't see it. So it's encouraging that you guys are SAM registered. That's like, and by the way, for those guys that are online, when you start the SAM process, a lot of firms get your data. And all of a sudden, you'll start seeing a lot of emails that look kind of official. So that's why almost you miss the actual official email. You start getting all these emails, and then they're like, hey, for $250, we'll register you, and $350 or $500, you don't have to pay anybody to get registered. It is a little bit painful, and the Apex centers can help you. The resource centers can help you. There are, I mean, if you decide, some people are like, I don't even want this headache. I want someone to help me. So you can do that, but you don't have to. You can do it yourself. But it just takes persistence, and don't get frustrated. I mean, it's a really antiquated system, because if your address doesn't exactly match with like Boulevard with a period versus Boulevard without, it gets bounced back and it doesn't validate with the IRS. So be persistent. They have a help desk. They have a backlog. I don't know, Chris, if your experiences have gotten better or worse, or sometimes it just takes a while. Yeah. So any questions so far?
Real quick, John, that is how I found a lot of people in this room. I used the DSBS, and I sent out an email. And if you probably saw an email from me, that's how I located you.
Okay, that's a really good point, because how many people know that if you're in SAM, you have a DSBS profile? Okay, very few. So when you're in SAM, SAM is a GSA tool or a product. If you answer the questions about number of employees, revenue, et cetera, your NAICS code, you have to pick a North American Industry Classification code, which you can't just pull out of the air, right, because you like it. It's supposed to be what business that you do, and if you apply to the 8A program, SBA will verify that. But you choose your NAICS code, and size is different for different NAICS codes, right? So if you're in IT services, I forget what the revenue number is now, it's like 47 million. If you're in staffing or professional services, it's like 21.5 million. If you are in shipbuilding, I gotta say that carefully. If you're in shipbuilding, it's like 1,500 employees. And when I used to run these programs, people would say to me, how can 1,500 employees be a small business? It's like, well, for shipbuilding, that is actually small. I mean, some of these companies have like 30,000 employees. So it depends on the industry. But when you fill out SAM, it determines if you're small, and then it starts a profile at the SBA for you, which is Dynamic Small Business Search, DSBS. Now, you can go all the way through SAM and fill out your DSBS profile, or there used to be a GLS login. You could do it through the SBA. I don't know if the GLS direct login is up and running again, but they are. Is it going to go to certify? Okay. Okay. So Chris just said they're changing the login. So you can go through SAM and answer the questions and get to your profile that ultimately behind the scenes is DSBS. But you used to be able to go through your general login at SBA, and Chris is saying it is now called MySBA? MySBA.gov. So here's why DSBS is important. Like Yvette said, she used it to see what are the small businesses in this area. You can use it to find partners. You can use it to see, you know, is there an 8A in my community that I can team up with? What's their profile? But it's important that you actually fill out that profile and put in your experience and past performance. Here's the other reason. On the next slide, I'll show you how agencies do market research, right? So, and the rule of two, we'll talk about that. And I don't know what time it is, but this always takes longer than I think. So contracting officers use dynamic small business search to identify small businesses. So if you're not updating your DSBS profile, if you're not putting your past performance and experience in there, when the contracting officer goes in to say, hey, is there an 8A in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, because I have this requirement, you're not coming up, right? Even though you're in SAM, you haven't completely filled out your DSBS profile. And here's the other thing, it's like Internet 1.0. Now, if they change it and really update it, maybe they'll fix this, but the last updated profile comes up first. So we have clients that'll go add a sentence. Next month, they'll take out that sentence, put a period, take out the period, because it's like Internet 1.0. The contracting officer goes in there, looks up, I don't know, widget builders in Pennsylvania, and the profile of the last updated ones will come up first. So you want to be sure, one, that profile is completely filled out, two, you regularly update it. Now, on SAM, which kind of, and the other thing with SAM is requirements will come out on there. So everything over $25,000, when we talk about, well, where do I find these requirements? Everything over $25,000 will come out in SAM, unless it's a sole source direct requirement, in which case there might be a notification, or it's below $25,000. But when these requirements come out on SAM, and how many people have replied to a requirement that comes out on SAM? Okay, how many people won off of that requirement that came out on SAM? One. Okay, so when these requirements come out on SAM, a lot of times the teams have already been built. Like, because the requirement return period to respond is like 45 days, right? And sometimes shorter. A lot of times the teams have already been built. The research has been done. You've walked, or your competitors have walked the halls. They know the contracting officer. They know the program office. They know the requirement and what the needs of the government are. So their response is much more in line with the government's need as opposed to yours, right? So how do I find out what's going to be coming out? Then USA spending. So everything that the federal government buys over $25,000 is in USA spending. Now, the underlying data for USA spending is Federal Procurement Data System, FPDS.gov. That's the underlying data, but FPDS.gov is a really cumbersome, old, difficult database to run and manage. The government overlaid USA Spend on top of that makes data manipulation much easier. Now, there are third-party vendors out there like FedMine, Bloomberg Gov, and others. Those are expensive, right? And a lot of times small businesses will go ahead and buy that and then not effectively use it. And I mean like $1,200 a month or something more than that, and ultimately give up because they're like, I don't know what I'm doing with this tool. So for starting off, USA Spend is a good tool. SBA also has bid speed, which is available for free to 8A eligible companies. You don't have to be an 8A. As long as you can say you're 8A eligible. It used to be called the 7J program. Now it's called Empower to Grow. It's just a name change, but it's the old 7J program, which is assistance from the SBA. But bid speed is another tool. So why research what the government's buying? So everything over $25,000, right? So if I'm selling widgets, I want to know who's buying the most widgets. It could be, I don't know, I always use Wright-Patterson Air Force Base or Aberdeen just because I used to go to those bases. But it could be, you know, the Department of Labor. It could be the Department of Interior. How many native-owned firms do we have? Okay, awesome. Any tribally owned firms or tribes that are looking to get into the program? Okay, awesome. And there are some unique privileges, as a lot of you know, with tribally owned entities. But anything over $25,000 is in there. So you want to do the research and say, I'm selling widgets, and you can look by NAICS code, North American Industry Classification Code. You can look by keyword. So who's buying what I'm selling? And then that's just the first cut, right? Because you might find out, you know, Aberdeen is buying $1 billion worth of widgets. Well, that looks good, first cut, but maybe it's one contract for $1 billion. You're probably not going to win that contract, right? But if there's a plurality of awards for widgets for $1 billion at Aberdeen, then that's on my list, right? It makes my list. So you sort of want like your top 5. And then you also want to look at how are they buying it, right? Are there one-off contracts, or are they going through some sort of vehicle like the GSA schedule, or a government-wide acquisition contract like OASIS or CIOSP4 or Alliant? And I know I'm throwing a lot of acronyms out there, but these are just government-wide acquisition vehicles that open up every 5 years. And if I'm not on it, I can't bid on that requirement. So if I miss that 5 years, in Aberdeen, they're buying a bunch of widgets, but they're either going off the GSA schedule or off of Alliant. Well, that's not helpful to me because I don't have Alliant and I don't have a GSA schedule. You could go out and get a GSA schedule that, you know, is timely and sometimes expensive. Or I can figure out who's on Alliant or CIOSP4, which are these government-wide acquisition vehicles, or I can find out when the next open season is for me to get on that vehicle. But so you want to, you know, there's different cuts of this data. Who's buying what you're selling? How are they buying it? And then are they set-aside friendly, right? So when I look at Aberdeen, they're buying a lot of widgets. They're one-off contracts, so I don't have to be on a vehicle. And they seem to do a lot of, they seem to do a lot of 8A sole source or 8A awards. So now I'm like, okay, well, that's on my list, right? So from my perspective, you want to have like 5 or 10 because the federal government, it can be daunting, right? There are thousands of buying activities around the country. So it can be daunting. I want 5 or 10. What most folks will do is they'll say, okay, oh, and by the way, USA Spend, and if that doesn't have it, FPDS, has the contracting officer information, right? So who is the contracting officer on this requirement that awards these contracts? But a lot of people, what they do is they just look at that and say, okay, I got to get to know this contracting officer. I got to reach out to this contracting officer. The contracting officer is one piece of the puzzle. They execute the requirement. They're warranted contracting officers. They execute the requirement for their client. Who's their client? The program office. So let's say Department of Defense, Navy, the program office is, I don't know, satellite or satellite repairs. That's their requirement. They have a budget. They need to engage someone to fix these satellites. They go to the contracting officer and say, I have this requirement. Can you go out and award it, bid it and award it for me? So you have to know sort of 3 tracks: contracting officer, program office, and the last one is, for you guys who have worked at federal, how many folks have worked at a federal agency? Okay, how many folks have visited with small business specialists at a federal agency? Okay, a couple. So every agency has a small business advocate. Sometimes it's called the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, OSDBU. Sometimes it's called the Office of Small Business Programs, right? So DOD, because it's massive, has DOD proper Office of Small Business Programs. Then they have OSDBUs for Army, Air Force, Navy, Army Corps of Engineers, Defense Logistics Agency. And then even under that, they have small business specialists that cover buying activities. So in my example, if Aberdeen is where you want to be and they're buying widgets, who's the contracting officer? Who's the program office? And who's the small business specialist? I want to work all 3 tracks to get to know them, get to know their requirements, get to know their needs. And by the way, a lot of them, they're supposed to have forecasts, right? A lot of them do have updated forecasts, 10 minutes. Some of them don't. But if you reach out, right, let's say I want Aberdeen is on my list. I'm going to reach out to the small business office in Aberdeen. I'm going to figure out when they have their next industry day, when they might be at an event like RES and they'll do matchmaking, or National 8A Conference, or the Hub Zone Council Conference, or Society of American Military Engineers Conference. When are they going to be at those events? Are they going to have industry day on base? Are they going to have matchmaking on base? Are the program offices going to be there? All the information I can gather. When is the requirement coming up for rebid? Because not only is the contracting officer in there, the expiration date is on there. Is there option periods? So all that data happens behind the scenes before something goes on SAM. So if you haven't done that homework, most likely responding to SAM requirements isn't going to get you a contract. Does that make sense? Okay, any questions so far? Was there a question? Oh, yeah.
Not so much a question, but more of a statement. You mentioned earlier, like, you asked for us to kind of raise our hands if we've actually won a requirement in SAM. And I didn't quite answer yes or no to that. And the reason for that was we track more of the sources sought. So we catch it at that phase. So we kind of find the requirement on the forecast for that agency, and you can find the forecast on their website. If you go to their website, if they've got one, it's right there, you know, just like the event. From that, we go into SAM, and we look for any sources sought, for any RFIs, and we catch it at that level, and then we respond to those.
That's a really good point.
So by the time it comes out, then we, you know, we've kind of, they know who we are, because we've already sent something in, kind of, sort of, and because you can't win a sources sought, you can't win an RFI, it's just like a backdoor way to introduce your company to that agency.
Yep.
So when that RFP does drop, you've got a better shot. Yep,
that's a really good point. Sources sought. So not only do requirements come out on SAM.
John?
Yes. But real quick, so federal government does sources sought or requests for information, right? So if they have a requirement, kind of want to see who's out there in order to see if I'm going to do a set-aside, am I going to do an 8A set-aside, and we'll talk about the rule of 2. The federal government does their research. One of their research ways is dynamic small business search, so you want to update your profile. Another is sources sought. You got to respond to those sources sought, because there are 2 or more small businesses, and we'll talk about this, the requirement has to get set aside. It's not a may, it's a shall. So you have to respond to the request for informations and sources sought. Not only does it help the requirement to get set aside, but it helps introduce you to the CO and the program office as a response to that. You're not going to win it, but it'll introduce you. It might get the requirement set aside, and then you can bid on it when it comes out. Yes, sir.
Don't have a question, but a little helpful tidbit. I recently attended the advanced planning briefing for industry at APG.
Yeah.
And I found out through the SBA that they have their own individual kiosks, they called it, to search small businesses in the area. So I recommend going on and registering with whatever base you may be closely located to.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So,
Also,
real quick,
John, you might have said this, but just to reiterate that when you update your SAM, you also want to change something, a word.
yeah,
then
when
it,
you
like,
go into
puts you to
dynamic
the
small
top.
business search, correct. You want to update DSBS because the way the system is built now, you just end up ahead on the search when this contracting officer researches DSBS. Was there a question back there?
So I just wanted to add to what she said. Sorry if I missed your name. So catching these opportunities at the RFI and sources sought phase, what I noticed recently, we actually earned an opportunity. They put it out as an RFI, sources sought, but it never actually went to the bid phase. So what I noticed there, they just said it's an RFI, got information, and they just assigned the contract based on those responses.
Yep.
So it almost seemed as though they were collecting information but bypassed the phase of solicitation and said, these are qualified, these were qualified, this is it, this is the contract, signed it, and I go,
Yeah, and that's possible. And I know we're running up against time. These are all really good points. So that's possible. Why? Because in the 8A program, the uniqueness of the 8A program isn't just that contracts can be set aside for the 8A program. They can do a direct award to individual companies up to $4.5 million without competition, without a justification and approval. If you're in the 8A program, you can get a sole source. You market yourself. It doesn't even have to go through an RFI. You market yourself to the contracting officer. They have a requirement. You're in the 8A program. They like you. You do a government cost estimate. They can give you a contract up to $4.5 million if you're in the 8A program. If you're a tribally owned entity in the 8A program, they technically can give you an unlimited sole source, but they have to write a justification and approval at $105 million at DOD, and I think it's now $25 million at civilian agencies. So you're absolutely right. It cannot never hit SAM because they end up doing a sole source award. That's one of the benefits of the 8A program. But the 8A program is only 9 years. And in year 7 and 8 and 9, you're getting weaned off sole source. So you want to hit 8A when you're ready, and you can take advantage of the first 7 years because that's when you really want to hit those sole source opportunities. So real quick, the main thing is you have to be small for the requirement. So as we've been talking, a contract requirement comes out. Every contract requirement solicitation, RFP, has a NAICS code assigned to it, North American Industry Classification Code. If you're small for that, you can bid on it. It doesn't mean that your NAICS code, your primary NAICS code has to match, right? Your primary NAICS code might be IT services, but some of your secondary NAICS codes could be staffing. Requirement comes out for staffing. As long as you're small for that NAICS code, you can apply to that proposal or submit a response to that proposal. I do want to talk about, because we've mentioned this a few times, and this is really important because a lot of folks, even who've done federal contracting, don't know the mechanisms or mechanics behind it, right? So we talk about all these set-asides. We talk about 8A sole source. And by the way, the other socio-categories, women-owned, hub zones, service-disabled, have sole source authority, but they're not like 8A. So in 8A, up to $4.5 million, you can get a direct award, no justification and approval needed. Contracting officer likes you, you do a government contract estimate, you get your award. In hub zone, women-owned, service-disabled, the contracting officer, and contracting officers are very risk-averse. The contracting officer has to write a justification and have it approved. In other words, in order to do a sole source direct award, they have to say this is the only woman-owned or service-disabled or hub zone company that can provide this product or service, and therefore I'm going to do a direct award to this woman-owned or economically disadvantaged women-owned small business. Contracting officers, being risk-averse, are reluctant to do that. So you don't see a lot of sole source awards in the other programs like you do in the 8A program. That is a unique characteristic of the 8A program. So if you think you can qualify for 8A, I would do it, but I wouldn't do it until you're ready to take advantage of it. Do I have a base of experience? Do I have connections at agencies? Do I have partners that can help me implement these contracts? Do I want to leverage the mentor-protege program? We'll talk about that this afternoon. So how do set-asides happen, right? We talk about the 23%. The SBA oversees the program. The office that I had enforced these two things. Everything below the simplified acquisition threshold, and right now it's at $250,000, is automatically reserved for small business. So when I was running these programs, we used to look at the simplified acquisition threshold at every agency and we'd be like, hey, are you at 100%? Answer is nobody's at 100% because they buy a license from Microsoft or Oracle or something like that. They can't go to a small business, so they're never going to hit 100%. But they shouldn't be at 70%. Shouldn't be at 80%. They should probably be closer to 90, right? So, and that was sort of an enforcement by the SBA. Are you reserving for small business everything below $250,000? The other requirement is the rule of two. For those, how many folks know what the rule of two is? Okay, so every requirement that the federal government puts out goes through an analysis. Are there two or more small businesses that can provide this product or service at a reasonable price? It's not at the best price. It's at a reasonable price. If the answer is yes, then the regulations say you shall set that aside. It's not a you may set that aside. It's not a if you like to, you can set that aside. It's a shall. So the RFI becomes request for information, or the sources sought becomes really important. The dynamic small business search that the contracting officer does becomes really important. How many folks that are at federal agencies know what a procurement center representative is, PCR? Okay, one. The SBA, and this was under my office, and they're woefully understaffed, right? When I was running the program, when I left, we were down to 119 PCRs. They work for the agency, but they basically sit at the buying activities. Their job is to make sure that the rule of two is met. So every requirement that doesn't get set aside, contracting officer doesn't set it aside, they're supposed to sign off on it, right? Now, 119 I thought was bad. The agency now has 48 PCRs, covering the entire country, every buying activity. So they, a lot of times, will rubber stamp requirements. But if you're seeing requirements not getting set aside, you need to contact the PCR. So if you responded to a sources sought, if you know there are two or more of your colleagues that can provide the service or product at a reasonable price, and it doesn't get set aside, you need to respond to the PCR. Yes, sir?
And the people online are saying they can't hear the question, so if
I
you're
will
not
repeat.
too loud, then reiterate.
Okay.
Thanks. And it's time.
What I've been seeing is, even though with the rule of two in place, the contracting agency will set aside a brand name J&A, or just, we want this specific company because they've done it forever.
Yeah.
So how can we combat that?
Yeah, so look, if they go through the process and do a J&A, a justification and approval, and there's a compelling reason for, I have to go to Boeing for this part, and the head of contracting activity signs off on it, it's pretty hard to combat that because they've made a justification and it's gotten approved at the head of contracting activity, right? But if you feel there are other small businesses, but if you feel it's not a Boeing part, that there are other small businesses that can legitimately provide that product, then you should be engaged with the small business specialist at the buying activity and the procurement center representative at the buying activity. And if you go to the SBA website and put PCR directory, procurement center representative directory, it'll show you who covers what. There's only 49 of them, but it still shows you, like, you could figure out which PCR covers Aberdeen. And by the way, it'll show you who their boss is, which is the area director. So it'll show you that, and PCRs, like I said, they have their hand full because there's 49 that cover, thousands of buying activities. But if you're seeing things not getting set aside that should be, reach out to the PCR, make them aware of it, reach out to the small business specialist that covers the buying activity, and you can work with them through the acquisition planning process too, by the way. Work with them during the acquisition planning or after the set-aside doesn't happen. And if the PCR is too busy and doesn't respond, reach up to the area director and do that. I'm going. Sorry. So I'll be on again this afternoon. I do want to talk about mentor-protege, joint venture. How do you partner up to get the experience to go after some of these contracts that are bigger and more complex? And there are unique tools at the SBA to help you do that. So thank you for being patient with me. I appreciate you guys, but I'll be back this afternoon as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Next, we have loan programs and access to capital. But before that, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Kaya Jackson. I am the Business Development Specialist for the National Center, and thank you all for being here today. So I'm going to introduce Kevin Williams. So Kevin, if you could please come up. Kevin is a seasoned veteran and well-established entrepreneur. Kevin Williams, the CEO of the Black Squirrel Collaborative, is a dedicated thought leader, actively engaged with developing the next generation of founders. Kevin has been involved with small businesses and developing startups for decades here in Philadelphia, San Francisco, and throughout the Washington, D.C. metro area. With his years of experience in training and developing small to medium businesses to be competitive, scalable, and sustainable, Kevin has learned to apply his business to build systems for companies to successfully adapt changing economic conditions. Thank you, Kevin, for joining us, and I will give you the mic. So we have this.
Kaya, you want to grab John's name real quick? Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. How are you today? Hopefully I won't bore you too much. Let me start off by asking a couple of questions. How many of you have or are currently small business owners? Raise your hand. How many of you have wondered how you're going to meet payroll? And the first thing you think, you said, you know what, I need to go to the bank, I need to get a loan, I need to cover payroll, I need to keep my business running. That's usually how it goes. But where it stops is when you go to the bank, they ask you for information, you give them everything they ask for, and then they say, I'm sorry, I can't help you. That happens a lot. A lot of times it happens not because our business doesn't qualify to get loans or to get capital. It usually happens because we're not knowledgeable about how banks qualify us. I'm gonna give you an example. my company has a contract with the city of Philadelphia. All well-intentioned, all well-meaning. They put up $20 million. They put up $20 million for small businesses to get loans. And what they did is they went through the city and they called up all the banks, all the lending institutions, and they said, hey, we want you to give loans to the small business community. They said, okay. So they had 30 lenders, a list of 30 lenders. Any bank that you can ever name was probably on that list. They opened the program up. About 300 businesses submitted for loans. And less than 5% actually got approved. The reason that happened is because most of those banks weren't going to lend to you unless you were asking for a minimum of $100,000. And we scratch our head and we say, well, I just need $25,000. You know, what's the problem? Well, for that bank, it costs just as much money to process a $25,000 loan as it does to cost a $500,000 loan. And that loan officer is thinking, I can make a lot more money off of that $500,000 loan, so they're not going to process you. They're going to say, okay, you know what, you need to go someplace else. But they're not going to tell you that. They're just going to tell you that they can't help you. I'm saying this because as a small business owner and a small business manager, we always find ourselves trying to fill the gaps in our business. And in doing so, we very rarely get a chance to get out of our business in order to actually build ourselves, to be a better manager, to be a better business owner. So what we try to do at Black Squirrel is we try to say, okay, you're in this community. You need money. Let us find the right money for your community. You need to hire people. Let us bring the people in the process to you. So what we do is we do two things. First of all, our mission is to bring resources and capital to underserved communities. I don't necessarily care for that word, underserved, disadvantaged. You know why we're disadvantaged and underserved? Because we don't have no money. Let's be real. The difference is, and I'm going to wander for just a second. We're going to give you, and I'm going to explain to you what we do with our BizScoreline product, how we assess small businesses, how we assess what your needs are, and we do it in less than an hour. But we also need a vehicle, but once you understand where your problems lie, how do you get the resources to fix it? So those are the things that we do for the small businesses. Let's see if this works. So everybody is a pretty simple problem. We say, okay, if I make more money than I spend, I'm profitable. But then if you really look at it, you say, okay, I'll pay myself, pay my staff, buy my resources, then I got to pay my federal tax, state tax, local tax. How much did you put aside for problems? If you've had a business during COVID, during the pandemic, you probably realize you didn't have enough money set aside. Happens. Federal government was given billions of dollars for us to be able to stay afloat to get through this problem. But some businesses couldn't qualify because they couldn't submit the necessary documentation. Here's the gap. You work 12-hour days, six days a week in order to fulfill your responsibilities as an owner. But if you don't have the financials, if you don't understand what they're looking for, how they're qualifying it, you're going to struggle with this. So what we found is that a lot of businesses in Pennsylvania, specifically community-based businesses, and what do I mean by that? Convenience stores, beauty shops, bicycle shops, restaurants, laborers, construction workers. Everybody's told you can't work. So nobody's making any money. And none of them have the business structure to be able to submit to get the monies they need. So what we do is we want to make sure that we find the resources, help you understand where your gaps are in your business, and help you to shore those things up at a very reasonable cost. And then we're going to tell whatever sources of funding are available that this is what your need is. You guys follow me so far? So the first thing, like I said, we want to do is we want to assess your business. We want you to be able to get a clear snapshot of what your business looks like. We're going to look at it across 6 different areas. We're going to look at it in terms of your operations, sales, marketing, finance, technology, and HR. Once we did that, we're going to sit down with you and we're going to help you put together a strategy to prioritize where you need to focus on. 9 times out of 10, part of that strategy is going to ask that you are going to need to get a funding source. And this is where I want to talk a little bit more about what that means. It doesn't mean that you go to Wells Fargo, you don't go to PNC Bank, because if all you need is $50,000, they're going to say, we're not going to be able to help you. How many of you know what a CDFI is? It's a commercial development finance institution. So what happens is, believe it or not, the federal government has set it up so that the Wells Fargos, the PNC banks of the world, they're required to give a certain amount of money to these local community finance organizations to put money in the small businesses' hands. It's called the CRA, Community Reinvestment Act. They get benefits from tax breaks by offering millions of dollars to the CDFI network. The CDFI network now can give you the loan for $5,000, $10,000, $25,000. And not only that, if you've taken our assessment and you walk into a CDFI network, they can look at where your issues are. You can tell them what your request and what you need. And they're going to say, so you don't have any financials. I'm going to have somebody help you to get that. They have the resources. If they don't have the resources, they will partner with a CDC, a Community Development Corporation, who has those resources. Or you can go to your Department of Commerce for your city. They will have resources. So what I'm getting at here is part of the problem is understanding who do you need to go to. And once you know who to go to, know what you got to ask for. And so going back to the city of Philadelphia, great loan program, except they don't approve anybody. So they said, well, Kevin, let's see if your system's going to work. So we've been doing this for a year now. And we've gone from the 5% approval to 15%. Still work to be done there. But one of the things that we have to do is we sit down with you and say, okay, what do you want the money for? And you say, I want to fix my store. Okay, so they're going to look at your financials, and they're going to say, can you afford to take this money, this loan, in order to cover that? Is it going to actually increase your ability to generate revenue? Those are important questions. If part of what your ask is for that money is to grow your business, and you can show them a valid plan on how you're going to do that, you'll get the money. And they'll monitor you and say, okay, how we doing with this plan? because this plan is supposed to grow your business. So it takes time, but you got to invest not only in what you offer each and every day as a business owner, but how your business is structured so that you can grow. And so what we see, and this is something that it'd be nice if all we had to do was sit down with you for 30 minutes, slide a check across the table, and see you off. But it doesn't work that way. We already know that we're going to invest 5 to 10 years in not just assessing businesses and supporting small business, but also to collect the data to show where the federal government, state government, and city governments needs to invest their dollars. So you guys are aware of what technical assistance means, right? I go to a business in North Philly. I say, hey, look, I want you to take this test. Someone finds you some money that you can get some technical assistance. They said, no, don't need technical assistance. I said, well, why not? They said, I've had that. Only person that got paid was the technical assistance person. See, that's what we need to change. If we're going to take these services and offer them to small businesses, we got to be more specific on how we're going to apply that assistance to be able to verify that it's actually helping us grow our business, to make it easier for us to get the capital we need. Does that make sense? So this is what we're trying to do. So I'm saying about all of these different things, but what it really boils down to is for every community that we won't go into, if it's a Native American community, it could be the South Asian community, it could be the Hispanic community, African American community, and we go through all of these communities in the city of Philadelphia. We have to build the infrastructure and the ecosystem, not just for the individual businesses to be sustainable, but for the entire community. And the only way we do that is having committed financial resources and committed technical resources. Those are important parts to this. So I'm going to talk about this for a second. And one of the things that we also work to do is we think about who do we need to have on our team to make this work. We have to have a financial institution, at least one. We need to have resources, whether it comes from the city, whether it comes from a nonprofit organization, or whether it comes from a for-profit organization. Doesn't matter, but we have to make sure that we find who's going to represent the resources that we need to bring to bear. The other thing we need is we need subject matter experts. What do I mean by that? We're in May, right? Okay, I'm just getting over paying my taxes. My accountant is my accountant. My accountant is not my friend. Understandably, we have this relationship. I pay him, I pay the federal government, and then I got to recoup all of that money, right? It's a part of the process. But there's others. He can give me good advice. If I sit down and talk to him before he does my taxes, he can give me advice on how to spend. He can give me advice on where to put money. So you have to take the time to do those things. He's a subject matter expert in finance that's going to help you. What about marketing? How many of you have a family member who does your social media for you? Okay, fire that person. Here's my rationale. Love my family, but we really need to start thinking about what do you want that social media to do? How is it actually generating more business? And the only way we can do that is to have a professional person that's what they do. You know, somebody told me a story one time And when Magic Johnson, big-time basketball player back in the 70s and 80s, for those of you too young to know, he went to the NBA, and this lawyer calls him up. He says, okay, I'm going to be your lawyer. I'm going to be your agent. He said, okay, how much is it going to cost me? He told him. Magic Johnson laughed at him. He said, I'm not paying you that money. He said, why? He said, because I don't think you're worth it. He says, look, I'm the best in the business. He said, are you the best basketball player in the business? He said, yeah. He said, then you need the best support around you to make sure that you can stay that way. We got to think about our businesses that way. Qualify the people that you're using for advice. Just because they say that they're a social media expert doesn't mean that they're going to be able to generate money for your business. I'm going back to what I said earlier about being a technical assistant. Who's getting paid? So we have to think about those things. So we make sure that we have valid technical assistant providers to help you, whether it's marketing. Technology is a big thing. If you're going for funding and if you don't have the proper technology base for your company, it means having a QuickBooks or a similar program that you're using to generate your technology. If you're using a point-of-sale system that helps track your sales, tracks your inventory, tracks your processes. These are the things when we talk about technology that become important because it's a smart way to do business. When you go for your lending or a request for money, when they look at what your business looks like, when they say, can you provide financials? Slide your income statement, slide your balance sheet, know what's on there, and they're going to ask you questions and be able to answer the questions. It's that simple. Verify what you're asking for. And when you have a plan, follow the plan. So when we bring other people to the table as the subject matter experts, these are the people that are going to be your friends. They're going to allow you to be able to focus on your business, grow your business, and be able to have a coach or a mentor that you can go to when you need them. So now, we put together the strategy. What we want to do is we want to actually now take action. One of the things I want everybody to understand, we all know it. We've all heard it. You keep doing the same thing over again and you're expecting different results, they call you crazy. So this is where you get off of that hamster wheel. This is where you say, okay, I got a plan. Let me follow the plan. And once again, part of that plan is going to require that you invest money into your business. There's no two ways about it. This is how we make money. And when we do this, once again, it's paying attention to the advice that you're given, understanding specifically where the problems are, and knowing how you're going to be able to resolve that. When we're building that ecosystem within that community, we want to cover all 6 of those areas I mentioned earlier: technology, finance, operations. We want to make sure that you have access to all of those things within your network. You have to establish your network. You have to make sure, and if it's not already existing, make sure that you have a business association or a trade group that you can always talk to. So that talks about that. Before I go on, I want to ask, any questions so far? Give me a second. I lost something. Here it is. Because Yvette's going to ask me, she's going to tell me when I'm running out of time, so. Okay. So now I'm going to move into something to tell you where I want to apply all of the things I just said. This is in every single community that I've ever been engaged with. So I'm going to give you a statistic in the city of Philadelphia, everybody in Philadelphia is excited. Why? There's building going on everywhere. Real estate development. They said, this is great. Builds our economy, right? But then I went to the Federal Reserve Board meeting, and they gave me statistics that really startled me. First of all, Philadelphia says they need 30,000 additional family units just to match the demand for the next 5 years. Everybody's getting excited. But then when we looked at the statistics say 95% of all of the building and the real estate development being done in the city of Philadelphia, 95%, is being done by non-minorities. Take a minute to think about that. Oh, I'm supposed to stand still. Okay, take a minute to think about that. They're building apartments, not homes, which means that they can build the apartments and they have revenue streams that go to them. The majority of those builders don't even reside in the city of Philadelphia. They reside in the suburban counties. Tax dollars get taken out of the city. Those tax dollars need to go to the businesses, the small businesses in the communities that are in the city. And it's not being done. Less than 5% of all of the building being done in the city of Philadelphia are being done by minority communities. So we're renting, we don't own. The only way we can create wealth in our communities, the easiest way, is going to be through real estate first. The second way is through small business. We want to influence both of those pieces of the community. Those are critical anchors in the ecosystem that we build in our communities. So what we did, we came up with this great idea. We said, you know what? We went to the city. We said, okay, Mr. Philadelphia, you have 42,000 vacant lots in the city of Philadelphia that attribute to blight, attributes to crime, and it attributes to poor health. We want to have a way of having access to that property so that we can build it in our community. First thing they told us, they said, we want it done by minority developers. First thing he told us, he laughed. I shouldn't have said he. It was a he, though. He laughed and he said, you couldn't find that many people even capable of building. Kind of set us back for a minute. The next thing he said is, where are you going to get the money? So we came with this great scheme. Let's go back to what I talked about before. A CDFI is your friend. We were able to get a group of CDFIs. The majority of them are minorities, minority run, to put together $15 million capital stack to support the construction. Because here's the problem when you're doing real estate. You're a minority real estate developer, developer, and you go in, you say, wow, I want that property. You go into the bank or you go into a financial person and you say, okay, this is how much it's going to cost for this property. I need a letter of intent. And they say, no, we don't give it to you. You got to have collateral. And so most of these real estate developers, they have rental properties, but now they have to put their own buildings up for collateral just to get the financing. And they're going to get it financed at a higher interest rate. So what we said is we want to create the CDFIs that are going to give reasonable rates, competitive rates, specifically for the minority developers. And so we said, okay, let's see if we can really find those developers. Here's the math. 5% of the building cost has to come from the developer. We said that when we were recruiting. We got 40 companies to submit. Of the 40 companies, 30 of them qualified. But we could only take a dozen. So we took a dozen. We assumed 2 of them were going to fall out. Each of those companies are required to build 5 single-family homes each, affordable. In the city of Philadelphia, we get the land from the city, which comes in, so that's for that cohort, it meant we're going to have 60 single-family homes built. We put our applications in to get the land from the city. We get the CDFI to vouch for each one of the developers. The developers put their money into escrow so that that money, that 5% is there, and they're going to build these homes. So they've already started. That was our first cohort. They're required, the CDFIs are required to have that money available for those builders for a 5-year period. So what happens? Why are we doing this? When we go into a community, and if any of you have ever had building done in your community, and they say, oh, somebody's going to build an apartment complex around the corner, you're going to that meeting, right? And you're not going in there to shake their hands and welcome them. Been there, done that. But when we go in, that's exactly what happens. They say, oh, no, 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 no. You're not coming in here and messing up my neighborhood. You're not pushing us out. But what we do is we explain to them, we say, okay, we want to build 5 homes in your community. You have 20 empty lots in your community. We're not going to just build those 5 homes. We want you to tell us where the next 5 homes need to be built. So now we're working in conjunction with the community. This is a part of the ecosystem we have to develop. So now we have the financial support, we get the community support, we have the expertise with the developer, and oh, by the way, we hire a company that builds like hundreds of millions of dollars of property throughout the city. They literally mentor each and every one of the developers. So when we go with that process, it takes us about 18 months. The money is there, the property's there, the subject matter experts and guidance is there. What we're able to do is to build with each of these developers. And when they go into these communities, they're hiring people that look like the people in the community. Our number is, on average, 23 people get hired. So we're creating jobs. We're leaving the money or keeping the money in the community. And we've projected at minimum a 5-year period where that community can see development done and they're a part of that development. That creates a sustainable business. It means it creates sustainable jobs in the community. And if you think about how money circulates in the community, once the money comes from the CDFI and it goes to the developer is hiring and paying people in the community. The people in the community are now going to community stores to buy their goods. That money stays in the community. You just cycled that dollar 5 times. That's how money grows in the community. That's how we increase the capacity of the real estate developers. It's how we increase the capacity of the financial institutions to continue to provide loans, not just to the developers, but to the community businesses. These are the things that we need to do and how we commit. Because of the programs that we're doing in Philadelphia, we're getting requests from one of the Indian tribes in North Carolina to do the same thing. They already have site control. They have 470 acres. But at first they were going to say, okay, look, let's find some developers from Raleigh or, Charlotte and have them come in and they're going to tell us how much it costs and we'll figure this out. Well, we're saying, wait a minute. Why can't the tribal community be the ones to do the building? Why can't we finance and fund the community to build the homes, be able to establish a way of creating generational wealth, understand how to build equity through your home purchase, and make that a sustainable community? They're looking at building 1,700 homes. We're still in the early stages, but you see where I'm going with this. For everybody that's a business owner or anybody who wants to figure out, it's not a complicated game, the finance game. It's real basic. But what we have to do is we have to understand the language, and we have to know who are our best partners to go to within our community. And if they're not in your community, find out how to bring them into your community. And at that, I want to open it up for more questions. Now,
There's a question right here. Let me reach back.
Thank you so much, Kevin. So just a couple of days ago, I was talking to one of the lenders who is part of a CDFI.
Mm-hmm.
And in this region, and she mentioned that she had run 60 million, 40 million, but she had never given a single loan to an African American, and I was shocked.
Wow.
She said that, credit score, not having resources, and I was like, but that's what a CDFI is supposed to be different from a bank. So how would you, as somebody who understands this kind of issues innately, to me, it flies in the face of being a CDFI, and she seemed to throw her hands in the air. I was really disappointed because I thought it's going the next mile. It's figuring out how to make it happen. She's run almost 100 million, has never given a single loan to an African American. I don't think that's a statistic anybody should be proud of.
You know what? Really good question. And let me explain how that happened. When they first created CDFIs, you know where they recruited the CDFI managers from? The banks. So what they did is certain ones just brought the same loan approval process, what they were doing at Wells Fargo, at a big bank, to a CDFI. On a standard for most CDFIs is they're going to look at your credit score, but as long as you're like in the mid 600s, and they can substantiate all the other components of your business, there's a very good chance you're going to get some money. But then there's what happened is some of these CDFIs have really grown. I mean, grown in huge proportions. Some of you may not be familiar with the organization called LISC, L-I-S-C. I can't even remember what the acronym stands for, but they're one of these huge CDFIs that has hundreds of millions of dollars. But they operate just like a bank because they have so much money. Now, they've recently changed the ruling so that a CDFI can now create bonds, which means, once again, they're getting more into the higher stratosphere of financial management and not really at a community level. So, to answer your question, unfortunately, there are a handful of CDFIs that are still operating as if they're a bank. And it's their way of mitigating risk. But in that situation, you have to look and find the right one that's going to match what you're looking to do. Sad to say. Yes, sir.
Can you repeat that so our online audience knows?
Oh, LISC, L-I-S-C.
I have an online question.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to ask you.
From our online audience, we have a question. Give me a second. I just had it. How can Black Squirrel provide cash flow funds for federal construction?
For federal construction? So first, let me clarify. We're not a CDFI, but we are a for-profit business. So what we do is we have partnerships with the CDFIs. And what we would do is we would look at what your requirements are for that particular project, and we'll look to find the right CDFI to partner with you. Sometimes the CDFIs, in their mission, they say, okay, they're here to serve the city of Bethlehem, and that's their region, that's what they're gonna stick to. But then you have some that say, okay, we will do any request statewide. Some of them, they're even larger and they can do regional or do national. And there are some, like one out of California called Lindustry, which is nationwide. They're one of the best CDFIs when it came to putting out over $200 million into the minority communities that could not get PPP money. So there are certain CDFIs that's their mission. They're gonna make sure that they put the money in the hands of where it needs to go. And they're gonna work with you to make sure that you can develop those particular financials and things you need. But I would just have to say, and to answer that question, it's looking at the right CDFI, and that's how we would be able to help.
Okay, we have another question. What are the best options for getting a small line of credit, like 25K or less?
Two things, and I should have said this earlier. Establish a relationship. Sometimes, and here's where I'm going with this, especially when it comes to establishing lines of credit, what you want to do is you want to be able to start circulating money. I mean, turning over money. In other words, you say, okay, I don't need this money, and that's usually when you get it, when you don't need it. But you go to the bank, not your bank, or go to a CDFI and say, hey, look, this is money I need, and guess what? You know your cash flow is good because you don't need the loan. But what you do is you take the loan and think about how you can apply that money from that loan, but at the same time, you're gonna pay it back routinely on time. Once you've done that, and matter of fact, pay it off early because you didn't need the money, so it's not like you're strapped. But when you go back, now you got a favorable rating with that particular financial institution. But what you want to also do is you want to make sure that they understand your business. Whoever that loan officer is, or whoever that representative of that CDFI is, make sure that they know who you are. Ask them questions. Say, hey, look, I'm looking to expand my business. What do my financials need to look like to make that happen? Get them to invest the time to explain what their needs are and in order to address what you need before you have a calamity or something that you need. So it's really going to be about relationship building and being able to request money when you don't need it. Another question? That's it. Guys, I'm going to be around this afternoon. I hope to get to meet and know some of you in the room. Really enjoyed having you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin, so much. So what we do here at our lunch hour is we take a really short break, time to use the restroom, stretch your legs. Lunch is going to be in the back. Just pick up your lunch. For our online audience, they're going to see our thread that will be right back. But I also wanted to do a quick drawing. So if you could please, do we have something that we could put their business cards in really quick? We could probably do that right after you get your food, settle back in, and then we're going to start the program right up again. So it's kind of a really short break. Kai is going to find something or just walk around and grab your cards, and then we'll do a quick drawing or two, and we'll be right back. So thank you.
here in the community, lived here all my life. Our families were entrepreneurs, we had to be. Our entrepreneurial spirit, we used that to start small businesses that would bring jobs to our reservation.
PCI Federal Services, we started with 1 employee. The exponential growth that we've experienced, we're hopeful that we'll cross that 1,000 employee threshold later this year.
We continue to look for partners, and we continue to look for organic growth. Native Edge is a great way to do it.
The Native Edge Institute, this is our second time here in Alabama.
Business is complex. You're not alone. There's programs out there funded with our tax dollars.
There's state programs, there's local programs, there's national programs like our Arizona MBDA Export Center, and our services are for all minorities. I put a panel together of myself and Brian Davis, Alabama ITA, working with him to see what our clientele needs are and what he can offer.
Using SBA's programs, Hub Zone, Apex Centers, Minority Business Development Centers. These programs alone help me leverage into working with prime contractors and being prime to the government.
Opportunities like this, getting to interact with a lot of business owners, just provides so many different networking opportunities that can really help a business exponentially.
All right, here we go. I'm so thankful that all y'all wanted to go on the tour. Hopefully you'll be able to see some great progress that our tribe has made.
PCI Federal Services was created in 2016 by the Porch Band of Creek Indians. It's funny the things you remember growing up, like we played in that ditch, you know? I mean, there was nothing between there. It's just amazing in such a short amount of time how far we've come.
In 1988, we started to provide products and services to our federal government. And through that creation, it really started us to thinking about what we could do that would create revenues to bring back to seed our growth.
PCI Federal Services, they've had this vision for this economic diversification.
We have hotels all across the Southeast. We have 3 at Disney, 2 in Huntsville, Pennsylvania, Miami, Chicago, Aruba, Curacao, all across the United States. These are owned by individual tribal people. Each tribal member got to choose what plan they wanted. We built the house interest-free.
Now there's housing and the new fire station and everything there.
We have a state-of-the-art health facility, our recreational department, all the amenities that are available to not only tribal members, but to the public around the reservation. We want people to know that we care about our own and we care about the communities that we're in.
Success means different things to different people. We create jobs that can sustain a family and provide good health care. We want to share our story, share our lessons learned. Native Edge coming to our reservation here allows us to do that, and we appreciate that.
We just want to welcome you and thank you so much for being here in this amazing space.
Thank you for joining us. Great information to improve Indian country.
Today we're in New York City at the beautiful Hard Rock Hotel owned by the Seminole tribe. There's some lucky attendees that are here today. They're getting the first-hand experience of what a Native Edge Institute is.
It's important to attend events like the Native Edge Institutes because of the resources that are here. Networking is always a big part of any event that we do at the National Center.
We like to pride ourselves in being the #1 connector in Indian country and for Indian country. So we're able to connect these different tribal nations to each other because we're everywhere in contact with everyone. We see what someone on the West Coast is doing versus someone on the East Coast isn't aware. So person A has something that person B needs, and we're able to connect those people.
And our goal is to expand globally. I'd really like to see our tribal enterprises and our Indian-owned businesses selling to the world and doing trade with the world.
I've been with the National Center since 1980. We're one of the first Native American government marketing assistance programs to introduce the 8A program to the Native American community. We've pretty much been there since the beginning.
In my tribe, super active with the National Center, calling, asking for consultation. They're looking into working with our export team on exporting rice and doing their agriculture.
For me, the 39 tribes in Oklahoma, we all have tourism groups. It would even be more beneficial to us if we had a museum, and the National Center, especially with the exports, could definitely get us there. They're going to Africa soon. They're doing great things.
We're going to South Africa and we're going to Ghana, and we're going to be meeting with businesses who are looking into importing and exporting. This being the first mission is pretty exciting. We're going to see what opportunities there are, and we can bring them back to our clients.
You know, economic development, we think about it as a circular economy. How can we share more of the resources that we have and expand on that and build it?
Our goal is to create more opportunities for investment into tribal communities and Native-led nonprofits, and we do that by advocating and working with tribal leaders and Native-led nonprofits.
Whenever you support a Native business or a tribally owned enterprise, that money doesn't go into the pocket of one person, of like a millionaire or billionaire. It goes into the pockets of the community. These tribes are assisting the local communities, the surrounding towns, the state that they reside in. Even though it's a sovereign nation within the state, they still provide financial assistance to the state by providing those jobs and supporting the local economies.
A system that has made tribes dependent. If we're allowed to be creative and to bring into our culture, elevate tribal ecological knowledge, then the outcomes will look quite different.
A lot of the communities that I went to when I was younger, you go there now and you see the growth, and that growth comes from the economic development that these tribes have done. Being able to provide resources and be an organization that can help move tribes and the businesses into their next level, that's something that I really enjoy.
We have clients that have been clients for years, and they've just pivoted and grown their businesses into other arenas. So I would love to see small business owners just reaching their goals. And if we can be a part of that, sign me up.
I grew up here in the community, lived here all my life.
All right.
Our families were entrepreneurs. We had to be.
Anybody else?
Our entrepreneurial spirit, we used that to start small businesses that would bring jobs.
I've really been impressed with an event like this, really get that messaging for Indian country.
As an organization to come together, to have an uplifting, motivational group of people, that style of topics behind it, it's incredible.
It's been really great to be here at the Native Edge Institute. It's a really great networking opportunity in Indian country, especially for businesses.
I want to bring that creativity. I just don't know where to start, and that's why I'm here today, to kind of learn a little bit more about business.
We're here today in the Duwamish Longhouse. It is in the last village site of Seattle. When people come to Seattle and they're wondering who the first people of Seattle are, we are those people. This is Seattle, and this is our home.
I became the Chief Executive Officer of 8th Generation about 2 years ago now. We're putting out anywhere from 40 to 100 new products a year, and we are the only company that we know of in Seattle that manufactures blankets. If you want a real Seattle gift, this is the place.
A lot of places you go, it's like kind of stuffy, kind of feel out of place, but nobody at any of these events has ever made me feel like that. Everybody's very, very accepting and welcoming.
Networking, sharing information, the event is the cornerstone of small businesses.
Having these types of opportunities are very important to you as a small business. I'm fairly certain that I can grow that foundation to move up and be where you want to be from here.
KeyBank formed a dedicated line of business in 2004 to serve Indian country.
It's important that understanding the tribal community can pursue business and they can be successful. So this is new information that's really exciting. I can't wait to bring it back to my community.
Business to me is absolutely critical. We employ our people, we better society. I am a proud Indian, proud of the Duwamish, and proud to be an American here in Seattle, carrying on the legacy of our Native people.
If you are an entrepreneur, if you're a small business owner or a business who wants to work with tribal nations, this is a place to do that.
The National Center has done a great job of adapting to the business environment and growing their offerings. The idea of promoting Native American small business and helping them understand what company are looking for is a really great job. So thank you, Indian Country, for 55 years with the National Center.
We're at the fabulous South Sioux City Riverfront Marriott Hotel overlooking the beautiful Missouri River.
Working on business development, access to capital, government contracting.
To be in a room with like-minded people that all have the same goals of growing an economy, especially for Native people, it's a really special experience.
We had a packed house at this Native Edge Institute. It's really beneficial for everyone to get involved.
You had people talking about public utilities, small businesses, government contracting. In a business sense, you're going to have to go to 3 or 4 or 5 different offices in order to get all that information. It's really nice to be able to take advantage to meet everyone and get to reach out to those people later.
There's goals that the U.S. government has that each agency has to prove that they've contracted not just with big business, but with small business. The U.S. government is the largest procurer of goods and services in the world. The 8A has been instrumental in Ho-Chunk being able to grow in government contracting.
8A programming is certainly an extension of tribal self-determination.
Okay, welcome back, online audience. Really quick, we had one more question for Kevin, and the question is?
Is there a pricing breakdown for using Black Squirrel Services in location and national CDFI to assist in finding cash flow under federal construction?
So, to answer that question, yes. For an individual business, if you go to our website, bizscoreline.com, it's $350 for an individual business. For any business, based on where you are, if you're in the state of Pennsylvania, find your local CDFI. We are currently the contractor with the state of Pennsylvania to offer the assessments through the CDFI network for the state of Pennsylvania. So if you went to one of your CDFI network members, they can just reach out to me, and then we'll just make sure it gets done that way. Now, we also, and I didn't mention this earlier, but we also work with the MBDA. So when you're talking about the federal contracts, reach out to me personally, because what I would have to do is I'd have to look to find the MBDA site that's closest to you that I would work with, and we do the same thing. They would absolutely be your sponsor, for lack of a better word, to be able to have access to the assessment and the services. Thank you.
Thank you, Donald. Now, thank you, Kevin. I can mix up. We're going to head into our next session, Expanding Growth. For our lunch panel, we have Donald Polygon Jr., Economic Development Consultant for the Business One Stop Shop, Department of Community and Economic Development. You guys received their bio speakers, so you can learn more about Donald in the speaker handout. And then we have Ngozi Bell, Region 3 SBA Office of Advocacy, U.S. Small Business Administration. So, thank you both.
Thank you. All right, everybody, great to be here. It's a great turnout. My presentation is going to talk about some resources that we have at the state level for businesses who are starting, who are already operating. Not as exciting as talking about money and funding and all that good stuff. But if you just bear with me, enjoy your lunch while we're going through this, and we should have a good time. So just a little bit about me first and foremost. I am an economic development consultant within the Business One Stop Shop. I've been there for just over 6 years now. So in that time, I've worked with many types of businesses, helped a lot of people get started or accomplish things that they're trying to do for their business. Prior to the One Stop Shop, I worked for the Pennsylvania Department of Revenue, where I learned all kinds of taxes and individual taxes, business taxes, sales tax, employer withholding, so I can answer questions about all that kind of stuff as well. While I was working for Revenue, I also went back to school and got my master's in business administration, so I do have my MBA, know all about taxes, know all about the business registration process in Pennsylvania, so if you have any questions about any of that stuff, feel free to reach out to me or talk to me after I'm done today. So just a little bit about the One Stop Shop. We were founded in 2018. We are under the Department of Community and Economic Development umbrella. And again, we do have resources that help business owners or aspiring entrepreneurs through all stages of business development. So again, whether that's planning or registering or operating or growing, we can put you in contact with the resources or help you directly with whatever you need. We also have a large network of partners. So we work with the SBAs and we work with the SBDCs, Small Business Development Centers throughout Pennsylvania. There's the IRCs, the Industrial Resource Centers. So I'll talk about our partners more on a later slide, but again, if we can't help you directly through our office at the state, then we can point you towards a partner of ours who can help. So what exactly can we assist with? Again, I've already kind of mentioned the registration process. So there's various steps that a business may have to take to register a business in PA. So if you're trying to get an EIN or ready to register your business structure or not sure if you need any special licensing for whatever business activity you're going to be conducting, or local licenses and registrations, we can kind of talk to you through that whole process, get your ducks in a row, make sure you know what all steps you need to complete in order to register your business. We can also help you navigate the various Commonwealth systems that you may have to use to register your business. So we have our own system called the Business Hub, which I'll talk about a little bit more, so we can walk you through that process. Business Filing Services is the Department of State system. That's where you would actually go to officially register a business. So if you wanted to do an LLC or a corporation or any of that type of business structure registration, then you're going to be doing that in the Department of State's Business Filing Services, and we can help you through that process. Also, MyPath, and some of you who already have a business may be familiar with some of these systems, but MyPath is the Department of Revenue system that you would use to register for business taxes, again, such as like sales tax or employer withholding or those tax accounts that you need in order to run your business in Pennsylvania. If you need to update business information, so say your business name is changing or you're getting a new address or ownership changes, if you need any help with that particular stuff, then we can help you with that as well. So you can reach out to our office, tell us what you need, and we can point you in the right direction. Hiring employees, if you ever get to the point where you're interested in hiring employees, we can walk you through the process to do that. So there's lots of accounts at a federal, state, and local level that you may not be aware of. You have to sign up for all those. You have to withhold tax. So again, hiring employees is a big deal. And if you're unsure or feeling scared about going through that process, you can reach out to our office and we can help you through that. If you're ever into the point where you're trying to close your business, so that's a whole process in Pennsylvania as well. which we can help you through that. So we can help you get your tax clearance certificates, help you with proper documentation that you need to file with the Department of State, how to close all your other tax accounts, things like that. Again, as I mentioned before, we have a network of partners. So if you need business planning assistance, or you're trying to develop your business, or you need some type of operations advice, like where should I move my business to? You're looking for a location for your new business. We can point you in the direction of a partner who can help you out with that particular process. And as well, we have access to a network of partners for funding. So we work with the CDFIs. We work with the SBA. We have the CEDOs, Community Economic Development Organizations. Lots of times there's funding available through the county as well, so we would point you towards the county. So lots of different partners that you can find on our website related to funding as well. So some of the things we can't really do at our office, so we can't help you fill out documents. So if you call us and say, hey, I'm having trouble completing the certificate of organization to register my LLC, we can't really go through it question by question with you. We do have a partner that we can point you towards, the Entrepreneurs Assistance Clinic, which is through Penn State. They're a free legal service, actually, so they will be able to help you out with actually completing documents on your behalf. We can't access back-end agency systems, so again, we can help you navigate. So we can help you navigate the hub, we can help you navigate business filing services and MyPath and many other Commonwealth systems. But if you're having technical issues and you need someone to kind of look in the back end and see what might be happening, we can't do that. But we can point you towards the agency who does handle that particular system, so we can help you in that case as well. We can't complete funding applications on your behalf. Again, this goes back to the first point, we can't really complete documents on your behalf, but we can again point you in the right direction. We also can't tell you which business structure is best for your business. We get that question a lot. People will call in and say, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. What type of business structure should I choose? Should I be a sole proprietor? Should I be an LLC, a corporation? Unfortunately, again, we can't help with that, but through our partner network, again, we can get you some assistance if necessary. And again, as I mentioned, we can't provide business operations advice. So if you need some help with where to locate your business, you're looking to expand, something like that, then again, we would point you to one of our partners in our network. So we do, as I mentioned, our website a few times. Our website is business.pa.gov. On our website, you're going to find a bunch of information related to the various stages of business development. You'll see the blue bar across the screen: plan, register, operate, grow. Each one of those sections has various resources based on that particular stage of business development. So if you're in the planning stage, we have information in there about the small business development centers and creating a business plan. Under the register section, we have information in there about, again, registering your business, getting a business structure, choosing your business structure, getting tax licenses, all that stuff that has to go into registration. Operate, we have information in there about hiring employees, obtaining tax accounts, more, and so on. And under the growth section, we'll have information in there about all of our funding partners. We do have information on there as well for diverse businesses. So if you're a minority-owned, women-owned, veteran-owned, LGBT plus owned, disability-owned business, you'll find specific resources on there for you. And also, again, on our website, you'll find all the information about our partners as well. So if you're interested in, again, reading about our partners, what they do, then you can go to the website and check that out. So our phone number, 833-722-6778, it's broken down basically into four options. Depending on what option you select, it's going to take you to the particular state agency that you need to work with based on your question. So option 0 for general questions is going to bring you to our office within NCAIED. And we'll be able to answer your questions or point you in the right direction, point you to a partner or some resource on our website that can help you out with what you're looking for. Options 1 and 2 are going to take you to the Pennsylvania Department of State, where they can answer questions about registering your business using business filing services, business filing services and registering your business and business name. Option 3 is going to be the Pennsylvania Department of Revenue related to taxes. And then option 4 is going to be the Pennsylvania Department of Labor and Industry, which is related to hiring employees. So if you have any questions, please feel free to give us a call or use the contact form on our website to send us an email. So one of the best tools that we've created in our office is the business checklist tool. And this tool is actually an interactive wizard that you would use. You'd go in and you would answer a series of questions. And based on the questions that you answer, it's going to give you a step-by-step guide to complete whatever particular process you're trying to complete. So whether that's registering a new business, or expanding or acquiring a business, or amending an existing business, or closing a business, there's pathways through the checklist for all of those things. So again, you'll just answer a series of questions. At the end, it's going to give you a step-by-step guide to complete that process. Through the Business Hub. So this is the online portal that you would use to create an account and sign in and then access the Department of State's business filing services to register your business. So at this point in time anyway, the system's about 3 years old now, but at this point in time, anybody in Pennsylvania who wants to register a business online would have to go through this system. So we have lots of users, lots of people who are using the system. It's basically a business administration tool. So we have some cool features in there. There's My Businesses, where you can actually create a business profile for yourself and your business, and you can keep track of all your business information, account numbers, your representatives, addresses. So, if you're growing, we get these questions a lot from business owners who are calling. Maybe they're trying to open a bank account and they don't have, some information that they need. They could have had it, maintained in the hub. There's also, lots of other features. So My PA Apps, as you see at the top of the screen as the tab, that's a collection of Commonwealth business systems and applications all in one place. So we went and scoured the state and pulled all the business systems and applications that you may use either one time or on a frequent basis, and we put them all together in that one area so that you can access them quickly. The quick actions there right in the middle of the screen, that's really process-based. So if you log into the system and say you want to amend your business, or if you need to check a status for an application that you submitted, you can, very user-friendly, very efficiently sign into the system, find what you're looking for, and get to where you need to go. And all of those buttons kind of correspond to different Commonwealth systems, all in one place. So again, amend a business or register a business, that's going to take you to business filing services. If you click Manage Business Taxes, that's going to take you to the Department of Revenue's MyPath website. So again, it's making it easy for the user, for citizens of Pennsylvania, to register and manage their business in Pennsylvania. So, and as I mentioned, you have to log in and access the system to access business filing services, which is where you would register a business in Pennsylvania. The long-term goal of the hub, and we don't do this right now, but we're working towards it, is all the information that we collect, so within My Businesses, we're going to be able to share that information with other agency systems so that when you navigate from the hub to another system and you're looking to complete an application, we pre-populate any type of demographic information, name, addresses that we have. So it kind of prevents that duplicative entry, repetitive entry that you have to do in order to fill out all these applications. So that is the long-term goal of the hub, and we are working towards it. So within the hub, there is the Help Center. The Help Center was created to, again, assist business owners and entrepreneurs complete common processes and, and alleviate some of the frequently asked questions and pain points that we were hearing from citizens, business owners, entrepreneurs in Pennsylvania. So the Help Center contains various tools, help guides, videos, business license reference guides, and there's also a Find Business Experts tool, and we'll go into each one of those a little bit more in depth over the next few slides. But the tools all serve different purposes, essentially. The help guides are for navigating. The videos will help you kind of go question by question through applications. The business license reference guides are for, again, assistance with licensing based on business activity. And the Find Business Experts tool is going to put you in contact with local partners who can help you. They were created using the knowledge and experience that we've gained throughout our history of interactions with citizens in our office. So again, they're hitting those frequently asked questions, those common pain points, those things that we're hearing about on a daily basis from again, business owners and entrepreneurs throughout Pennsylvania. They're supported by the data that we track in our office. So we do internal surveys for the agents who are answering phones and emails. We do external surveys for the citizens that we're working with. And based on that feedback, we're creating these guides and creating these resources to, again, alleviate those pain points. And if you look at our data both before and after that we've implemented these tools, you'll see that there's been a significant decrease in the number of calls and emails that we're getting related to these things. So it's very tangible evidence to show that these tools are helping. So again, the help guides, let's talk about those a little bit more. That's only an example of a few of them that are out there. I believe there are 25 different help guides, but they essentially help you to navigate the various Commonwealth systems, so the Business Hub, Business Filing Services, MyPath, using screenshots and arrows. So they're essentially just a PDF guide with screenshots of the page that you're looking at and an arrow where to click. So we make it very easy to get you to where you need to go in order to complete whatever process that you're trying to complete. There is a licensing guide in there as well. So if you are not sure if you need any special licensing based on your business activity, you can go into the Help Center, access that guide, and it gives you all the various federal, state, and county. So at the federal and state departments and what types of licensing they have, and then also the type of business activity that would be associated with that particular license. So it is a great resource if you're not sure about licensing for your business. There's also the Entrepreneur's Guide in there, which is a guide was created by the Department of Community and Economic Development. And that guide really takes you from the very beginning as an entrepreneur, assessing yourself. Are you the right type of person to start a business? That's kind of where the guide starts. So it really makes you do that self-assessment, look over your weaknesses, your strengths, and then how to apply that to your business, to make your business more effective, or how to mitigate, your weaknesses in order so it doesn't affect, the business that you're trying to start and grow. It also talks about business planning. It has a business plan template in there that you can use, as well as if you're ready to grow your business, there's resources in there that you can look at as well. There is a help guide as well for finding funding. So, find business funding. There's a help guide in there. It has just a list of all our partners, and that information is on our website as well. So. And then also, one great thing about these guides is that they're essentially, like I said, just Word documents that we create and convert to a PDF and upload to the system. So if we get any type of new questions, or there's a new process that comes out that business owners aren't sure of, we can really create those guides really quickly and get them uploaded into the system. So again, we're trying to move at the speed of business to get these resources out into your hands, so you're not lost trying to do something that should be easy. The videos, so there are several videos out there that were created by myself, actually. So if you go to our help center and you listen to a video and you hear my voice, don't be surprised. They really assist with completing applications. So we have a video out there to register an LLC, which literally takes you question by question through the certificate of organization. If you wanted to register a fictitious name, there's a video out there that literally takes you question by question through the registration of fictitious name form, as well as MyPath for tax accounts. It talks about getting sales tax license, as well as employer withholding accounts. So those 3 videos are out there. And they were created in collaboration with our core partners. So the Department of Revenue, we worked with to create the MyPath video. The Department of State, we worked with to create the registration of fictitious name and the LLC videos. Oh, and there's also a video in there for hiring employees. So it takes you through all the various requirements at a federal, state, and local level that you would need to complete in order to hire employees in Pennsylvania. And for that video, we did work hand in hand with the Department of Labor and Industry to create that one. So the videos are a little bit more in depth than the help guides. They take a little bit more to create. We're working with our partners, kind of going back and forth to get that video out there. But they are there now. So Again, if you're interested, definitely go take a look. We hit some of those common questions that we get frequently. There's, documents get rejected for various reasons, so we kind of take you through that, don't do this, or your document's going to get rejected kind of thing. So it's a great video for that. We also have a webinar in there, which were resources for women in business. We collaborated with the PA Commission for Women in order to do that. We did actually 3 videos. There's only one out there right now, but we're still working to get the other 2 put up. And that really just discusses the resources for women-owned business. So if you're a woman-owned business and you're interested in what resources are out there, I would recommend taking a look at that video. And we also have a lot of videos in there for MyPath. I mean, MyPath is a difficult registration, unfortunately. I don't know if any of you have experience with it. You probably know what I'm, yes, yes, I hear some murmurs in the crowd, but yeah, so there is a video out there for that. So if you, I'm sure you already got through it and wish it was there when you did it, but it's there now. So if you have any friends or family members who are going to go through the same path as you, don't let them struggle like you did. Tell them about these resources. It's going to help you register for an account, file and pay, and make updates. And then the business license reference guides, as I mentioned, you can see some examples of them there. We talk about, there's 18 different guides. They each cover, very specific information related to a specific business activity. So it's going to talk about any regulations, laws, regulations that are associated with that business activity, any special licensing that you may need, and any sales tax requirements or considerations that you would have to need within that particular business activity. They also, so these guides again are also really easy to create. Again, they're just a PDF guide. So if there's a particular business activity that we're getting a lot of questions about, we'll just literally create a guide and throw it out on the website, and then we can point people towards that. And again, it alleviates those questions when we do that typically. So the last tool that we have currently in the Help Center is the Find Business Experts tool. So essentially it's just a box. You select your county, you click Find Experts, and it's going to give you a list of the local partners in your area or for your county from our partner networks. So we have the Small Business Development Centers, SCORE Mentors, the Apex Accelerators, which you may be familiar with if you're into government contracting. And then we have a bunch of other ones too that aren't shown here, Ben Franklin Tech Partners, the IRCs, and so on and so forth. So that's a great source, again, for local assistance or like any type of business operating assistance that you may need. So I mentioned our partners a lot. That's kind of just a list of all the ones that we have listed on our website. So we have the Small Business Administration. They're great for funding. That's one of the main ways we refer people to the SBA. They have a lender match tool, which is a great tool. You would essentially tell what project you're planning, and it sends it to their network of lenders, the SBA's network of lenders, and then banks or whoever will reach out to you if they're interested in providing you any type of funding. Small Business Development Centers are there for business planning and development needs. So there's 18 centers throughout Pennsylvania, and they're pretty well spaced out. So wherever you're from in PA, if you're from this area, there is a Small Business Development Center that can help you out. The PREP Network, Partnerships for Regional Economic Performance, is what that acronym stands for. We love our acronyms at the state. But there are, again, our local partners who assist mainly with like site search. So if you're looking for a new location for your business and you're not quite sure where to start, you can reach out to our PREP network, and they have ready sites that are ready to go. And based on the criteria that you need for your business, they can kind of point you in the right direction on what type of business sites that you have available to you. The Industrial Resource Centers, the IRCs, as I mentioned a few times, they're really there to help manufacturers and processors. So if you need help with, redoing your shop floor to be more efficient, or your workforce development needs, they're going to be the go-to resource for you. The Ben Franklin Tech Partners, it's in the name. They really help with technology businesses. So if you're kind of on the forefront, the cutting edge of technology, you're developing a new app or a new process, the Ben Franklin Tech Partners are there to help you out. And they do provide a lot of funding as well. as well as technical assistance. So anything related to the tech side of a business, they can help you out with that. The SCORE Mentors are another federal agency, our federal program. They are there to help you, again, more so like self-assessment. Like I as a business owner, am I fit, do I have the strengths and weaknesses and the makeup to be a business owner? Because that's important, right? I mean, if you're not sure, then you kind of got to figure that out before you want to start your business. They're essentially retired entrepreneurs, retired executives that can help you out and talk to you, talk about your business, and hopefully get you on the right path. The Apex Accelerators, they used to be the Procurement Technical Assistance Centers, or PTACs. So they're really there for the government contracting piece. So they can help you out, whether it's federal contracting, state contracting, or even through the county or a municipality. They're there to really walk you through that process. The International Business Office helps if you're ready to export, and then the local and county governments we always work with to again, because they're involved in that business process as well. Government contracting, if you're interested, state government contracting, we work with the Department of General Services. That's the process. You register as a supplier. If you are a small business, you'd certify as a small business and then certify as a small diverse business through the Department of General Services. There are third-party certifiers for women-owned, minority-owned, veteran-owned, disability-owned, service-disabled-owned, and LGBTQIA-owned. So if you are, again, interested in government contracting and you're a small, diverse business, you can go through DGS to get that certification. And then at the bottom there are just some additional resources for government contracting. So the Apex Accelerators, as I already mentioned, the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Supportive Services Center through PennDOT. So if you're interested in any type of road, bridges, infrastructure, if that's the type of game that you're in, then PennDOT's going to be there for you to assist. And then the National Minority Development Enterprise Center is at a federal level, and they again are there to help you out with that contracting as well. So some of the benefits, income, there's lots of money. Governments have lots of money to spend, and they spend it not so wisely sometimes. There's lots of opportunity. Again, there's lots of contracts out there, lots of products and services that the government is purchasing. So regardless of what type of business you're in, government contracting might work for you. Diverse governments are really required by law to set aside a certain number of contracts for diverse businesses. So if you get that certification, then you're kind of one step ahead of the game there with the contracts. Stability, the government doesn't shut down as far as like purchasing is concerned. So, there's always contracts out there, and they're extended time frames. So a year or more keeps your business running. Support, as I mentioned, there's lots of partners out there, lots of organizations to help you out with that government contracting. And promotion. So once you are in the government contracting arena, then you can use those, those accomplishments to, get business in the private sector. So. So that's really all I had. I just want to wrap it up by saying, again, we look forward to working with anyone who would decide to reach out to our office for assistance, whether it's by email or by phone. We're always here to help. So yes, please reach out to us with any questions that you have. If we can't help you directly, then we can put you in touch with a partner who can. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
There's a saying, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. What is something that your office is seeing trend-wise that's growing? Is it small business? Is it women-owned? Is it infrastructure? Is it technology? What's going on in Pennsylvania? That's a good question. So, I mean, for our office, it's more so just like mom and pop, store, mom and pop shops that call us, really small businesses. So I can't really identify a specific trend, at this point. We are, again, pushing into government contracting a lot. So a lot of the calls that we get, it may not be about government contracting, but we kind of put that hook out there. So that's, really one of the things from the administration coming down is the new administration is pushing that government contracting. So that's really, it may not be a trend yet, but that's what we're trying to get to. So.
Thank you, Donald.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, am I going the wrong way? Hi.
We're pulling yours right up.
Okay, while that's being pulled up, I just want to say thank you for having me here. My name is Ngozi Bell. I'm from the Office of Advocacy with the U.S. Small Business Administration. Wow, right on time. So I have responsibility for the region that's called the Mid-Atlantic region, or Region 3, which includes, of course, the state of Pennsylvania. So just before I talk about the Office of Advocacy, who we are, and some things that we do, I'll just give a little bit of introduction of myself. This is my second rodeo with the Office of Advocacy. I was there some years ago. I left, I came back. My background is physics and electrical engineering. I worked in Bell Labs, Lucent Microelectronics, AT&T for nearly 20 years. And then I worked for a venture capital firm for a few years, then joined the Obama administration, left, went back to a private equity firm. We pretty much deployed all our funding, and I decided that I'd come back to advocacy for another time. So this is my second rodeo. But I always like to start with just the remembrance that, small businesses are critically important. So the work you all do is critically important to the economy. And even at a global level, small businesses are a key to every economy on the planet. 90% of businesses in the world are small businesses. And of course, with the US, 99.9% of businesses are small businesses. So, I always say small business is big business. So what small businesses do impacts the economy significantly. Just two numbers there that I think are really important is the fact that 62.7% of net new jobs are created by small businesses, and also nearly 50% of GDP is contributed by small businesses. So, this is huge. And I usually, at this point, will ask small businesses to give themselves a hand clap, but we don't have to do that. We don't have a lot of time. So what do we do? Why is our office important? Our office is called the Office of Advocacy, and many people, when they see advocacy, they think maybe we're advocating for loans or government contracts, and those no, that's not what we do. But what we do is just as important. We're an independent office created by statute in 1976 by Congress, and the real power behind what we do is something called the Regulatory Flexibility Act. And it gives us the mandate to ensure that when regulators or agencies, federal agencies, make rules, that those rules are looked at from an economic impact perspective, right? How will they economically impact small businesses? Could they take small businesses out of business? Could they be so hard to meet that it becomes economically unfeasible to meet them? So those are the things that we pursue. And a lot of times, once a business has developed to a certain stage, it really becomes necessary for that business to understand what's happening on the regulatory arm, right? But we know small businesses are small. They typically don't have a lot of employees. Many rely on big organizations to tell them about regulations that are happening, whether it's the chambers of commerce or some third-party stakeholder organization. But unfortunately, most small businesses are not aware of regulations that could impact them directly. So that's where we come in. By the way, by a show of hands, how many people wake up in the morning and go to OFR.gov to read the Federal Register? No one. Okay, that's it's always good to know. But that's what we do, right? That's what we make sure we do, and we do it on your behalf. One of the things that I wanted to emphasize also is that we're an independent agency. So we sit within the SBA, but we do not report to the SBA administration. We're completely independent. We report into the executive branch. And the reason is SBA is also a rule-making organization. So if SBA makes a rule that could impact small businesses, it is necessary to have a party that is independent to be able to make sure that the small business perspective is brought to bear. Okay, so that's one of the things that is unique to our organization. So our office is made up of 3 main branches. We're led by a chief counsel that is presidentially appointed and Senate confirmed. We have a group that is called Regulatory Affairs, and these are a group of lawyers that work with the agencies to look at those regulations. So if, for example, if DOL has a regulation, it comes to us. And what we do is we put together roundtables and we solicit small business engagements, right? We bring them to the table with the regulators, and then this information is brought to, the federal government, it's brought to the White House, it's brought to legislators who are making rules to ensure that they know what those rules are and how those rules are impacting small businesses. Then we get small business feedback on those rules. We write something that is called a comment letter. And by the way, within a comment period, which is typically a 90-day period, small businesses have a right to make comments to those agencies, and the agencies will typically take that into consideration. The difference, however, is when we write a comment letter, the agency has an obligation to respond to that comment letter. They have an obligation to review the comments we've put together. So it becomes very necessary that small businesses engage with our office because of the reach that we have. The second part of our office is the team that does research. So this is a team of economists that do research on different small business sectors. So they'll look at what are the impacts on maybe a particular sector in terms of the economic condition of the nation, for example. You know, what's happening in the manufacturing sector? They did a report on COVID and how it's affected small businesses and how many small businesses closed and what's happening for small businesses who are entering into the business. What of international, right? So they do all those research. Most of the time when you hear legislatures or even the White House quote numbers, those numbers come from our office. It's research that we've done. In fact, right now, I'm working with one of our team members to look at early childhood education. It was something that I saw and recognized that in my region, this was a huge issue for access to capital opportunities, for women who were trying to stay in the workforce, for women who own businesses, and for people in general who own businesses, where healthcare was really becoming a deterrent to work, a deterrent to continue their business. So we're publishing an article that will be coming out very soon. So when it comes from the federal government, when it comes from our office, it really carries a lot of weight because of the background to the research. So that's where all the research comes. So a lot of these numbers you see actually come from the Office of Advocacy. I think I was going backwards. Sorry. Okay, and then outreach. We have 10 regional advocates who are over different regions. I'm one of them. So again, Region 3. And what I typically do is I convene roundtables. I just had one in York, planning one in Lancaster, had one in West Virginia. And these roundtables are, involved legislators, state officials, small businesses, small business stakeholders. Our office sometimes, the federal agencies actually join. In fact, years ago when I did this job, we had one in Pittsburgh that brought the White House and just about every agency possible. We had 1,500 showed up. So we can have roundtables from 10 people to 100 people. The one we had at York, we had about 80-something people. But these are small businesses, and we go into the details of regulations. We work on understanding what happens with your business and ensure that we're capturing that to ensure, ultimately ensure that the government understands that impact to you. So, this is a regulation that is right now in the books, and I'll talk about a few more. So if you look at this regulation, basically EPA is proposing that these chemicals, right, should be put under the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, right, really should be put as chemicals to be monitored and to some extent to be restricted to particular people. So many of these chemicals are used in making of paint. They might be used in hospitals. So it becomes necessary that those people who use them are involved in that conversation. It might be as simple as those people learning to restrict the contact of that chemical to certain people. Because when the government puts a restriction on a chemical, sometimes it becomes less available. It makes it more difficult for the organizations that use them for their day-to-day. So, these are just some. Before I talk about that, I just wanted to mention some regulations that are on today. So first, there's an OSHA emergency rule regulation. And in that rule, the government is requiring that firefighters, both at the municipal and at the small business level, have specific training. When you look at some of the training, honestly speaking, it sounds correct, right? We want our firefighters to be able to operate fire extinguishers, right? We want them to be able to do CPR. We want them to be able to do different kinds of resuscitation, be able to use self-containing breathing apparatus. We want them to be fit. But the truth is, many municipalities, many company emergency responders are volunteers. So some of the requirements that are being asked makes it more expensive, which means that there will be small towns, there will be small businesses that their people would not qualify. So it's looking at what is the reality of the types of emergencies that they look at and how should the regulation accommodate that. So that's a huge conversation that's going right now. Now, it's not always about, things that impact small businesses. There's a call right now by OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, which is part of the White House, that is requesting people to tell them how best to interact with government. So that's not just small businesses, that involves all of us. So that's a regulation that a proposed regulation that's just coming out. We're trying to, get people to see that so that you can inform the government of the best modalities of interactions, especially underserved communities. How do they get the information out so the government understands and gets access to the things that concern them? There's another regulation that I think is really important to pay attention to right now. How many of you remember the Jobs Act of 2017, where we had the small business tax cuts? So that was, tax cuts for the businesses. So that was something that people welcomed. But then there was an unintentional consequence. And what that said is that there was a modification to IRS 174. And that modification, requires the definition of what is a software development and some things like that. But one of the key things in that section within the IRS is that when a business incurs a debt, the debt is no longer a cost of R&D, so to say, a cost of R&D. That cost can no longer be pretty much written off in the year it was incurred. It has to be amortized over 4 or 5 years. So now small businesses who get SBIR grants are screaming because they typically don't have any income coming in. So the very grant that they've gotten to help facilitate their companies now becomes a revenue stream that requires them, that ultimately gets sucked up by the R&D cost. So it becomes a negative consequence to that. So that's a huge issue that's going on right now. That if you get SBIR, how many of you know of the SBIR grant? Okay, good. So yeah, so SBIR, a fantastic program. It's a grant. I mean, for someone like me who has done investment, why do we like grants? Who can tell me? Why do we love grants? Undiluted capital. So no one is taking a portion of your company when you have undiluted capital. So it's a great, great, great incentive plan. When I used to make investments, we loved our companies to go get SBIR grants because it was money that could give them the runway on R&D, but they also did not have to give out a portion of their companies to receive that. So now if that money gets neutralized by this, it becomes a huge deal. So that's, an issue to pay attention to, and certainly one consequence of, a regulation that could come out of some kind of a ruling. So I'll just finish up quickly because I know time is of the essence. Here, I wanted to just point out, in fiscal year of 2022, because of the regulations that we worked on, we saved small businesses $73.5 million. So I'll give you a joke. So several years when I first joined the agency, because milk is a fat and isn't oil, some of you might know the story, it was considered, guess what? What was it considered? A fuel pollutant. So it was treated in the same way that if you had an accident with oil. So for example, you know how sometimes the tankers carrying oil would have an accident and they will spill oil, and what do? They'll close the roads because it's dangerous and it can affect the environment and all that kind of stuff. Well, milk was in that category. So if you spilled milk, you had to follow the same protocol. That was a regulation for real, right? So we worked really hard to get that off the books. So some of the regulations are interesting and some, definitely notable. So that's how important it is to pay attention to those things, because you would have to go through those steps to get that done. But anyway, that one is kind of an extreme, but there's so many other regulations. So 73.5 million, but check out the year before. Okay. My slide is not advancing. Do you mind helping me advance? Okay, it was because I was talking of savings. So it's trying to fight against me. But guess what? In 2021, $3.277 billion. Because many times the agencies will come in and say, oh, we don't think it's going to have some economic impact. And so we kind of go back to them and say, yes, it will. Go through the math. And then they go through the math because the small businesses tell us that if we have to put this A, B, C, D, E, F, G stuff in place, we're literally going to go out of business. But guess what? If it was done differently, if you understand how we walk, then maybe you can make some adjustments to the same regulation and it works. Or maybe that regulation is a duplication from what the state is already doing for, in some cases, in the case of EPA. I remember working on a regulation that had to do with miners, looking at whether it was bituminous mining or anthracite mining. Very different scenarios. One is above and one is underground. So you don't treat it the same way. You don't need the same type of ventilation services. So fighting for that was necessary to save anthracite miners from having to have the same regulation requirements as the others. So those are some of the things. And then we've had lots of success stories. So I'm just going to skip this. In summary, what I wanted to say was, when you look at the Office of Advocacy, we're not giving out loans. I know it's cool, capital. We're not necessarily connecting you to the federal government to get your contracts. But if you have issues, it comes back to one of our colleagues, the Office of National Ombudsman. It comes back to us. But we want you to make the Office of Advocacy your small business friend, because we're the voice. We have the power of the comment letter. Whether there's a regulation or not, if you don't do it, it will impact you. So it becomes necessary that you use the office. We're an independent agency. Our job is to fully support the business, small business success. Small business to us is big money, it's time, and so much more. We want to maintain an enabling and yet informed success story. Oh, sorry. Success. And I just, sorry, this is my contact. So, I just want to leave you with this, right? That regardless of what stage of business you're in, once you've left the final stage, it is critically important that you understand how the government works. The government is not there to harm you. The government has to do its job, but the government regards and respects the voice of small businesses. And we are that voice, and it becomes critically important for you to enable us for that. I also want to point out my colleague who is here, Robert Minio. He's from the Small Business Development Center at Lehigh University. So he knows all about government contracts directly. He's working on some of them, and he helps to in those engagements. So again, thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure speaking. Thanks.
There's not a agenda up here. We're going to our next our next panel. And our next panel is Unlock Your Export Potential Through Local and National Resources. And so we have two panelists here. We have Melissa Cody, who is our Export Development Specialist with the National Center, MBDA Export Center. And we have Tony Sabalis, Director of U.S. Commercial Services in Philadelphia, U.S. Department of Commerce, International Trade Administration. Do you guys have PowerPoint? Yeah, we submitted. Here's this, and we'll get it pulled up. Okay, thank you. Should I stand up, or are you going to sit down?
I was going to stand up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll probably stand up.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Cody. I have been given the opportunity to keep you awake after that lunch. So please have some coffee, caffeine, anything that you need just to stay awake, because this is going to be an exciting presentation. First, let me start off, and I would really love to thank all of the organizers of this event, Yvette and her team, our IT people, everyone that is here on our staff. So thank you so much for allowing us to be here in your presence. Secondly, I would like to thank all of you, because I was outside talking with one of our staff people this morning, and they said 40 people are in this room. And I am so grateful, because I know this training was free. And the most important thing that I've gotten out of meeting with entrepreneurs is that the most expensive thing is your time. And I am so grateful that you are here to get vital information in regards to all the resources and opportunities that are out there for you. So again, let me start. My name is Melissa Cody. I'm from Tuba City, Arizona, and that's by the Grand Canyon. I am a Navajo, and I am here representing Ms. Joanne Nota, who is our director. She is away on training, but let me talk to you about exporting. So, does anyone know what exporting is? Okay. You do? Okay. Is she the only person in this room that knows about exporting? Okay. Perfect. Okay. So what I will tell you is, if I told you that you could open up your market to 95% of the world's countries, what would you say to that? And make it happen. I heard that. And that will parlay into what the National Center does. Let me tell you a little story about when I came to the National Center. I will just say 20 plus some years ago, I had graduated from Arizona State University. And I got one of my first jobs at the National Center. I went in and I said, what is this company? It's National Center of American Enterprise Development. And I was like, what is that? And what I came to learn is that this is a nonprofit organization that helps businesses thrive. And I love how the previous presenter had indicated that small business is why we thrive. And I am not here just selling our program, but I have been where you are, which is down in the dumps in terms of doing what small people do, which is the hard work. My mother is a Native American artisan. My father was a store of manager at Bash's for 20-some years, and then he took on the daunting task of becoming a C-store manager. And so during this time, I got to learn the ins and out of this business. It was a family business. And so I got to learn how to make schedules. I learned how to do all the things that you guys are doing here. So that is why I know your time is the most valuable. And so parlaying into my next discussion, my dad always used to say, you never get anything for free. And there are few things in this life that are free, but what I will tell you is this amazing organization that I work for called the National Center gives help and resources to people like you for free. We do not get paid on any level to be here or organizing these events for you. But what I can tell you is this next great subject I'm going to talk about is exporting, which is correct that how do we get your products and services, yes, services, out internationally. So let me go through a few slides here. Here's our little logo here. And so what is our mission? We talked a little bit about who we help. We help everyone. We help everyone that is attending these conferences and trainings, and really we just see the amount of effort and strength that all of you guys have to come here and to provide services not only to your tribes and your people, but we want to help you to expand that into different markets. Okay, so I indicated this is my director, Ms. Joanne Nota. She is not here today, and that is my greasy picture right there. And then at the end, I'll give you some of my contact information. But how we help you. We help you, one, by getting to have that one-on-one counseling with either the great thing about being on a small team is that we have personal connections with all of you. And what I know in Indian country, that is what it's all about. And we help you develop opportunities not only within the United States, but globally as well. We are a new program, but we have begun to see trends after COVID that show that businesses continually have to change. And so I will give you one statistic. What is the number one exported commodity from the United States? Oil. It's electrical machinery. So that and computers, and that takes the bulk of 20% of all of exports in the United States. So if you are in that business, come see me. Trainings that we provide are our monthly trade talks. You can go on our website and see all of the different categories that we talk about every couple months, every week. We also have these beautiful Native Edge Institute training events because that helps us get to you. And a lot of you have come here today, traveled here far to meet with us, and we want to be here for you. Please know that. As someone talked about earlier, the RES conference, it is one of the largest Native American conferences, I would dare to say even in the world right now, but that is where we spend probably more than a quarter of our time organizing this event for all of you, Native Americans, minority-owned businesses, everyone in that gamut. If you have not been to a RES event, please attend, at least just to get some Native American art and jewelry. I saw a lady have a beautiful necklace over there. So please come see us. Some of the strategic partnerships that we have are listed above: Department of Commerce, MBDA, International Trade Associations, export banks, and then again, I will focus on, we are one of the only centers that help Native American businesses, and that is not only rare, but we're the only one. So in all of the United States, we're located in the hottest city, Phoenix, Arizona. So if you come there, we will make time for you, because if you can stand 115 degrees temperatures, that's we know you need help. Okay, so going along strategic partnerships here. These are all the strategic partners that we work with here all over the United States. So we can help you on any part of your business that you are wanting to expand in, starting from business plans to market research. Those are all the people that we look for to help you guys. Okay, some of our services are outreach to different customers, clients, and we create this relationship with other Native American tribes and businesses that only help you. We do resource referrals, training, market research, and a variety of other things that are not listed on here. But recently, last week, I was able to match up this company who is in pharmaceuticals, and they are wanting to expand to Canada. And so they're relatively small, but I created a space where they were able to meet with another client that's able to mentor them. And then both of them are going to be in the process of exporting to Canada. And that's, we help from just, Melissa, I need a capability statement. Melissa, I need, what are free trade agreements? Let's start there. So we help on all levels. We do that through joint ventures, mergers, and acquisitions. And the great thing about the National Center is that we are connected with various programs, the Apex Accelerators and BDAs, and all of our partnerships that I discussed. Okay, so not only if you're Native American, we help all of these businesses here. I would love to emphasize that we focus on Native American tribes, but we help social and economically businesses that are all over the United States as well. So if you're underneath here, we can help you. Success stories, if you want to hear any of those, we are going technically all over the web. So as Chris talked about, we are doing interviews with high-profile people, but what I love about the National Center is they focus on small businesses and how we are able to create relationships to better help you. If you want to hear of any of our stories, please go to this website. But one story I would love to share with you was the story of a client here that went on a STEP program more recently. And they are a couple of years into our export program. They went to Africa on a STEP program. And I'm sure we're live out there. They went on a STEP program, not wanting to be prepared to do any kind of business in Africa. They just wanted to become part of the STEP program. The STEP program helps businesses like you expand globally, get to know different countries, how people do business there. And 2 years later, without knowing it, they are now in millions and billions of dollars in business opportunities. And so we can help you. Come see me. I'm part of the exporting program. I do not work alone. A lot of my team is here with me. And this is the team, the dream team, I call them, here. So if you need anything, we are willing to wear different hats to help you. So my information is down at the bottom. There's my email and my phone number, and I will be here the remainder of the day. So come see me if you're interested in getting free help to help your organization expand globally. That is what we're here for, and thank you so much for being here with me. I so appreciate your attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. And thanks, everybody, for staying around after lunch. My name is Tony Ceballos. I'm with the U.S. Commercial Service. I'm a director for the Office of Philadelphia. We cover the eastern third of Pennsylvania and all of Delaware. And I also just want to thank the National Center for inviting the Commercial Service to this program, and also for being a strategic partner with our organization. They're a strategic partner in export growth, and we need stakeholders like the National Center to help increase the number of exporters, because that's our job, is to help and convert U.S. companies into exporters that can expand their sales and grow their business and create more jobs for the U.S. Economy. I don't see my PowerPoint presentation. There it is. All right. So this is what we're all about: connecting U.S. companies to the global market. Do we have a clicker? This is it. Okay. So let's see. Click, 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 click. Is it clicking? Okay. So our goal is to connect U.S. companies to international buyers and agents and representatives overseas. Our How we do that is through our embassies, our global network of offices overseas in embassies and consulates. And our focus is U.S. exports. There's a content requirement, so companies that we're helping have to have 51% U.S. content. So it gives us a very narrow slice of the economy. And we have to work with a lot of different partners because we can't help companies. We can't help companies all on our own. Companies have a lot of needs and a lot of avenues for business. So we work with partners at the federal level, at the state level, and at the local level. And we are results driven. So our trade specialists and our commercial officers and commercial specialists overseas, they are all measured by their wins, their export successes that they create for companies. So the company's bottom line is our bottom line. And so they're driven to help to create an export solution or to resolve an issue. And oftentimes companies come to us with issues. It's rarely that companies come to us just to say, hey, we want to expand internationally and we want your advice and your mentorship. They come to us with problems because their goods are stuck, or they don't have the right documentation, or they're not understanding what their buyer is requesting in a foreign market, or they didn't get paid. Whatever it is, it's always a problem, and we are trying to unstick these problems. We have a lot of tools to help companies expand internationally and to grow their sales, but for some reason it always starts with a problem, and so we're happy to do that. We are masters at solving problems, and I'll talk about how we do that. So exports matter to the U.S. economy. The U.S. is the number 2 exporter in the world at $3.1 trillion in exports in 2023. China is number 1, and we definitely want to overtake that lead and make sure that we're number 1 because it creates jobs. It helps us to develop new products, innovation, and also it adds value to our economy. And we want to make sure that the United States is on par with all of its trading partners, and it's providing a great economy for all the businesses that are here and an opportunity to grow more sales. It says here that 70% of the world's purchasing power is outside of the U.S. borders. So there's different percentages that you'll see. So 95% of the actual consumers are outside of U.S. borders. Purchasing power, 70%. So that's all big numbers. That means that the U.S. businesses, the average U.S. business is not doing its fair share of business that it can be doing domestically and internationally. And we want to make sure that every company that has a product or a service that can export it is doing it and is able to get into the international market. The benefits for U.S. companies that export is that they grow faster, they pay higher wages, they're less likely to go out of business, and they have a diversified portfolio. So if something happens with the U.S. economy, they still have the international economy to fall back on. So we want companies to have options, not just to have all their eggs in one basket, and to make sure that they're spreading around their client base and ensuring that they're capitalizing on all opportunities that are out there for them. And so our job is to help and identify the opportunities that exist and to connect them with those companies and those buyers. So in order to do that, in order to achieve the export objectives of the International Trade Administration and the local businesses, we have to be global. We have to be in all of the main markets that have demand for U.S. products, where we have a local presence. So we have offices in 75 markets, approximately about 120 offices overseas. We're in the embassies and we're in the consulates. We also have offices domestically, like my office is in Philadelphia. We have about 100 and some offices in the United States, and the job of the U.S. office is to work directly with the small businesses. The job of the overseas office is to help connect U.S. businesses to those international buyers, representatives, and agents, to provide us with market research, to provide all the services that I'm going to be talking about. These offices are staffed by commercial officers. Commercial officers are U.S. citizens who take the Foreign Service exam. They manage the offices on behalf of the U.S. business interest and on behalf of the U.S. taxpayer. They are staffed by commercial specialists. The commercial specialists, they are locally engaged staff or Foreign Service nationals. They speak the language. They're from that country. So they know the market, and they are the ones that are providing the counseling and the insights for U.S. businesses who are trying to get into the market and to understand who are the competitors, what's the best way to get into the market. Should they sell directly? Should they find a distributor? Should they connect with a particular partner? They provide the lay of the land. It's just as if somebody was asking you how to do business in your local area. They are our people on the ground. And they work for the U.S. taxpayer. So please be aware of that. If you're not using them now, you definitely could be using them in the future. And if you're not located in my area of the eastern third of Pennsylvania and Delaware, we have offices all throughout the country that can help to connect you with your buyers and representatives or future representatives overseas. Our services come in about 4 different variations of export counseling. And our export counseling is basically evaluating the needs of companies, understanding what are their issues or what are their aspirations, understanding what their export business plans or what it can be, talking with people directly to understand how they can expand internationally. We back that up with market research. We have country commercial guides for 125 markets overseas, and these country commercial guides are very extensive, and it helps us to provide companies with an understanding of what their opportunity is overseas, what their market entry requirements are, getting into the market, what are some of the prohibited products going into a market. It just basically gives you 13 chapters of everything that you need to know to export into a particular market. Business matchmaking is basically a kind of a Match.com type of a service where we identify a partner based on multiple levels of compatibility for a long-term relationship. You've heard of that before. That's just a saying, but it's basically we're trying to connect you with a partner for a profitable relationship for the long term, not for just one-off transactions. We want you to have a sustainable business internationally, so we go through a lengthy process to identify the right partner for you. Commercial diplomacy, that's whenever we're working for you to help ensure that you're getting, that you have a level playing field when it comes to the international market. There are a lot of competitors out there, and there are a lot of other foreign governments that operate differently than the U.S., than the United States, and U.S. companies feel like they don't get a fair shake, and so we're there to help them to make sure that there's a level playing field, that they're getting the assistance that they need from the U.S. government that their competitors are getting from foreign governments. So the Global Diversity Export Initiative, we created that because we know that not every company is taking advantage of the overseas market and the opportunities that are out there. So it's not a level playing field, but also there are a lot of companies, underserved communities, that have no understanding and awareness of the opportunities that are out there, the commercial service, the resources that are available, the process, and some of the partners that are waiting to help companies to get into the international market. So we created this program in order to identify partners like the National Center to help and come up with programs that are targeted at communities that generally don't talk to us and have never even heard about the commercial service. So one of the programs that we created is the Building Bridges to Global Markets. An example of this is we did this a couple weeks ago with the U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. They had a legislative summit where they had about 500 of their members, all business members. And what we did was we created a program where we had an export panel, we had a trade finance panel, and we had one-on-one matchmaking with our resources that were there. We had SBA, XM Bank, we had a local state trade office there, the Small Business Development Center, and they were there available to talk to companies who listened to our presentations about how to get into the market and how to access finance that can help you to mitigate your risk internationally, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a couple of future slides here. So starting with export counseling again, I'm just going to go a little bit in depth on the service. It's essentially meeting with companies, whether it's face-to-face in our office or at their location or virtually. With the pandemic, we discovered how MS Teams is great to meet face-to-face with companies. And we've also learned that businesses also can develop trusted relationships virtually. So we have a lot of virtual connection type of services that we offer now. But the business counseling is basically probably the majority of the work that we do is talking to companies, setting up meetings with the companies, setting up meetings with our commercial officers overseas, setting up meetings with other partners that we work with, partners like the World Trade Centers, the Small Business Development Centers, the state trade offices, to help these companies craft the solution that they need. There's another bullet here, the e-commerce innovation lab. I'm going to talk more about that. That's basically a lab that we created a couple years back in order to address a lot of the global e-commerce companies that have been coming to us, but also that have been emerging everywhere. So market intelligence, as I mentioned before, is our country commercial guides, as well as our industry reports, our best market reports that we use to provide support on the business counseling that we give to companies, but also to ensure that the information that we're giving to companies is backed with empirical data and research. A couple other bullets here is our customized market research. So first of all, the majority of market research that we have online is all free. There is a customized market research report here that is a fee-based service, and that is if a company comes to us and they have specific questions about how to get into Nigeria or how to get into Mexico. They want to know who their competitors are. They want to know how to price their product. They have so many different questions. It's going to go above and beyond our normal counseling and our normal market research. So OMB requires us to charge a fee whenever we're doing anything more than just basic counseling and basic research. So that's why we have to charge here on some of our services. I'll talk about a couple other fee-based services as we go on. This is just an example of research on what we can do. This information came from Trade Stats Express. So the big graph, you go to Trade Stats Express and you can find out what are the top markets for the United States. Or you can find out what are the top markets for each state. So I chose Pennsylvania and I chose India. This happened to be a slide that came from another presentation that I did with the Asian Business Association. And I wanted to demonstrate some of the opportunities in Asian markets. And so what I pulled up was exports to India. They had a dip during the pandemic, but they've been growing. There's top exports to India. You can see the top 5 there. But I also wanted to provide what are the drivers for those demands. If those companies happen to be in ICT, in computer electronic products, I chose what were the driving demands there, and what was also the products that were being requested from the United States. And so you have optical fiber cable, data center hardware, computing resources, data storage systems. So I wanted to provide a snapshot, but an inside look at what products that companies can export into India. And this can be done on your own. You can go to Trade Stats Express and pull the research down. You can also go to our country commercial guides, and the country commercial guides provide a report called the Leading U.S. Exports. So there's a country commercial guide for 125 markets, and in there is a chapter on leading export sectors, which will provide you with the top sectors that are being exported from the United States to that country, and what are the drivers, and what are the actual products that they're demanding. So it allows companies to do it themselves. If they have the tendency to do that, we can also help you with the research as well. There's a lot of assistance out there from trade specialists from our office and other offices that we want to provide you with the information that you need to make an informed business decision. So business matchmaking, we do that on a regular basis. That's one of our core services, and that's generally the question that companies will come to us with. Is how can I find a list of companies that will purchase my product in India or China or Nicaragua? And that list, there may be a list that you can pull off the web, but it's not necessarily the best list that you can get and make an informed decision. You really need to identify people who are in your business, who are reputable, and they want to buy your product. So that's how we we do our business matchmaking. We have multiple services. So I'm going to start with the bottom one here. It's called the Gold Key service. That service is basically, it's a fee-based service. They're all actually fee-based services. And what a company does is, after we research the world for them to determine which market has a potential for them, we then work with our overseas post to initiate a Gold Key service. The company completes an application. They specify exactly who they're looking for, whether it's a distributor or whether it's an end user. They also include how they're selling it in the United States. There's also a lot of information. It's about three or four pages. But the reason why it's so lengthy is because we want to make sure that we connect you with the right company, and that gives you the best chance for a business relationship. We then set up meetings with you and those companies, 3 to 5 meetings in their place of business or at the embassy or at wherever the company is willing to meet. And that meeting is held with our commercial specialist or our commercial officer. So we want to be your trusted advisor. We don't want you to send you off into the midst or into the jungle where you're not going to know exactly who's around you and what's going on with the meeting and with the participants. So we're there to help and to facilitate the meeting, and that's a fee-based service. There's also the International Partner Search. The International Partner Search does the same identification and qualification as the Gold Key service. But if you have a distributor or a representative that's somewhere near the market, for example, oftentimes companies will have a representative in Germany that covers the whole Western Europe. And so they'll provide that International Partner Search report to that distributor, and then that distributor will then go out and interview those other future potential distributors. We have a international company profile. An international company profile is basically a background check that a U.S. company can do if they're negotiating with a potential buyer, and they just want to make sure before they sign on the dotted line that this company is legitimate, that all the claims that they're making are true, that they don't have any skeletons in the closet. So we do that. We do like almost a 10-page report on the company, and we also provide our analysis. So the U.S. company has all the information that it needs in order to say yes or no to that company. We have an international market check, which is like a initial market check. Sorry, there's so many acronyms and names here. But this one is like a preliminary service for a Gold Key. We determine if that market has potential for you, if there are potential buyers there that want to do business with you. If so, we wrap that fee into the Gold Key service. The single company promotion is basically like doing a product launch in a country. We had a safety and security company a couple years back that wanted to have a meeting like this where they had a breakfast, where they had presentations, but they were the main event. So we set up the hotel venue for them, the breakfast, the invitation list. All they had to do was come in and do the presentation. It's a fee-based service, but the whole idea of this particular event was to showcase that company to all of their potential and prospective buyers, and so it's a very unique service. It's probably about 10 years old. I know that because I've been in the organization for a while, before we had the single company promotion or before we had the initial market check, and we're always creating new services that are based on the demand of our companies. Trade events. We try to participate in as much trade events that we can that is feasible for our budget. We work with the event coordinators. We'll have a USA pavilion there. We'll provide Gold Key services at the event. I mean, the equivalent of Gold Key services. So we'll provide matchmaking services. We'll provide business to government services. So meetings with all of our commercial officers that are at the show. We'll help to display the U.S. companies' product and literature at the USA Pavilion, and also put it into the directory. So basically what we're trying to do is give U.S. companies as much exposure as they can at a trade show. Oftentimes trade shows are, they take a couple of days, they're very expensive, but you don't always get to meet people that want to buy your product and want and know who exactly you are and what your product is all about. And that's what we do. We do some preliminary work to identify the companies that you want to meet with and set those meetings up. That way, when you're done with that trade show, you're coming back with leads that can help pay for the trade show and help also to increase your sales. So it's basically maximizing your time when you're at a trade show. Here's a trade mission that's happening. It's focused on Saudi Arabia. It's also focused on women-owned businesses. And so I have some flyers that are out there on the registration desk. This is an event that we created through the Global Diversity Export Initiative. It's an event that we're trying to focus on underserved communities, so women-owned businesses. And in order to help women-owned businesses maximize their time at trade shows, we are having free webinars. One is happening today, so y'all are going to miss that one. But there's another one happening May 22nd and June 12th. So what you need to do if you're interested is take a look on our website. You can type in GDEI trade.gov, and you'll come up with the Global Diversity Export Initiative website. And go to the events, and you'll be able to find all the information. We also have flyers out on the registration desk for the trade mission. It has a QR code. You can click on that QR code, and from there it'll take you to the webinars also. So I mentioned the global e-commerce. We have an e-commerce solution center that provides counseling and services for companies that are doing most of their business on the web. And so one of the things that we are providing is a website globalization review analysis. So what that does is it helps companies to ensure that their website is speaking to their audience, their international audience. And so it does a search engine optimization analysis. It determines where the origin of the traffic is coming from. It helps to ensure that your site is speaking to the international audience that you want to reach. So it's a fee-based service as well. And after we do the service, we have a meeting with the company, and we talk about the findings and what needs to be done in order to improve that site, to enhance it, and to ensure that it's reaching its international customers. We don't do all the enhancements for the website. We have partners that can do that, but we just do the initial analysis. So this is all about how companies come to us and the type of companies that generally we see, and they are the reactive type of companies. Reactive because they have an issue, or reactive because they have a hunch and they heard that there's great opportunity in Germany or the Netherlands or Latin America for their particular product, and they want to know what it's all about. We want companies that have a strategy. Just like if you have a strategy here in the United States, and every company, I believe, has a strategy. Every domestic company knows the market. They know how to ship their product. They know how to identify their customers. They know how to get paid. They know what to do if they don't get paid. That's because they know the market. They know the U.S. But all that knowledge and all that process kind of goes out the window when it comes to the international market because it's foreign to them, right? And so what we have to do is we help the companies and all of our partners, we help the company understand the market entry requirements, what the opportunities are, and how to reach buyers. So these are the types of questions that companies need to ask themselves if they want to know if they're a reactive or a proactive exporter, or if they have a strategy for the international market. I'm sure they have a strategy for the domestic market. For example, what's the intake process for inquiries? There has to be a process to identify, where this particular inquiry is coming from, if it can be answered, if you can export to that market, what are the regulations, how do you qualify potential buyers and potential partners? What about market selection? How do you choose a market? Do you choose based on a hunch, or do you choose on it based upon research and empirical data? We want you to do the latter. We want you to have a plan to export your product overseas and to know where you want to start and where you want to end. So these are some of the questions that companies will come to us with about shipping and logistics. They have a buyer, they have a sale, they're just not sure how to ship their product. And if they don't know how to ship their product and it gets held up in customs and it gets held up in customs for any length of time, time is money, that eats up all their profits. And so we want to connect them with the right information prior to them shipping, and if they need assistance once they're having an issue, we can bring in the right partners. So we have a lot of partners that are freight forwarders and transportation companies that we can connect them to. We also do a lot of webinars with freight forwarders, and they speak at length on this particular topic. Getting paid is the most important part of the transaction, and we don't get ourselves involved in payment issues or providing finance, but companies come to us whenever they have a problem with it, whenever they haven't gotten paid, or they're not sure how to get paid. They don't know if they need to use a letter of credit, wire transfer, or what have you. They hear things like a back-to-back letter of credit, and they're not sure what that means. Their buyer is throwing terms out there that they have no idea, and we want them to be safe, and we want them to do it and to do it right. So they make the profit that they negotiate. So we connect them with bankers. We can't connect them with a specific banker. We have to be very impartial because we're the federal government. We provide them with a list of banks that have international expertise. They could be delegated authority lenders, and what I mean by that is they're delegated by SBA or Ex-Im Bank to provide the policies that those organizations provide. And I'll just talk about a few that Ex-Im Bank provides. One is export insurance, and that helps you to ensure that you get paid whenever you're selling to your buyer and you're offering them credit. You ship your product, you get paid. If your buyer doesn't pay in 90 days, you can go to Ex-Im Bank, and then you can file a claim to get your money. And that allows you to take on additional risk in unstable markets. Oftentimes companies will say that they're too small or that the market is too uncertain for them to go in and to risk their payroll, to risk their profit. So that's one service. Another one is working capital, an export working capital policy. That is basically a policy to be able to get a loan. We know everybody knows what working capital is, but it's for an export. Banks don't usually provide an export working capital loan, but you can get one through Ex-Im Bank, also through SBA. And then there's a credit guarantee where you can offer terms to your buyer. You can ship, you get your money, but your buyer pays in 60, 90, 180 days. Your buyer has to be creditworthy, and that's something that the Ex-Im Bank will work with you to help you to ensure. So these are probably services that you're probably not familiar with. Many companies aren't. Overseas, companies have, foreign companies have their equivalents of Ex-Im Bank. So over 50% of companies are using their equivalent. In the United States, about 20% of U.S. companies are using that. So that means you're already at a disadvantage when you're trying to compete with your foreign counterparts in Germany or Canada or Australia, because what you're doing is you're saying, I want cash in advance because I don't trust you, and their competitors are giving them credit. And so their competitors are giving them credit because their foreign governments are supporting them more than the U.S. is supporting them. So I mean, and another reason why is because a lot of U.S. companies just aren't familiar with Ex-Im Bank and SBA's services for trade finance. So check it out. I can definitely direct you to any of these resources and contacts that we have in SBA and Ex-Im Bank that are focused on trade and trade finance. So leveraging federal agencies, we're just one of 19 federal agencies that are involved in international trade. There's Ex-Im Bank, SBA, USAID, USDA is also involved in international trade. They have a foreign agricultural service. There's the Development Finance Corporation. They're called DFC. They used to be OPIC. They get involved in international project finance. USAID, you've heard of them before. So there are a lot of federal agencies, and you really have to know who they all are, because at some point you're going to need them. We may also use those federal agencies to help you. Our trade specialists, they know all of the contacts at all the different agencies that matter for trade, but they also know all the local agencies as well. So we have an organization called the District Export Council. These are private sector companies that have been nominated by us and appointed by the Secretary of Commerce to be our liaisons, to help us to promote events, to speak at events, to mentor companies, to coach companies, and the idea is to have a board that represents the private sector that can work directly with companies. And we also work, as I mentioned before, with the small business development centers, with the World Trade Centers, with the state trade offices, because we know that we're not the only game in town when it comes to international trade and international trade promotion. We have to work with everybody, otherwise our companies won't get the full scope of their opportunity or the solution that is out there for them. So this is our team in Philly. They're a great team, very small, but still they're excellent trade specialists and excellent people. They listen well. They are driven to help a company to resolve a problem or to get to their export success and provide them with a solution. They know all the different partners in Pennsylvania and Delaware on a first name basis, and they're all assigned by industries. And this group it mirrors the other groups that we have all throughout the country. So we have over 100 offices in the United States, and they all have the same mindset, which is to help U.S. companies to grow and to overcome the problem, identify the right market, and to find a buyer. And so with that, I think I'm done, and we can definitely move into any questions. So I'll leave that up if you want to take a quick snapshot of that. So here you go.
Great, thank you. Are there any last-minute questions for our export team? No? Well, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I know some of you are taking pictures, but I do have all the slides, and once I know some slides will need to be updated, those do go out. And we have our next speaker, which is John Shiraka, and he's coming back way up to the stage. Oh, he's pulling up his presentation. And don't forget, we're going to have a couple more drawings at the end of the day. And you have to be present to win.
So thank you guys. I appreciate your patience. I know it's a long day. And I know after lunch we tend to get a little bit tired. But hopefully we can sort of pick up where we left off this morning, see if there's any questions. What I want to do is maybe see if there is any lingering questions about what we went over this morning, about the certification programs, how set-asides work, sort of the basics of small business federal contracting, right? And then I sort of want to start talking about mentor-protege and joint venture. For you guys who have federal contracts, how many of you are in a mentor-protege relationship? Joint venture? Okay, so this is good. Before I get started in that, any questions with respect to this morning and certification? Yes, sir. So when you apply, so the question was, where can we apply for the time constraint waiver? When you apply to the 8A program, in your application, where it asks, it'll ask, you know, have you been in business for 2 years? You'd answer no. You can upload your, at least this is how it used to work. You can upload your justification or your request for waiver. Does that make sense? Okay. Any other? Yes, sir. No, you are. So the requirement with the 8A program, the general requirement, if you're not tribally Native Hawaiian or Alaska Native owned, if you're individually owned, the general requirement is that you're in business for 2 years before you apply. And that's really to show that you have the potential for success. If you haven't been in business for 2 years, there's a waiver process. But you have to demonstrate that you really can enter the federal marketplace and be successful. That's what you would do in your waiver request. Any other questions from certification for this morning? Yes, sir. So you could certainly use that dormant entity to apply, but that wouldn't satisfy the 2 years in business because they ask for 2 years of tax returns. So really, they're looking, I mean, ultimately, these are all ways of demonstrating that you have the potential for success. And the way SBA thinks about it is, if you've been in business 2 years, you filed your tax returns, and you're showing growth and profits, then you have the potential for success, right? So ultimately, that's what they're looking for. But if you use your dormant LLC, you don't have the tax records, again, you could, it's subjective, right? The analyst will look at it and say, yeah, I think you tell a good story. It's subjective, but you could, for example, what I've seen is, I think I gave the example this morning. Look, if you're a former executive vice president of, I don't know, KPMG, a consulting firm, and you've been doing cybersecurity, and you have a book of clients or potential clients, and you've successfully grown their business unit around this service, then you go to start your own company. You haven't been in business for 2 years, but in your first 6 months, you've captured a bunch of contracts. You have great staff. You have a pipeline of potential opportunities. That's the story I would tell to the SBA to waive the 2-year requirements. Does that make sense? Yes, ma'am. Sure, absolutely.
And you probably don't remember me, but it's been a minute. But anyway, Monica Randall, I'm the Director of Business Development for a tribally owned firm, and I also have my own company on the side. So under my other hat, we've tried to get 8A firms into the program through the waiver. And one, we try to talk them out of it, especially if they've been in business for at least a year, because it is very subjective.
Yeah,
so it's really hard. Like, I can't guarantee I can get you in. Everything else can line up perfectly, but that waiver takes your application chances from 100 to like 70, sometimes even 60 or 50. So I try to talk people out of it. And one caveat that we're running into is, I agree with you 100% as far as when you can seek the waiver, but in reality, what's happening is SBA is kicking them back and saying, we want at least 1 year of business tax returns showing revenue generated. You cannot be operating at a loss. I cannot emphasize that enough. If you are at a negative, do not bother, whether you have 2 years or 5 years or 6 years. So we're running into, they want that, and they want all the waiver questions answered. But they want that 1 year of business tax returns, or they won't even consider it, is what we're running into.
Yeah, and look, so we've had, I'd say we've had similar but also different experience, right? One is, obviously, if you're a tribally owned entity, all that's out the window. You can have a shell. The other is, we've actually had clients that were at a loss, but there was a very good reason for it. And so they demonstrated the reasons for the loss, and this was actually during the pandemic. And so there was reasons for that loss, and their pipeline and their backlog was such that you could demonstrate they would sort of come out of that pretty successfully. But I agree, and look, the other question is, or the other thing to consider is, it's a 9-year program. So if you've only been in business for 1 or 2 years, or not even those 2 years, are you really ready to take advantage of it? Because what we talked about this morning, look, in the transitional years, you're going to be weaned off of sole source. So if you start in the program and you can't take advantage of the sole source opportunities right off the bat, and it takes you 3 years to gain traction, and then now all of a sudden you're going into year 4 and 5, and then year 6, 7, they start reducing the opportunities for direct sole source awards, then you're not taking full advantage of the 9 years in the program. So yeah, to your point, I would really think seriously about it. Have I seen it get approved? Yes. Is it subjective? Yes. You know, there's also been a couple of changes in leadership. So Jackie's back at the agency. Jackie Robinson Burnett, she used to be my deputy. She's now running this program. She is very adamant about getting more and more 8A companies in the program and casting a wider net and getting more approvals over the next 12 months. So subjective, but now may be a right time to take the risk. I'd put it that way. Any other questions from this morning? Yes, ma'am. What's the turnaround time on enrollment in the 8A? Oh, that's a great question. So the question was, how long does it take to get the certification or to get a determination? Let's put it that way, because it could be certification or denial. Our experience has been, if it's a clean application, to her point, if it's a clean application, and by that I mean, you know, your OA, your operating agreement looks right, you don't have a whole bunch of minority owners, there are no negative control issues, and we didn't really talk about that yet. If it's a clean application and it goes in, and I spoke to a gentleman earlier in the back, 9 out of 10 times, screening is supposed to be 15 days, but screening for a lot of our clients takes up to like 30 or 45 days. Screening means I see your application, I see you're missing 1 or 2 things, let me go back to you and ask for an update. Or maybe your tax returns are not complete, or maybe your financial statements are more than 90 days old. So that's screening. It's supposed to take 15 days, but the back and forth, and every time they come back for a question, the clock stops. So that 15 days usually goes to 30 or 45 days. Then they say, okay, your application has been accepted for processing. Technically, they have 90 days for processing. That's 3 months, I guess, or more. But every time they come back for a question, and again, 9 out of 10 times, they will come back for questions. I think we had 1 application that went without any questions in the screening process and no questions in the application process. But 9 out of 10 times, there'll be multiple rounds of questions every time the clock stops. So generally, what we've seen is the better part of 6 to 9 months before you get a determination, and a lot of going back and forth. And the comment I made earlier to a gentleman that was asking me this question is, when you get that return, sometimes it can be daunting, because the way the SBA asks their questions, number one, is not real user-friendly. The way they ask for stuff that you think you may have already submitted is sometimes a little bit frustrating. But remember, they have an incredible workload, and they're trying to process these as fast as they can. And just like the PCRs, the BOSs are way underfunded. And by the way, if you ever talk to your congressman or the Small Business Committee, we used to say this, and I know I'm going on a divergent here. We used to say this when I was at the agency: the Department of Defense spends in 1 day what the SBA's budget is for the entire year. So everybody loves small business when they're on the campaign trail, but as soon as they get into office, I don't care, and I'm not being political here, right? As soon as they get into the office, they have amnesia. And so the budgets are woefully under what the requirements are. But having said that, you're going to get a return. Don't get frustrated. What I always do with our clients, and what we tell our clients, is list the question out and then answer it specifically to the question they're asking, not what you think they should be asking, not what you feel you want to submit. List the question out, answer it specifically. If there's an attachment that they're asking for, attach that and cite that you've attached it. So make it like as foolproof, I guess this is a nice way of putting it, foolproof as possible on those returns. But you will get returns. So generally, I'd say the better part of 6 to 9 months. Wosby and Ed Wosby is, no, I shouldn't say that. It used to be shorter, but it's, yeah, but now they have a huge backlog. And by the way, they've assigned what they call we used to call it this too, a tiger team to the Wosby program to go through that backlog and bring them up to date. So hopefully that'll catch back up. And there is a significant initiative by the administrator to bring down those wait times, and Jackie as well. So they're moving in the right direction, I think. Any other questions? Yes, sir. No. So do you need specific certifications prior to applying for the 8A program? No. When you go through, I would do a couple of things before applying. I would go to the website. I mean, again, you can have folks assist. You can have the Apex Center assist. We have a lot of folks that I know that have done it on their own. But I would go to the website, understand what the requirements are, the 2 years in business, the tax returns, the financial statements, how old they have to be, the letter of good standing from your local jurisdiction, your business is in good standing. Those are the types of things that you will need. You have to meet economic disadvantage requirements and social disadvantage requirements, which is the narrative that we talked about this morning. If you are in construction, how many folks are in construction? Okay, so it used to be, and they've sort of reduced this requirement, because when you do federal construction work, you really don't need a local license. And it used to be every time you applied and you were construction, the SBA would say, well, you don't have the proper licensing to do construction. And the response was, well, I'm not going to be doing local construction. I'm going to be working on federal requirements on federal installations. There is no licensing requirement for that. You have to be bonded and all those things. And so we would go back and forth with the SBA on that. But they are more and more lenient with respect to that type of requirement. Now, if you are opening up, let's say starting an IT services or a cybersecurity firm, and you are the disadvantaged individual, the SBA is going to want to see that you qualify to run that type of organization, right? Because they want you to own and control. They don't want sort of quote unquote a front. They don't want you starting a cybersecurity firm where you have no knowledge of IT services, IT, et cetera, and you know, your quote unquote minority partner or someone you hired has all the experience, because then in their mind, that's almost like negative control. And what does negative control mean? So control, overt control, is you look at your operating agreement, right? If there is any sort of unanimous consent provisions that prohibit you from doing your day-to-day activities of running the firm, where you'd have to get unanimous approval, so you can't run day-to-day and you can't set strategic objectives, that's like overt control. You have to make sure your operating agreement doesn't have that. But SBA also looks at negative control. Like, let's say your minority owner lent you $1 million to start your company. You didn't put anything in. Well, SBA is going to say, well, yeah, they don't own more than 49%, but they put up $1 million. You didn't put anything in. So unless it's like an arm's length transaction and it's market-based and you can really document that, they're going to say you're at the behest of the individual, even though they're the minority, but they gave you $1 million, so more likely than not, you're not going to make a decision without their okay. So you have to sort of look at those negative control issues. The other thing that we didn't talk about this morning, and it's up there, is affiliation. How many folks are familiar with the term affiliation? Okay, so in business, and you know, I did federal contracting before I went to the SBA, and now we do advisory work, right? In private business and in the private sector, there are a lot of relationships that we may have that aren't bad, right? But in the views or perspective of the SBA, they might lead to a finding of affiliation. And a finding of affiliation isn't bad in and of itself. But what it'll do is, if two companies are found to be affiliated, for size purposes, SBA will combine those two companies. So if it's revenue-based, they'll combine the revenues, and they'll say, okay, well, you're no longer small, and so you can't win that award, right? And what leads to affiliation? Common ownership. So if your minority owner owns 49% of your firm, but also owns 51% of his or her firm, that's common ownership. Common management, familial relationships, but those can be rebutted, if that's the right term. Even if you have a joint venture and a lot of your revenues come from that joint venture, those two organizations can be found affiliated. I'll give you another example. Undue reliant on, as far as revenues from a prime. If a significant level of your revenue comes from one source, SBA can potentially find you affiliated. One example, not to scare you, but this is why you should be aware. When I was in the program, we were doing, much like Jackie's doing now, we were doing sort of outreach to bring more and more firms into the 8A program. There was a service-disabled veteran-owned small business, and we said, you know, you're doing great. You should look at the 8A program because you're going to be able to get, you're already getting a ton of work, but as 8A, you can get sole source, you should come in and apply. Well, this individual came in and applied, went to the 8A certification folks. 8A certification folks looked at all the documents they asked for. They said, this company has 90% of their revenues coming from one large prime contractor. I think they might be affiliated. Sent it to a size office. Now, this is an 8A office. This is a size office. Sent it to the size office. The size analyst looked at that and said, yeah, these guys are affiliated. If I combine the revenue of the small business with the large business, they're no longer small. So you went to the SBA to get help. This is not the fault of the SBA, right? She went to the SBA to get help. Not only did you not get 8A certified, they went into DSBS and unchecked small because you're no longer small. And then they also said you can no longer be an SDVOSB because you're affiliated. So those are the types of things you just need to be aware of with respect to affiliation. So familial relationships, I'll give you another example, and this is more per bid. So your bids can get protested too. When I used to do federal contracting, we used to do international economic development. And a lot of times we'd team up with Deloitte. And Deloitte would actually be our subcontractor in a lot of instances. Now, if it's a set-aside, the small business has to do at least 50% of the work. That's called limitations on subcontracting, because the SBA doesn't want you to get a set-aside and give away 99% of it, right? So the small business has to do 50% of the work. I was like, okay, well, yes, we can do 50% of the work. Deloitte will do 50%, so we're good. And I was thinking, well, you know, Deloitte can write the proposal, they can put the team together, they have the international teams, they'll help us out with everything, no problem. Well, that's called ostensible subcontracting. If you're unduly reliant on a subcontractor, you can be found affiliated with your subcontractor. So if you get protested on that bid, they're going to analyze it, they're going to say you're unduly reliant on the subcontractor and you're going to be other than small and you won't get that bid. So it's things like that you should just be aware of with respect to affiliation that may come back to hurt you. And as business, what I always say is like business is ugly, right? We make relationships, we make partnerships, we team up, we have arrangements. So business can be ugly, but for SBA purposes, we want to try and keep it as clean as possible and the fractures there so that we can address any potential protests or any potential challenges when we go in for certification. Any questions so far? No? Okay, so I know my time's limited, but I want to talk about, we got about 25 minutes. I want to talk about mentor-protege because this is a really unique and helpful tool, especially as we were talking about this morning and how there's a lot of newer firms in the federal marketplace here today, right? The SBA started a mentor-protege and joint venture program for the 8A program years and years ago. And it turned out to be pretty successful. And how does that work? An 8A firm, you know, a nascent 8A firm, could team up with a mentor. And the mentor could be other than small. They could be a large company. And sometimes they were like Lockheed or AECOM or Deloitte or KPMG. And the intent was that the mentor provides benefits to the protege. And there are certain areas for this assistance, right? And maybe I'll get to this slide, but I'll keep talking. There's certain areas for assistance. One is project management, right? Do you have project management capacity? BD, do you have BD capacity? Financial capacity, do you have financial capacity? Internal programs and internal monitoring of federal contracts, do you have that capacity? So the intent is some benefits flowing from mentor to protege, right? Here are the areas. So benefits flow from mentor to protege. Now, a lot of our clients who are proteges always say, hey, I want Lockheed Martin, or I want AECOM. Well, guess what? First of all, you only get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime, so you want to select very carefully. And a mentor gets 3 proteges, but they can cycle in and out, right? So because it's a 6-year program, 3 plus 3. So they could drop off and the mentor can put in another protege. But you think about like Lockheed and all their subsidiaries, and they can only have 3 proteges at any given point. They are very, very selective. So unless you have a long relationship with them, more likely than not, you're not going to be their protege. But the other thing I always say is that maybe Lockheed isn't your best bet for a mentor anyways. It might be good, depending on the circumstances, but someone who's been in your shoes, who's grown in 8A, who knows how to meet payroll, who knows how to build the infrastructure within their company, who can make it successful and graduate from the 8A program, maybe that's a better mentor, someone who's done it, right? And since you can get 2, maybe one of them is that kind of mentor, and the other one is a big, other than small mentor, right? But you always want to do a gap analysis to see what exactly am I missing and what will this mentor bring to the table. And by the way, the Mentor Protege program expanded. It took forever. It expanded out of the 2010 Jobs Act into all the other socio categories, so women-owned, hub-zone, service-disabled. And then in 2013, Congress said, you know what, just make it all small, so all small businesses can participate. And then the regs, when we were trying to draft the regs and set up the office, and of course, SBA, Congress gave us this mandate, but they didn't fund it, so had to sort of go beg and borrow from every other office to set it up. And so it didn't get launched until 2016 for all smalls. 8A's been around for a long time. However, it's a really successful program. Why? Because there's benefits flowing from mentor to protege. And it's a 3 plus 3 program, and you grow in your capacity over those 6 years. Now, what's the benefit to the mentor? Right? So why would the mentor do this? There's no monetary benefit. Department of Defense has their own mentor protege program where the mentor actually gets paid, but it doesn't work this way. So the benefit to the mentor is you can create a joint venture under the MPA. Joint venture is a relationship. Usually it's a commercial structured LLC between the mentor and the protege. So it's a joint venture entity. The protege, again, like we talked about in the set-aside programs, the protege has to own and control. So the protege has to own at least 51% of this joint venture, and they also have to demonstrate that they control. So that means, again, no unanimous consent provisions by your mentor. A lot of mentors get shaky about that because they're basically handing the keys over to the protege, right? Now, this joint venture, when it's created under the mentor-protege relationship, inherits the size and status of the protege. So if the protege is an 8A, small business, hub zone, woman-owned, service-disabled, right, the sort of the unicorn, the joint venture inherits that. So that the joint venture all of a sudden is small, even though your partner is large or other than small, because you are under an MPA, there is no finding of affiliation. So you're exempted from affiliation. So they can provide you assistance, they can provide you office space, they can even invest up to 40% in your firm, so there'll be common ownership. They can provide all sorts of assistance as long as it's outlined in this mentor-protege agreement, and as long as it's approved by the SBA. You can create this joint venture. It inherits your designation, so it can become an 8A, but it inherits the past performance and capabilities of both members. So if Lockheed is your mentor, now all of a sudden you have a small business 8A that has the past performance of Lockheed, right? And now all of a sudden you're looking much more attractive to the Department of Defense for a sole source award. Does that make sense? Okay. So what a lot of folks get caught up on and sometimes don't do correctly is creating the joint venture entity. You have to do it after you have your mentor-protege approved, if it's going to be with another other than small company, right? And another thing that a lot of folks get wrong is you have to really do that gap analysis and put all the assistance that's going to flow from mentor to protege into the chart. The application is pretty easy, and the turnaround used to be short. Now we're looking at probably 90 days again, but I bet that it'll go back down. But it's pretty easy. I mean, I would honestly just use the MPA template. They have an MPA agreement template in there. And there's a chart. The most difficult part is the chart, benefits flowing from mentor to protege. When we advise mentors, we say, hey, you know, make it a little bit fuzzy and feel good because you have to report on this every year and you want to put stuff in there that you can achieve. If we're advising the protege, we're like, hey, make it really specific because the mentor is getting a benefit here, and I'll tell you what that benefit is in a second. And you want specific things that you need from your gap analysis. I need an accounting system. I need a cost accounting system. I need a project implementation. I need BD. We're going to create a joint venture. You're going to give me bonding. Whatever those things are, put it in there and make it specific so you can hold them accountable because you're going to report to the SBA every year on how this mentor-protege is going. And it's 3 plus 3. It's 3 years, and it gets renewed in the second 3 years. And if you don't have good reports, technically, although the SBA is overworked, and a lot of times they're not always looking at these reports, but file them anyways. But technically, they can deny you the second term, the last 3 years, if the benefits aren't flowing from mentor to protege. So the chart's really important. And the answer really is somewhere in between, right? You want things in there that you're going to be able to achieve, but you also want things in there that are actually going to help you and get your business successful because it's a business development program, much like the 8A program, right? You got 6 years to get these benefits. And you cannot go into the SBA and say, hey, the only thing we want to do is create a joint venture and go after projects. Because SBA is going to say this is not a joint venture contracting program. This is to have assistance flow from mentor to protege, right? So you have to, joint venture can be one of them, but you got to have assistance flowing from mentor to protege. Now, once that JV is created, you're 51% owner. Mentor is 49% owner. However, remember how I said if it was a set-aside contract, you had to do 50% as a small business? In this instance, because it's a JV and it's under the mentor-protege relationship, the mentor, the other than small, can actually do 60% of the work. The protege can do 40% of the work. So of any of the work that the joint venture does, the protege, the small business, your firm has to do 40%. Does that all make sense? Any questions so far? Yes, sir. That's a great question. So the question was, does the SBA have to approve the joint venture? It used to be, first of all, when it was only in the 8A program, the answer was always yes. So SBA would look at the joint venture, look at the MPA, approve the MPA, look at the joint venture. When it became the all small program, SBA original position was, we're still going to look at and approve every 8A joint venture. So if you were in the 8A program, they wanted to see it. Then they got overwhelmed with that and said, okay, if it's an 8A sole source, we want to see the joint venture and approve it. And then they've even taken a step back further and they've said, hey, we're going to ask for a checklist. And as long as you can fill out the checklist and give us the documents that we request, we'll go ahead and approve it. But in all honesty, it's inconsistent from district office to district office. Sometimes they ask for what they call Form 355s, which identifies any affiliation issues. Sometimes they ask for tax records and tax statements from your partners, your JV partners. But ultimately, the answer is they don't approve it, but they may review it. And on sole source, they're going to want to see the checklist and the documents attached. However, your JV is subject to a protest, right? So even though 8A awards and sole source aren't subject to protest, the others are, HUBZone, women-owned, service-disabled. The joint ventures, even if they're 8A, they're subject to protest. They're subject to size protest. So if you didn't, and by the way, there's like, sometimes there's just really tiny, tiny requirements that if you don't catch them, you will probably lose on a protest. And so I'll sort of explain that real quick. But the main thing is that ownership and control are demonstrated in the operating agreement for the joint venture, right? And a lot of times the mentor is like, hey, I'm not going to give up all the keys. And they want to sort of, and we've worked with clients like that, and they sort of want to have some control. Like if a project is over 10 million, or $1 million or $2 million, then we both have to agree to pursue it. Or if you're going to spend in any given time more than $500,000, then we should have unanimous consent. And I've seen those prevail in some size protests, and SBA has gotten a little bit more lenient, especially after a court case last May. But generally speaking, you have to own and control, and it is subject to protest. Even though they don't review and approve it, if you get protested, they want to see it. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. John, have you heard anything about, like with the joint ventures, like when you start, like the tribally owned company that I work for, we have a joint venture, a mentor protege. Again, we're tribally owned, so we have pretty much everything.
Yeah.
So with that put aside, have you heard anything about them closing the loophole on, because with JVs, you can get unlimited awards with your JV partner within 2 years. It used to be,
The 3-2 rule?
Exactly. So that went away, and so now it's unlimited awards within a 2-year period.
That's a good point.
But the loophole is still there, which is that even if I exhaust my 2 years, all I have to do with the same partner is turn around and start another JV with a different EIN.
Yeah.
Have you heard anything about them closing that loophole, or you think
No.
it'll stay? It needs to stay, by the way.
Yeah.
So you want to leave that there, but I'm just asking.
No, that's a really good question. So just so everybody understands the context, it used to be, and this always this was a program I was responsible for, and I was always like 3-2 rule, 3 years, 2 contracts, 2 years, 3. So it used to be, you could create this joint venture, and the joint venture is a limited life entity, right? So 2 years or 3 contracts, whichever came first. And the clock started when you got your first prime award to the joint venture, right? Then SBA said, that's too complicated, let's just make it 2 years. Because when you have an MPA, remember, you're exempted from affiliation. So even when you ran out of the 3-2 rule, to your point, you could start JV number 2. And then you run through that, you could start JV number 3. And so SBA said, okay, it's too complicated, let's just make it the 2-year window. Forget the 3 contract rule. And by the way, when your 2 years is up, if you had a whole bunch of bids out, you can still accept those. You just can't bid anymore. But to your point, when your 2 years is out under an MPA and you still have 6 years, left, or 4 years left, you can create JV number 2 and then JV number 3 and JV number 4 if you can get up that far. And when I was at the SBA, we always used to say that at some point, even though you have the exemption from affiliation, at some point, one too many JVs was going to eventually, potentially, be found to be affiliated. But SBA has never found that, right? And it's gone to OHA also, and OHA said, no, you can't, there's no, I mean, what is it, 5, is it 10? So you can't be that vague. And so I don't think that's gonna go away. I do know, so here's the thing. I do know that there's proposed rule. In fact, John Klein at the NHOA, Native Hawaiian Organization Association Conference, gave an update that said there was some changes coming to the MPA JV program because there's a lot of concern. So see, the way we explained it, right? That JV becomes very competitive. It's an 8A small business with a past performance of Lockheed. So if you as a small business have to go against that JV, who's going to win? The JV. So what's been happening is these JVs have been winning more and more, and the SBA is thinking, hey, this was such a good program. We didn't necessarily see the negative impact of this, which is individual small businesses are being displaced. And so the Hill is looking at this going, do we need to change the statute? And then SBA is looking at this and saying, do we need to make it a little bit more difficult for MPA JVs to be competing on these things? So there are, the 2-year rule I don't think is going to go away, but they are looking at tweaking the program. And look, what I've shared with my old friends at the agency is, hey, if you're going to make it more difficult for these MPA JVs to participate in these contracts, then you got to bring down the requirements on getting on these contracts. Because a lot of times small businesses like yours need the mentor. You need that joint venture. You need to be able to use their past performance even just to get on some of these contracts and vehicles. So unless, if they're going to somehow disadvantage these JVs in competing, then they got to bring down the bar so that individual small businesses can actually get on these vehicles. Does that make sense? Yep. Any other questions? With respect to mentor-protege, joint venture structures? Yes, ma'am.
Let me grab you the mic so our folks online can hear.
Do we have to find our own mentors, or is there a list we can search through?
Yeah, that's a good question, and it comes up all the time. SBA will not, or does not, let's put it that way, help in finding mentors. Now, they tried to do and have been doing an annual mentor-protege conference in DC. And it's around training, and a lot of mentors show up, and a lot of potential proteges show up, so I'd look into that. But because it's like a marriage, right, and you only get 2, well, I guess it's a lot like marriage. No, I'm just kidding. But it is like marriage, but you only get 2 mentors, right? So you want to be really selective. And SBA doesn't want to get in the middle of that. And a lot of times it's developed, you know, you'll initially do a sub relationship, like you'll be a subcontractor to a large prime, or to a graduating 8A. And so you develop that relationship before you get married into a mentor-protege, because you only get 2. There used to be no way of getting a divorce, I guess. But the SBA has said if within 18 months, I'm going to use more analogies, I apologize. If you don't consummate that marriage within 18 months, you can ask for a annulment of that relationship. Does that make sense? But you have to go back to the SBA. You have to say, hey, we anticipated X, Y, and Z happening, and it didn't. It's before 18 months. We want to get back our chip to have 2. Okay? Any other questions? Okay, so I would definitely, and look, the other thing that I forgot to mention this morning, a couple of things. One is, like when we talked about the goaling the federal government has, the large prime contractors, when they win in full and open competition, they have the same goaling requirements. So the large primes like Lockheed, Deloitte, KPMG, AECOM, HIT, all the big construction companies, they have small business goals. So they're looking for qualified 8As, hub zones, women-owned, service disabled, because they're supposed to meet their own goals, and they get actually graded on that. So, you know, when there's matchmaking, it's not only matchmaking, and when there's industry days at buying activities and at the DOD and at the federal agencies, it's not only to get in front of the small business specialist, the procurement office, and the contracting shop, but it's really to get in front of the larger primes as well, especially in today's environment where some of these contracts are larger, more complex. We have these ginormous, like, you know, government-wide acquisition vehicles like Alliant, CIO SP4, STARS 3. There's all these really large requirements, 5 minutes, all these large requirements, and so sometimes it's hard to get on these vehicles or these contracts initially as a prime contractor. So the subcontracting relationship a lot of times is your entree into federal contracting. And then once you do good work for the subcontractor, and then let's say you become 8A certified, then now that, once you do good work for the prime contractor and you become 8A certified, now that prime contractor is like, okay, you know, we have trust in you, you've done good work for us, you've helped us meet our goals, maybe we can mentor you and go after set-aside contracts together. And then to their advantage, they can do 60% of that work. And by the way, the other strategy is for graduating 8As, right? So if you're a new 8A getting into the program and there's a graduating 8A, those graduating 8As probably have a book of business and contracts that are 8A set aside that once they graduate, they can no longer bid on, right? Because there's no longer 8A. So what do? They're looking for proteges, right? They want to find a protege that's an 8A that they can mentor and start transitioning those contracts that they can't get into the joint venture here. And doing 60% of the work over here is better than doing 0 over here, right? So a lot of times graduating 8As, it's almost like this is what I used to tell our deputy administrator, because she was like, what happens to 8As after they graduate? I was like, look, the All Small Mentor Protege program is almost like the post-8A program, because you can begin mentoring 8As and you can benefit from the contracts that you couldn't get, but help them to go to the joint venture. Why? Because you're the incumbent. As the mentor, you're leaving the 8A program, you're the incumbent, the agency likes you, you're mentoring a new firm, they know you're going to be there to hold the hands of this 8A company, they know they can get to you as a sole source still under this joint venture, but you'll be doing 60% of the work as opposed to all of it. Does that make sense? Okay, last thing I'd say, be aware, for those of you that are looking at federal contracting or are in federal contracting, one of the trends is when we talk about these giant vehicles, a lot of the reason they came about was strategic sourcing and category management. How many folks are aware of category management or strategic sourcing? Okay, so the federal government, and unfortunately, look, this happened under the Obama administration, and I was at the SBA, and the agency sort of fought it tooth and nail, and my good friend Joe Jordan, who had my job, was now at Office of Management and Budget, and they were looking to see how to save money. So one of the ways of saving money is kind of like buying like Walmart, right? Instead of having 1,000 contracts buying widgets, you know, across thousands of buying activities, why not just create one government-wide widget vehicle, widget contract, right? And instead of having thousands of small businesses selling and large businesses, why not just have 10 of them or 20 of them selling? That way you increase volume, you bring down prices, and all the terms and conditions are the same. They had done a study and they were like, wait a second, you know, Army bought widgets at $10 and it took 10 months to get it, while DLA bought the same widgets, but it was like $25, but it took them 2 months to get. Like, there's no consistency. So they were like, these large vehicles will create volume and consistency. And then OMB and OFPP, we love our acronyms, I'm sorry, But Office of Management and Budget and Office of Federal Procurement Policy was like, don't worry about it, SBA. You're still going to make your goals. You're still going to get your 23%. Our position was, yeah, but with the golden ticket holders, with those 10 companies that happen to win that award, right? And by the way, how long are they really going to be small? Because there's only like 10 companies on the widget contract, and before you know it, they're going to outsize their contract. And then there isn't an on-ramp, so they're going to be, other than small, getting all these contracts. So there has been a lot, and category management, just like there was goals on small business set-asides, there is goals on category management. So OFPP and OMB have told agencies, you need to bring more dollars under management every year. So we've seen a reduction of individual contract requirements available to businesses where they're going on these vehicles. We've seen a reduction of the number of small businesses participating in the federal government. And we've seen a drastic reduction of new entrants into the federal government. To a large degree, not only because of, but to a large degree because of category management and strategic sourcing. And the only reason I say this is just be aware of it. Know that there are these vehicles out there. If your buying activity is using this vehicle, you can do research like, when is the next open season? Who's on the vehicle right now? Can I partner with them? Can I be a subcontractor with them? Or, we're not even going to get into this now, but hey, I just entered the 8A program. This graduating 8A is got the vehicle, time's out. This graduating 8A has got the vehicle. Maybe I do an acquisition and buy this firm. I inherit their past performance and the vehicle, and now I'm in business because I have the past performance, the vehicle, and all the relationships that that entity had. So that's another way of looking at it as well. I apologize, I'm out of time. Thank you for your patience with me. I'll be around this afternoon if there's any questions, but I appreciate your time and your attention. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, John. If you want to hear more from him, he'll be around for the roundtable discussions afterwards. Next, we have Andy Bradford with Dandy IT. We're going to talk about compliance and what it means. So if you want to learn more about Andy, you guys can review the speaker bio panel. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andy with Dandy IT. I've been in the IT industry for over 16 years, working, IT, computers, networks, security, cybersecurity, and compliance. I'm here today to share with you some of what I've learned and to, hopefully help you understand compliance better and, and help yourself get compliant. When it comes to cybersecurity and compliance, this is the best quote I found. When the pressure is on, you don't rise to the occasion, you fall to your highest level of preparation. Today, I want to take you on a journey. Everybody think of your business. We're talking about compliance. Try not to close your eyes, you might fall asleep. But, think of your business. You're here today. We are, trying to learn about it. We're trying to grow it. But you return to your business, and you've had something like this happen. That's a bad day. That's not fun. So what do? Call the police? Trying to take an inventory of what was lost. Did you lose computers? Did you lose files? Did you lose, valuables? Assess the damage. You call the police, they say, hey, is the perpetrator still there? No? Okay, call the non-emergency line. We'll see you in like a day or so. But on top of how bad this already is, the other thing you need to look at and think of is who else does this affect? Who is now at risk? What data do you have in your office? Do you have on your computers? What data, what information are they able to access? Do they have your Social Security now? How about that? How about that for your employees? Your clients, your customers, business partners, your suppliers? One of our speakers said that his business partners, his employees was his friends, and his clients were his friends or his family. I'd like to agree with that. And unfortunately, those are also the ones that are at risk here. So, it's back. Do you mind going back a couple? So, what do we do? Like I said, I'm trying to take you on a journey here. So let's rewind time. Let's go a little bit farther, not just to, when this happened, but let's go back to where we can actually do something about it. So, all right. So, what do we put in place? Okay, yeah, let's put some locks in. Let's put some security cameras. What are some good security measures we can put in for our business? Motion detection, heck, a vicious guard dog. What can we get in there, right? All right, so we've got some of these physical security measures, with access controls, things that way. Is this enough? Are we safe now? We got hacked. That's not our only. Unfortunately, physical attacks, physical threats are not our only attacks. Cyber attacks are a very real threat. They are attacking anybody, everybody. Your business, you personally, small, large, doesn't matter. In fact, cyber attackers have found that smaller companies have less security. That means it's a lot easier to target you and get your information and get their payday. The typical payout or the typical cost for a small business to have a cyber incident is about $200,000. That is your upfront cost. That is not your long-term cost. That's just your, you've got downtime, you've got to do remediation, you've got to get those servers back up, whatever that looks like. Not to mention payout or whatever they've taken. Long-term, you're also looking at, it's now harder to get insurance, or you're paying a lot more for it to get to that cyber security insurance. It has now hurt your credit rating. Although you may really need some funds at this moment, it is harder to get those. And the reality, and the thing that scares me, is statistically, 60% of small businesses hit with a cyber attack go out of business within 6 months. All right. Let's rewind time again. Let's see what we can do, right? Do you like the sound effect? I've been practicing. Okay. So, to not bore you, being an IT guy, I've been told we speak another language. So I'm just going to assume you all know what all this stuff means, or you have a family member, friend, IT guy. If you don't have an IT guy, find an IT guy, or feel free to call me. But we're going to put a lot of cyber security measures in place, and we're good now, right? I mean, look at this. We've got a whole, security procession. We should be strong. We're good. Until Robin Hood walks in a disguise and robs us blind. Where did Prince John go wrong? I mean, look at these rhinos. They're big, they're buff, right? He had a lot of good security in place. Where did he go wrong? Some of it comes down to those, yes, but it also comes down to the preparation. When the pressure is on, you don't rise to the occasion. Those hippos or those rhinos, they weren't trained. You fall to your highest level of preparation. Prince John needed policies and training. He needed to tell those hippos or those rhinos, don't let anybody to me. He himself needed the training to spot, those very obvious markers. And not to mention, he kept silencing his alarm system. That snake that kept saying, hey guys, hey boss, this isn't right, this isn't right. And he's like, no, I'm fine. It doesn't matter what security measures you have in place if you're not trained and willing to listen to them and take advantage of them. So how does all this go into compliance? Let's talk about what compliance actually is. Compliance is adhering to applicable rules, laws, and regulations. It is conforming to industry-specific guidelines and standards, ensuring legal and ethical conduct in business operations. A lot of very fancy words there. Essentially meaning that, we are trying to protect our family. We're trying to protect our friends. We have different entities that have realized through unfortunate trial and error that we have to safeguard this information. And so they've said, hey, in order to safeguard this information, we need a set standard in place. You need these sets of rules, this set of training, this set of cybersecurity to make sure that you have adequate protection for the information that you have. So where do you start? A great place to start is to understand what information you have. Next, I would say understand your what compliance standards you need to meet, and also what compliance standards you want to meet. We've done a lot of talk about government contracting today. That is going to require, NIST standards or CMMC standards. If you want to get into those industries, you need to first make sure that you're ready and have the compliance standards, security standards in place. Here are your different types of data. So when you're looking at your data, when you're trying to understand, hey, what valuable data do I have? What information do I have that, if in the wrong hands, could hurt my friends, my family, my work acquaintances? You've got personal data, PII, which is going to be anything like a social security card, or social security number, driver's license, anything that can identify one person. You have health information, obviously medical records, things that way, but also included would be health insurance information. You also have financial information. Credit cards, for anything from bank statements, credit cards, financial documents, any of that would be under this PFI. And then you have CUI. Now CUI, it can contain any of the previous ones. The main difference is that it is government created or owned. It is unclassified, but still needs to be protected. So especially if you start getting into government contracting, you will hear a lot about that. So up here, I said we have different entities that are, they've seen enough break-ins, they've seen enough people get hurt that they're saying we have to protect them. So everything from our federal government to every state government has cybersecurity compliance rules, to international and industry-specific compliance regulations. And at the end, I'd also mention, that also includes your insurance, or at the end, you also have any specific contracts, and including your insurance contract. So if you work with the company and they're going to require specific compliance regulations from you, or when you go to get cybersecurity insurance, they're going to tell you a specific set of standards you have to meet to be able to receive a payout if you have a problem. If you do not meet those standards, they don't have to pay. So here should be a lot of the different standards that you should recognize. These are the ones that you're going to want to say, hey, I'm sure a lot of you will be like, hey, HIPAA, we know that's the healthcare industry. You've got, NIST and CMMC, that's government contracting. These are the different security compliance standards. And here is a continuation of, some of the major ones. I will point out, with PCI, a lot of people think, hey, PCI, that is anybody that accepts a credit card. And a lot of people think, hey, I accept credit cards, but I do that through a third-party processing company. I've got PayPal, I've got Square, I've got QuickBooks, I've got any other third-party processing company. But if you will look at your agreement with them, or even just PCI, it states that because you're the one receiving the money, you also have to be PCI compliant. So we might have been robbed by Robin Hood, but we can rewind. All right, let's look at a quick overview of what a good cyber risk management is going to look like. We can throw all of our cyber risk management, all of our management on our IT guy, right? It's his job, or their job, her job. No. It's going to take everybody. Yes, it involves IT. It's going to involve HR. It's going to involve finance. It's going to involve physical facilities. It's going to involve everybody getting trained.
Just to add to that, a lot of companies in environmental, social, and governance now are calling out safety as part of cyber in their safety policies as well. So people are having to start incorporate that for reporting metrics.
Okay. Do you want to say that again? Sorry. Yeah. Oh, here, I'll let her.
I just wanted to add to the cyber risk management duties as part of ES&G reporting metrics with equity firms. Safety is now pulling in cybersecurity as part of their policy updates that are required. So if you submit a safety manual, if you're in a construction industry, you have to have your cyber part listed in there for policies. Otherwise, the scoring metrics for some of the parties that are evaluating you won't take into account what you're doing as part of it. So they're counting safety in there as well.
It might not be a broken leg or other things, but it does hurt those that it affects. Yes, ma'am.
I participated in a conference call, I think it was last Friday, and someone mentioned that the federal government is thinking of creating an agency just for cybersecurity type issues, like literally a whole separate agency.
So she was saying that she heard that the government is creating an agency just for cybersecurity. I can't confirm or deny it. I know that right now they are heavily working on CMMC and the guidelines and the safety guidelines of what is going to be acceptable for government contractors, and a lot of that will roll downhill to everybody.
Sorry. How many levels are there? I think we're level 2, but how many levels are there exactly for the CMMC?
There are currently 3 levels of CMMC compliance. At the same time, it's not fully in effect yet, and so they're still revising and making changes. So we're partly waiting to see exactly how that turns out. But right now, as of right now, there are 3 levels of CMMC.
And I'm only asking because as a tribally owned entity, we provide cybersecurity services, and we're getting deeper into that. So we're just hearing a lot. So I was just wondering. Thank you.
Of course. Okay, so let's continue on. Let's build this plan, right? We're getting everybody in our company involved. We're assigning different duties to each specific duties to different parts of our company. We're going to do a regular risk assessment to understand where we are routinely. We need to have a written security plan. We need to understand the compliance levels that we need to meet. We need to have a plan for when things go wrong. What do we do? Who do we call? What are the first actions? I mean, is it, hey, something seems wrong, unplug your computer. Unplug the server, let's figure out, let's see where it's at. We need a plan, and it's got to be a lot more than just unplug something. You need step-by-step, what are the first actions that are going to be taken, who's involved, when are they brought in, and how. You need to make sure that you have cybersecurity audit readiness and response. I highly recommend everybody have a cybersecurity insurance and that you are compliant with with your own policy. Then you've got to continue to do regular scans, updates, and reviews. This is something that you don't know if your attack's going to come tomorrow, today, next week, or a year. We know these cyber attackers, we know these hackers, or whatever you want to call them, are actively trying to attack you. It is a huge issue, it is a huge threat right now, and really it's a matter of time before you start seeing it. So, as far as our business, we start doing these things. We've put in a lot of security plays, and a lot of security in place. The whole point of this is to remove the risk, to protect our family, protect our friends. Here are some resources, especially, because CMMC is such a big thing right now, there are a lot of resources out there. Here are some of them. I did hear that you'll have our slides. Feel free to take pictures, or you'll get my slides afterwards. All right.
5 minutes, 6.
Okay. One thing I will recommend is an umbrella approach. I've kind of mentioned that each company might have one or more, actually let's just be honest, each company has a lot of different levels of compliance that you have to meet. You've got state, you've got federal, you've got industry, you've got, and by industry I mean, if you're a healthcare, you're going to have HIPAA, but if you're taking credit cards, you're also going to need the PCI. So instead of just trying to pigeonhole and say, hey, I want to work for the government, I only need CMMC, I recommend that you go and try and get the full umbrella. Get coverage for everything. That is what, at NCAIED, that's what we're going to try and help you do, is to get coverage and make sure that you're compliant with the standards for all of the industries and for all of the different standards. So we put all these things in place. How's our business look? We're safe, right? Your company needs compliance. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you need help getting started, give me a scan. I love working with the National Center, and because of them, I'm going to offer a free 15-minute review session with you. We'll review, kind of see where you're at, where you need to be. There's no obligation. I'd be happy to offer additional resources if needed, or if it's a good fit, I'd be happy to help you get compliant. One last thing I'll mention is I did give you all an assessment. Feel free to mark it out and kind of give yourself a grade or a score and see how you're currently doing. And then that same QR code up here is also on the assessment. And for those folks online, if you want to go to my website, dandyit.com, there is a link that says take our assessment. You'll have the option to do it there. Thank you. Actually, might I also mention, let's also just give it up for the National Center. They work so hard, and they put on a great event here, and they do this all to help you and to help us all grow.
Thank you, Andy. Whoops. Thank you, Andy. We are going to do one more drawing before we get to Chris here. So our next one is going to be for this wonderful painting that we have by the artist of L. Henderson. I think it's Lauren Henderson. So, let me see. Oh, you can pick from. Mm-hmm.
I'm being real fair.
Okay, and it is I'm sorry, Ngozi Bell. Hey. Okay. So we'll do our final drawing at the end of the day after we're done with our last speaker. You must be present for that one, and that will be 2 more res tickets. So next we have Crystal Pierce. She's with our Apex Accelerator team. She is a procurement specialist. And if you'd like to know more about Chris Pierce, you can read more in the speaker bio handout, but we're going to talk about how to do business with the DoD.
Which way does this one?
Oh, we just used business cards. Didn't you put one in there earlier? Okay, yeah.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Crystal, although I go by Chris Pierce, but we have 3 Chris's in the organization. It gets a little confusing. You can look at my bio, but the key thing is, as Chris James said earlier today, the organization is celebrating its 55th year. I'm celebrating my 45th year with the organization. I've held just about every position except president.
but I like where I am now in government contracting. And we're going to be talking about DoD. At the federal level, when you talk about the federal budget, the discretionary budget, it's DoD and everybody else. So if you're in government contracting, at some point you're going to consider DoD. Whether or not it's a good fit is part of what we're going to talk about today. I'm not going to really talk about step by step how to get into DoD. But the other thing is to tell you a little bit more about the Apex accelerators. We used to be called Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. It's okay. We were created in 1985 by Congress under the National Defense Authorization Act. We've had several other names, but the biggest change for with this name change is we moved from the Defense Logistic Agency up to the Office of the Secretary of Defense. So that's how important small business is to defense. You're now being serviced out of the Office of the Secretary of Defense. We come under the DoD Office of Small Business Programs. We're one of their programs, along with several others, some of which we're going to talk about today. We come under the leadership of the current director of the Office of Small Business Programs, Mr. Farouk Mitha. And then the Apex accelerators are under the directorship of Mr. Khalil Mack. We basically provide basic business consulting specific to government contracting. Federal, state, local, municipal. In the case of the Native American Apex accelerators, tribal. We get into the tribal business. There are currently 95 Apex accelerators in the nation. 7 of us are specifically for Native Americans. That means American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian businesses. But every state and nearly every territory has an Apex accelerator to assist you with government contracting and specific to today, defense contracting. For any Apex accelerator, for the Native American Apex, the Native American has to own 51% of the company. As John talked about earlier, some of the certification programs, you have to be 51% owned by the small disadvantaged business owner, the woman-owned, the service-disabled veteran. And you have to be for-profit. You have to be a for-profit to get a contract. That's one of the things when you register in SAM, you're going to say, I'm for-profit, I'm going after contracts. Also, you can register in SAM to receive financial assistance, and that can be for like nonprofits, it can be grants, municipalities, it can be grants, or it could be SBL loans, or it could be Bureau of Indian Affairs loans. So for-profits. Although there's no relationship between the Department of Defense and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, they use the organization that pre-existed with the Bureau of Indian Affairs for our organization. We're organized by Bureau of Indian Affairs regions. The National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development serves the Eastern region. I'm that big gold star in New York. I handle the Northeast. We also have the Southwest region, which is Colorado and New Mexico, and we have the Navajo Nation region. We serve 33 states and 37 tribes that reside within those areas. We serve, I can tell you right now, we serve everybody who's Native American because of the Native American diaspora. We often live far away from our home reservations. And so any area of the country can have many different tribes represented. What we do for Native Americans is pretty much what every Apex Accelerator does. And here in Pennsylvania, you have what they call regional Apex Accelerators. You will find them in your regional planning commissions that serve multiple counties. They come under the Department of Community and Economic Development in Pennsylvania. And we're all funded in part by the U.S. Department of Defense, along with some match. And so our services are free to you. But we determine your suitability for government contracting. You know, are you ready for government contracting? And there's actually regulations, federal acquisition regulations that say, this is what we're looking for, government contractor. And we can help you with that. We find opportunities. One of the basic services of every Apex Accelerator is bid match service. You become an active client of the Apex Accelerator. You complete a profile. The Apex Accelerator pays the subscription. You get free daily bid matches by email. We assist you with all the regulations and all the certifications. John went through the 4 government-wide certifications. We help you with the application. We can't actually enter the application for you, but we can help you build the information you need for the application process. And so you're not just, you have someone else looking over your shoulder and making sure you have all the forms. We unite businesses with purchasing and decision makers. We put on many, many, many events where we're connecting you with those buying activities, contracting activity offices that are making the purchases. At the end of my presentation, I'm going to show you a list of all the upcoming matchmakers in Northeast US. And those will be opportunities for you. They're not all hosted by our Apex Accelerator. We team up with other Apex Accelerators to participate in. Some are at the state level, some are at a regional level. For those of you who are with federally recognized tribes, we have one next week coming up, which will be opportunities under the Buy Indian Act, which is for federally recognized tribes, Alaska Native corporations and villages and their members. Because the Buy Indian Act says that the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Indian Health Services should be doing business with members of that community. For those of you who are veterans, the VA also has a Vet First Act, which says this agency is serving that community. Contracting should be made available from the agency to the veteran-owned business. So another key agency for those of you who are veteran-owned is your own VA. And we can help you make the connections. Every agency sets up its contracting activity differently. We're going to talk more about DoD today, but every agency sets up it a little differently. We can help you understand how that's structured. We sponsor events like today, and we do in addition to events like today, we also do one-on-one counseling. In fact, most of our time is spent one-on-one counseling, whether it's our National Center Apex Accelerator or any of the regional Apex Accelerators here in Pennsylvania. And I used to work for one, so I know it's true. Our main office, the Apex Accelerator's main office is at Marietta, Georgia. We have offices. Our headquarters is with Lockheed. I'm with Lockheed up in Syracuse. We have the Indian Pueblo Center, which is an intertribal in New Mexico. Navajo Nation, one of our clients actually hosts an office for us in Colorado, and the Tunica-Biloxi tribe hosts an office. And this is our staff. So as they say, we're spread out across our 3 Bureau of Indian Affairs regions, and our staff is spread out too. This is the main contact information for our Apex Accelerator. If you're not from the Northeast, and I'll give you my contact information so you don't have to go through headquarters, you can go direct to me, or you can, during the last session, you can come and I'll give you my card. If you're one of the places that you as Pennsylvanians, or if you're outside of Pennsylvania, you can go to the second link here and you can look up your Apex Accelerator. The first link is for a general, that's on the website of the Office of Small Business Programs, and it talks about DOD's mission for the Apex Accelerators. So today I'm going to talk about programs that are all related to DOD contracting, but it's, like I said, it's not a step-by-step, it's some things that you should be aware of if you're considering the DOD as a prospective customer. One is the SBA's subcontracting assistance programs, and the DOD Indian Incentive Program, which is also a subcontracting plan. The DOD Mentor Protege Office program. DOD has its own Mentor Protege program. It is different and more demanding. They do pay mentors to participate. A lot of times what I tell clients is, you can have 2, so why not have SBA first, which is a little not demanding, and then go on, build your relationships and move on to a DOD. And then there is FOCI, foreign ownership, investment, and control of our US businesses. Do we discourage it? No. But you need to be aware of risks that may be inherent in foreign ownership, control, and influence. And then, of course, cybersecurity compliance. You've heard a little bit about CMMC, that is DOD's. The draft regulations were out earlier this year. Comments were, the closing for comments was in March. So now they're reviewing the comments on the CMMC. We still don't have a date of when those might be active. But one other thing we're going to talk about is what exists right now, because right now it's not 3 levels. Right now is all or nothing. So there are some things we'll talk about what right now you have to have in place for DOD contracting. And this training is designed for those who are just getting in or are sort of building into government contracting. I can certainly work with those that are more advanced, but this is to give you something that for those of you who are just beginning in the marketplace, federal marketplace, that you can grasp and get onto it. Now, SBA has prime contracting programs, and that's what the government-wide set-asides are for, is the prime contracting. But it also has subcontracting, because contractors, other than small, in excess of the simplified acquisition and some other factors, they flow down the requirements for the agency's requirements that John reviewed, they get flowed down to the prime contractors. Now, John talked a lot about mentor protege. I'll tell you where most prime contractors find the protege they want to mentor with, through subcontracting. You've earned the trust, or you bring something to the table that they want. And so the marriage is very much a part of subcontracting. So sometimes we want to be prime contractors, when subcontracting may actually be the better place to be. And the SBA has a specific program, and that is that they flow down requirements. These big primes are looking for you because they want to meet those requirements. And what you see in blue, I know you can't really read it, but what you see in blue is actually the regulatory reference, where you can click on that and read the whole regulation of what the intent of the program is. And therefore, contracts for construction, it's contracts over 1.5 million. For all others, it's 6.5, and again, the regulatory reference. And so these are larger contracts where they're looking for subs, and they have to have, again, it can be negotiated, but on average, it's the 23%. It's the 13% this year for 8A, for small disadvantage, 8A small disadvantage, 13% this year. Next year, we're supposed to jump to 15. It's 3% for hub zone. It's 5% for woman-owned, and it just went up to 5% for service-disabled veteran. Service-disabled veteran is government-wide. Veteran-owned set-asides is only the VA, and that's, again, because of the Veteran First Act. So these are all up, and just like the government is desperately seeking service-disabled veteran and small disadvantage because, ooh, we got a goose in our goal, you know, that's where they're looking hard because of the increases. But as John said earlier, hub zone is never made its goal. Truthfully, for a lot of agencies, woman-owned has never met their goal. So they're really looking for everybody in terms of subcontracting and prime contracting opportunities. Now, again, the blue is a link. You can't really read it, but the SBA maintains 2 databases. Subnet is one. This is where prime contractors are supposed to advertise for subcontractors. They don't keep it up really well. What I recommend is you go in and see what they've been looking for in the past. And if it's something you offer, then you want to look into that company. Now, a Lockheed, a Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, they all have supplier diversity websites. So even though Subnet's not maybe useful beyond initial market research, you can then refer to their supplier diversity and find out how, where did I go, backwards? Find out how to register as a vendor, see the goals that they're looking for. Also, usually they tell you what events they're going to be at to do one-on-one meetings with people. SBA also, because they're responsible for those small business plans, they maintain a list of all the prime contractors who have small business plans. And that's what the second blue link is the list of those primes who have small business plans, so that you can look at those and see which companies you'd like to target as a prospective contractor that you'd like to sub with. The Department of Defense Again, this is a congressionally dictated, has the Indian Incentive Program. It's based on the Indian Finance Act of 1974. And this is where they incentivize, in other words, they pay a prime contractor who need not be a large business. It may be a small business who has a subcontract with a Native American, an eligible Native American, which is federally recognized, American Indian, Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian. If the prime gives them a contract of at least $500,000, the DOD, and they complete it successfully, they've invoiced, they've done the whole thing, then they can apply to the Office of Small Business Programs. This is another program, along with the Apex Accelerators, that comes under the Office of Small Business Programs. And when you complete the paperwork, it's a separate budget. They pay 5% of the value of the subcontract to the prime contractor. This does not have to be a large business. It simply has to be a DoD prime. The other thing is, there are tribal-owned businesses that are subbing with other Native businesses and participating in the Indian Incentive Program. There are individually owned prime contractors who sub with another Native-owned firm and participate in the program. People tend to, the big companies, all the biggies, Lockheed, Northrop Grumman, they all participate in this program, but it's not limited to just them. Again, you have to be a member of a recognized, the tribe, Alaska Native Corporation, or a Native Hawaiian organization, or a member to participate. And the Native American has to own 51% of the company. So it's not necessarily that you have to be 100% owned. You can be partially owned. You have a question?
Yeah, well, isn't there a cap for only a certain amount of money for that Indian incentive program?
It's budgeted for $25 million. So they've never really run out of the money. And then if they do run out of the money, then they just carry it over to the next year. They're always paid. They're never denied. Again, what the blue link is to all the federally recognized tribes and Alaska Native corporations. That's one list that's reported by the Bureau of Indian Affairs to Congress. So that's the official list. And then the second list is the Native Hawaiian organizations, which is maintained by the Department of Interior's Office of Native American Affairs, or of Native Hawaiian Affairs, sorry. We've kind of gone through that. Another thing to consider in terms of DoD, it has a very different mentor-protege program. As I said earlier, I usually counsel my clients to try SBA first and then work DoD. Most of the DoD mentor-proteges that I've seen, it's where you've subbed with somebody for a very long time and you pursue the mentor-protege agreement. Over on the SBI side, over on the SBA mentor-protege, I've done more where it's a graduating 8A who gets into a mentor-protege with a new 8A. And so they can get, sort of continue in the program, but they also transfer a lot of learned knowledge to the protege. I've had more of those under SBA than any other. But the key thing is subcontracting is usually the key of how the relationship began. So you're already working together in the program. DoD does pay the mentor, and very recently, it depends on the agreement between the mentor and the protege, but depending on the relationship, they will also pay the protege. And of course, the other thing is they're really looking for some leading edge industry. So if you have some technology that DoD is looking for, and any Apex accelerator can give you a list of the industries that DoD is looking for, and it's going to be high tech stuff. They're looking for exotic metals, exotic advanced manufacturing, 3D, AI. So it's very high end things that DoD is really looking for, and thus also the primes are looking for it. So the step-by-step process: find a counterpart, build a relationship. It can be a direct reimbursement, or it can be a credit reimbursement to the mentor. Again, we've just changed it that a protege can participate, but this is the mentor. You're going to develop an agreement, which DoD has to approve. You're going to submit the agreement proposal, and then the DCMA, Defense Contract Management Agency, oversees the reimbursements. Then you're going to start the agreement. You're going to have regular reporting requirements to DCMA, that you're meeting the requirements of your mentor-protege agreement. Now, what I've also had at step 7 is ask questions, and these are answered by DCMA because they'll be overseeing the mentor-protege agreements. And so, but if you go to the DoD website, you'll also see that in the Office of Small Business Programs, again, on there, the DoD Office of Small Business Programs, you'll see the mentor-protege agreement. There are actually 13 agencies that have their own mentor-protege agreement separate from the SBA. All of them are very industry specific. They're looking for companies that have leading edge technology, products or services, and they're looking to team them with mentors that are working regularly with their agency to bring that small business and their technology into the agency. Your Apex Accelerator can help if you're interested in transportation or you're interested in energy. I happen to have 2 that are going right now in those 2 agencies, but 13 agencies in addition to SBA's mentor-protege. Here, when you get the presentation, you'll be able to click on all of these and see the pieces of a DoD mentor-protege agreement. Now, the United States loves foreign ownership of businesses in our country. We love foreign investment. We know foreign control is going to follow ownership and money, but it is a national security issue. Obviously, the People's Republic of China, Iran, Russia, among many others, North Korea. There are specific countries that you need to be concerned with. The other thing is, and ownership and control. We in the United States like ownership and control. And so this is something that you need to be aware of. We're not saying don't, we're just saying be careful. Be aware that it could affect your contracts, your ability to contract with the Department of Defense, but really with everybody, with all the agencies. You know, you just have to be aware that there may be interests that are trying to buy into our business community, and thus gain access to government programs. It is a regulatory compliance, so it is, I mean, it is an obligation. It is a legal obligation that you have. And again, it can impact your contract eligibility. And so that's, again, something to be aware of as you're going along, especially when you're trying to find those investors to support your business. You just want to be aware of, you know, whether or not you should be pursuing some opportunities. The other thing is if you happen to be in a agreement that's going to impact your ability to contract with the Department of Defense or any other agency, you have to be aware of how to mitigate it. There are resources within the Defense Department, National Security Agency. There are some people that can help you mitigate the issue if you find yourself involved. And it requires continuous monitoring. It's an awareness that you have to be, have. The Apex accelerators can help you with developing your awareness and how to keep ahead of the issue so you know what your risks are or not. And so here, as I said, we have some defense. Defense counterintelligence, and the security agency is actually the ones who are going to review you if there is a concern on a defense contract. That's who's going to be doing the internal the DoD monitoring. Better to do your own. And then the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. And the blue link is their link. And they even if you're not in government contracting, they do keep an eye on what foreign investment is in the country. And then here's some other resources within the government where you can, DAU is the Defense Acquisition University. They've got some additional trainings that you can access and learn more about this, and the National Industrial Security Plan. So you're not alone. It's not like you have to figure this all out on your own. You have your Apex Accelerator. You have agencies within the government who can help you. Cybersecurity compliance. The Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification, CMMC, it's coming. As I said earlier, the draft regs are out. The response period has ended. We'll be hearing more about what changes there may be made in response to the responses. So that's coming. Actually, right now, it's all or nothing. You have to be compliant with NIST Special Publication 800-171. It has, and actually CMMC is based on it. It has 110 practices. CMMC is based on it. So all 110 practices are for level 3 when we get CMMC. We don't have CMMC yet. So right now, you have to be compliant, you have to have a security system plan, and that better be a written plan in case you do get hacked and need to report to DOD or any federal agency. I will tell you right now, DOD under the DFARS requires that you report in 72 hours. Excuse me, having a senior moment. VA requires you to have a special security plan. So if you're going to do business with the VA, you need to be thinking about having a security plan. Actually, the 3 levels, you won't reach 110 unless you're level 3. What the basic requirement under the Federal Acquisition Regulation is that you have what equals level 1 in CMMC. And that's actually government-wide. So connecting with your Apex Accelerator and finding out what the government-wide requirement is, starting that process of building a system security plan. If you're going to do DOD in order to get your score, which is you follow rules of the Defense Contract Management Agency. Level 1 is what's required government-wide. And what I'm recommending my clients is everybody get compliant with those first 15 practices, because that's what's in the Federal Acquisition Regulation. In the Defense Federal Acquisition Supplement, the DFARS, then that's where you get into, right now, the all or nothing. But again, if you are doing defense contracting, unless you're being told you have to be level 2 or you have to be level 3, and that's determined by CUI, the unclassified, critical unclassified information. At least get started. And then you can do the DCMA scoring. You can put it into the supplier performance risk system, and you started. You've initiated the process. You can then grow your company and your security plan accordingly and be compliant. Now, if you get a contract that says you have to, and they're doing this now, they're saying, oh no, we need you to be compliant at level 2, or we need you to be compliant with level 3, obviously then you've really got to take a look at being fully compliant to all 3 levels. There's no certification yet. It's just being compliant, doing the DCMA scoring, and getting it into the supplier performance risk system. And an Apex Accelerator is here to help. Also, the DoD Office of Small Business Programs has another program called Project Spectrum, which John did refer to, and so did Andy. You can actually, you have to register, you have to sign up and create an account with them, because they got to know who's getting their cyber information. But they have a cyber readiness checklist, which will take you through the questions and then let you know if you've reached level 1, if you've exceeded level 1 and heading toward level 2. So you have a sense of, and then you can actually go to the point of a score. Now, what they don't help you with is uploading that score to the supplier performance risk system. That an Apex Accelerator can do. We can help you upload your score. But if you're looking at the DoD market, don't drag your heels. Start the process of building your cybersecurity. And so these are the steps, and again, you're going to get the slides, so you'll be able to walk through the steps. The blue in number 1 is actually, if you click on that, that'll take you to the supplier readiness checklist. So you can go right into Project Spectrum and start the process. You need to have everything in writing. You do not want to meet that requirement of a 48-hour report to DOD, and there is a specific number in the regulations to call. You do not want DOD stepping on your doorstep and not be ready. Dan? Okay. So you want to have a written plan. Get your plan together. Get started. But you can go through all of these. We can certainly help you. There's a direct link here to Project Spectrum, the full website. Now, at the full website, there is a lot of training material available. But they have started a program of advisors where they can refer you to an advisor to help build toward your plan. It's still going to be costly. It's still going to be costly. We don't know what certification is going to cost. There's a lot of people speculating out there on what it's going to cost for just the certification. That's not the cost of getting ready. So there's going to be two costs. Get ready and then get certified. Hope you never get hit. But have your mitigation plan in place. Start really thinking in terms of your policies and procedures of your company to be cyber secure. And the reality is, it's not just defense contractors that are at risk. Everybody in the United States is at risk. Individuals, small businesses, large businesses. It's just the price of doing business now. And it's global. It's not just here in the United States. So I promised you some upcoming matchmakers, because getting together, and you'll get, like I said, you'll get these slides, so you'll be able to see all of them. For those of you who are federally recognized tribes, Alaska Native corporations, Native Hawaiians and their members, Native Hawaiians cannot participate in this, I'm sorry. This is because they're under different laws. They're not under the Bi-Indian Act. It's an act of Congress. I'm not going to justify that. But this is coming up, and this is under the Bi-Indian Act. It only applies to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Indian Health Services. Burlington, Vermont, again, another program of the DoD Office of Small Business Programs, is the regional councils. These are the DoD small business offices and contracting activities, and their prime contractors are members of councils. This is being hosted by the New York and New England region. And so they're small business specialists, they're contracting officers. Some of them are going to be bringing program managers, are going to be at this event, because this is the regional councils event. It is hosted by every year it's hosted by a different Apex accelerator within the region. The National Center, if you want to go to Louisiana, the National Center is hosting a matchmaker in June, the 11th and 12th. There is, there's no limit on who can participate. It's there. All the Apex accelerators of Louisiana are hosting it, but if you're interested in business in Louisiana, this is an event coming up. This event, although when you click on the blue, is going to be an FBIC Inc., that's a contractor that is producing this event for the Federal Council of OSDBU Directors. That means all the small business offices in the federal government. It's always in Washington, D.C. This year it's going to be June 12th. It's at the Convention Center in downtown D.C., but literally every federal agency's small business officers, along with some of their contracting officers and their program managers, are going to be there. It's their event. And it's huge. That's one of the bigger ones because it is nationwide. All the federal agencies participate. And then in Albany, New York, there's going to be again, this is being hosted by one of the Apex accelerators in New York. They're going to have a matchmaker in Albany if you want to take a drive up to Albany. And that is it. There's my personal contact information. I'll be here for the rest of the day, so feel free to come on over. I'm over here on the wall, and we can talk about your needs or who I need to refer you to get you to who can help you out. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hi. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your time with us this afternoon. My name is Charmaine Charlie. I'm the Administrative Specialist with the National Center, and I'm here to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Darren Maston. He's the president and founder of Clear Cloud Solutions.
Security systems innovation company. We protect critical assets in the critical infrastructure, utility, federal government, and tribal spaces. We are a licensed contractor. We do installations of security systems and equipment, but we really consider ourselves a technology company.
Clear Cloud operates at this intersection of physical and cybersecurity. We're working with agencies on the how, because critical infrastructure needs to be as secure as possible.
We don't have any geographical boundaries. We do work all over the country. We have a secondary office in Arizona, a third office up in Hoover, California.
The success of Clear Cloud is in its people. Taking care of our people is vitally important, and I think it shows in our work. I think it shows in the customer relationship. I think it shows in what we do and how we do what we do.
We don't see our employees as a number. They're family to us. They're the ones out in the field.
It's humility, it's taking ownership, taking responsibility, and always doing the right thing. It's something that's critically important to us.
It feels like I'm the owner of it. The quality of work that we do, people see. Darren has to do a lot with it. He's always out there networking, bringing people in, and they give us a chance and we just make it happen.
We like knowing our customers can go home at night and sleep soundly because all their buildings are protected, all their sites are secure, and all their projects are running smooth.
Last presenter.
Hey, Young, Kelly. My name is Darren Masson. I am from the Hoopa Valley Indian Reservation in the far remote area of Northern California. We are the largest land reservation in California. It's funny, I tell people, I have offices in Southern California where I spend about most of my time. I tell people I'm from Northern California. For those of you familiar on the West Coast, they say, oh, the Bay. I'm like, no, keep going. They go, that's Sacramento. Keep going, and they say, well, you mean Oregon? I'm like, yeah, somewhere in between, but don't tell anybody. Because it is one of the most remote areas of the United States. It's beautiful land. Our tribe sits at the edge of the Trinity Alps, about an hour from the coast. If you know that area, about 2 hours west of Redding, California. Again, largest land reservation. I think we were the most populous till a couple tribes dropped their blood degree. but a proud member. It's where I grew up. It's where I'm from. First of all, I just want to give a shout out to SkyBear. They produced that video for us. It's probably the, I don't know, 5th version they've done at one point or another, but you know, what an incredible, talented company and couple of individuals they are. They really make us look good in those videos. We use that for recruiting, really, for most anything. But just a hand out to SkyBear. They do an amazing job. They put a lot of this together, so we recognize these guys. So, get my clicker here. So, a little bit about ClearCloud. So, again, I'm the president, CEO, founder of ClearCloud. We are a security systems integration company. I'm also the chairman of the board of the Hoopa Denoto board. It's the holding company for our tribe. It's a Section 17 corporation, and I help and work for my tribe as well. But a little bit more information about ClearCloud. You know, we were founded in 2012. We just celebrated our 12th year in business. We've got about 50 employees. We just purchased a smaller business, an actual electrical and plumbing contractor up in Northern California with about 15 employees. So we'll be closer to about 65 employees here within a few weeks. We have offices in Southern California is where our main office is. We have an office in Arizona, and then we have a small, what we call a satellite building, satellite office on the Hoopa Valley Indian Reservation, which is about a 10-hour drive from Southern California. We do security. Our primary business is security systems integration. We protect critical assets. A lot of the previous presentations talked about critical assets, whether it's cyber, whether it's protecting cyber assets, whether it's hardening buildings. You go to a casino like this, you see a lot of cameras everywhere. And we protect critical assets in 3 major verticals. Number 1, utility and critical infrastructure. If you picture the grid, right, the utility grid, I'm not sure what the exact utility or electrical company is here in this area, but Southern California Edison, the utility that brings power to the Los Angeles market, is our number 1 customer. And it's considered a critical asset. It's not only considered critical, it's probably one of the most critical assets that the nation has. If you Google what happens if the grid goes down, they estimate as little as 70% to as many as 90% of the population perishes within 1 year's time. And there's several reasons for that. We're so dependent on electricity for everything from our food to transportation to communications. And basically society shuts down if the grid goes down. And I happened to be networking actually at Res in 2012, where I met my, I was a one-man band, similar story. I'd say I was working out of my garage, but I wasn't. It was my office. And I met my biggest customer, Southern California Edison, there. And so we happened to fall into a niche at about the time that there was some major vulnerabilities discovered on the grid. And so we kind of fell into that niche. So what do? We do, high-end cameras, access control. You swipe a card to get into a building. In critical infrastructure, those things all talk to each other. We also do a lot of federal contracting. So we'll talk about our customers here in a minute. But we do video surveillance. We do drone detection. We do radar intrusion detection. We do cyber. We harden cyber assets, and so on. We are a certified SBA 8A business. We are a DBE. We have some other certifications, California Public Utilities Commission, and so on. We're very proud to have recently won. We've been nominated multiple times, and we are nominated again this year. But in 22, we won the NMSDC, the National Minority Supplier Development Council's Supplier of the Year for the Southern California market, which is a really tough market. We're very proud of that. And also Professional Services Firm of the Year in Arizona the same year. Notable customers, they include Department of, guess I could switch my slide here. You guys hit that for me? IT guy. Uh-oh. Sorry, well, they're figuring that out. Some of our customers include, in addition to utilities, we have customers such as the Air Force, United States Navy, Navy Warfare Center, BAE Systems, a defense contractor. We do work with Fish and Game, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, NAVFAC. We have some other private companies, Allied Universal, Edison, and a few other customers. So talk a little bit about ClearCloud, and I don't know if this is working yet. You just hit the next slide. Okay. Well, I'll let them work on it. But so, oh, there we go. There we go. All right. So, this is an important slide to us because this slide represents what ClearCloud's all about. And I often tell people that the success of ClearCloud is not me. The success of ClearCloud is our people. And if you were to lift up the hood or see what really makes us run, this is what it is. These three major ingredients are the ingredients of our success. And it's integrity, living our core values, taking care of our people, and community involvement and giving back. And it's funny, I was driving my wife's car. She has a hybrid. I drive a big diesel guzzling truck that pulls big things and kills the environment. But I was driving her hybrid, and when you're driving it, the little display there kind of tells you whether your engine's being powered by a battery or gas. And I kind of reminded me of this slide, actually, and I think that it is a true indicator of what really makes our business run. These are things that are very important to us. We didn't develop this as a cliche or somebody said, let's make a mission statement. Okay, let's think of something. I'll be honest with you, I probably did in the beginning of our company's existence 12 years ago. But today, these are very important things. These are the fabric of our company, the hills to die on, as you would say. And we don't use them lightly. They're very, very, very important to us. So, I've traveled all over the country with the Native Edge group, and I've spoken at many res events. And it's actually an honor to me to be able to travel the country. I've gotten to go to reservations and travel with these guys from Florida to New York and Niagara Falls, Arizona, New Mexico, Southern California, and, all over the place. And it's such a valuable event because I've been attending these type of things for quite some time. And when I decided to start my own business and I started networking in Indian country, it's these type of events and it's this type of training that's just absolutely instrumental. And they do a good job of explaining a lot of the advantages that you have. And I saw when John was asking questions about how many people here are, whether you're a woman-owned business, a Native-owned business, a service-disabled vet, again, thank you for your service. They do a tremendous job of explaining all of the great advantages that you have and the tools that you have. And you heard all these instructors today telling you everything about 8A contracting, how to get finance, how to get a lot of things. And these are some of the basic certifications and advantages that you can go after. And I listened to these things early on too, and I mistakenly got the picture or the idea because of several successful minority businesses that coached me. Darren, once you get your 8A, in another set of words, contracts will start coming, and all this stuff. And so, I found this slide because it kind of shows that it's clear sailing from here. We know there's obstacles, but I think there's one thing that we don't always talk about, and I think it's leadership. And when we when we look behind, below the surface, we find that there's a lot of different things that can sink our ship. If you look and you Google it today and why do businesses fail, you'll see it's poor management and poor leadership is often amongst the top of the list of things why ships sink. Hiring the wrong people, something else we'll be talking about today. No business plan. Don't wait for the U.S. government or a bank to tell you they want to see your business plan. Start working on it today if you haven't already written it. Insufficient capital and operating inefficiencies are other major causal factors, but we're going to talk about mainly the top thing on this. So why do businesses fail? And these are basic statistics. They don't really change over the years. I'm sure COVID affected it. But when you think about the success and failure rate of companies, about a third don't make it 2 years. About half don't make it 5 years, and 75% of companies fail to make it 10 years, okay? So why is that? You know, there's a lot of different reasons, but it's not easy, right? You're being taught, told, reminded of, some of you know this, some of you are veteran business owners or tribal people that run tribal businesses, but it's not easy by any means. In fact, there's a statistic that was taken a couple years ago about what America admires most, and it was a big, long list of just about everything they could think of, and at the top was clergy and law enforcement, first responders, and at the bottom was the United States Congress and the president right there at the bottom. But second on that list was small business owners. Why is that? Why does the nation, as well they should, respect and honor and understand how difficult it is, and respect because it is a difficult, difficult task? So I don't know how many football fans we have in here today. I'm a big football fan, and I'm not a Lions fan. But when I had the opportunity to talk about leadership, you know, I watched football this season, and the Detroit Lions aren't exactly a model of success. In fact, for 30 years, they failed to win a single playoff game. And it wasn't until this last year, 31 years to be exact, before they actually won a playoff game. The longest drought for not winning a playoff game in any major sport, including NBA, baseball, and hockey. So what happened after 30 years? What is it that changed? And they not only won a playoff game, they came within 4 points of going to the Super Bowl. Now, there's a lot of people that are football fans that will argue why and how they made it, but a lot, and I would guess the vast majority, would say the coach. I mean, I think, and as I watch the team very closely, I'm a Raider fan, so I'm not gang-related or anything like that, but, you know, I really admired the coach because what he did is he brought to the team a leadership capability and a leadership quality. And so we're going to talk about some of those a little bit. You know, a lot of this, again, is not new to you guys. I think we all have heard this before. Some things might be new to you, but they're good reminders for us to think about when it comes to leading a group of people. So like I said, my company's not successful because of me. My company is successful because of the people that we've hired. Now, I don't know if you are a solo business, you're leading a solo business, you're owning a solo business or a tribal, but I think the vast majority of you would probably have employees. So can I get by a show of hands, how many are affiliated with, run, or own a business with employees? Can I get a show of hands? Okay, it's a vast majority. And for those of you that don't, if you grow, unless you want to do everything by yourself, you most likely will have employees. And I know a lot of you don't want to have employees, and I can understand that as well. But when you talk about leadership, I think one of the first things that comes to mind for me is integrity. Integrity is very, very, very important. And on a previous slide, I showed it as one of the foundations of our company. And it's something that we don't use lightly. We don't just, you know, when we talk about integrity and we explain to potential new employees in the interview process, we don't mean don't cheat, don't lie, don't steal. I think those are a given. But when we talk about integrity, we're talking about a lot more about. We're talking about how you carry yourself each and every day. And it might be your resume, your experience, your certifications, your skill set that gets your foot in the door to possibly be an employee at ClearCloud. But that's just half of the battle. And once you're sitting in front of me and there's nobody that we hire that I don't, you know, I'm not a big part of that hiring process, is that we look into the character of that person and who is that person. And what's their integrity? And we ask specific questions that will zero in on that. And why do we do that? Why do we spend so much time? Because we collect a group of men and women that have integrity, because it's what our company is all about. And it doesn't make sense to have a company that's all about integrity unless the people that are part of your team have that right here. It's easy to say, but you can ask the right questions and you can divulge that. So a couple other things we'll talk about very briefly, but you know, people are your number one asset, whether you realize it or not. At least they are in my company. And they also are your number one priority. Bringing on the right people, very important. Continuing to train, develop, you know, these are obstacles that can exist. And these are difficult things that you have to continue in your company. Inspire and gain the respect of your team with humility. This will gain their loyalty. What are we talking about there? Humility. You know, people want to know you're humble, right? I mean, I grew up with Indian pride, and it was great. And sure, I have pride in my tribe. I have pride, and I'm proud to be Native. But pride's not done a whole lot for me in my life, but humility has. And humility doesn't come easy. It's earned. And whether you realize it or not, it's respected. Take ownership, right? Own your own personal development and growth. You know, whether you're running your company or you're working for someone else, you might be looking to your employer or, you know, wherever your funding's coming from for employment, but take that responsibility on yourself. And then giving back is something else we'll hit on real briefly, but I think it's something that you know, helps us tick and something we want to talk about. So, you know, I found a quote. I'll tell you something that for me personally that makes, you know, these things about integrity and taking care of your people and giving back to your community a little bit easier for me. In fact, a lot easier for me is my faith. And it's hard to talk about our, you know, what made me successful or what brought me to success or what leads me to success without talking about my faith, because it's extremely important to me. It wasn't until I learned to put God first, others second, then myself, that a lot of these things began to just, you know, I guess I don't want to say come natural, but making a little bit more sense. And I can't tell you I had those same ideas and fundamentals when I first started the company. It was about how much money can you make, how big of a company can you get, and how big of a position can you have. But I'd say that's changed dramatically over the last 10 years. So this is a quote out of Luke, you know, for all those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. So these are, you know, what are some of the traits of a good leader? You know, as I learned things throughout my career, whether it was the infant stages of my career or the latter stages when I had a professional career before I started my own business, you know, none of this that I'm going to show you here today did I invent. You know, I may have come up with different ways to word it, but just about everything I learned from great mentors. And I had the opportunity and the luxury of working for some really good people in my past life. But we'll go back to talk about integrity again. I mean, I can't stress integrity and humility enough. It's in everything that we do. We make decisions on a daily basis. We have meetings on a weekly basis. We're constantly strategizing, and there always comes a time where there's a fork in the road. Do we do this and do we do that? And we always try to decide on what is the most integrity thing to do. So it's, again, something we don't use lightly. You know, this is a saying that, you know, I've always stuck with for years, and it's if you want to be successful, surround yourself with successful people. It certainly worked for me. It's something that I learned in a previous life, and we'll talk a little bit more about employees. And then always strive to simplify things, right? People want it simple. They don't want it complicated. Everybody that presented here to you was trying to lay out a simple message about how to go about doing this or how to go about doing that. And I think simplicity is very important to not just your success, but to guide your employees in the right direction. Simplicity is very important. Jimmy Johnson was the coach of the Cowboys, and he got the job in '89, and they went, I think, 1-15 then. And they asked him, you know, he turned it around to just under 500, and then beyond that, over the next couple of years, they won a few Super Bowls. And of course, he had some great players. But if you ask Jimmy Johnson how it is that the Cowboys and how he led them to success, before he mentions Troy Aikman, before he mentions Emmitt Smith, and a few of the other weapons that they had, he said it was he simplified things. He took a playbook that was far too complicated. It was an LA phone book, right, with dynamic plays and everything you could think of over time that built up to where the players couldn't understand it. And so he cut it down to like 25 plays. And with those 25 plays, the opposition probably knew what they were going to run, but they ran them better than anybody else. And their team executed them better than anybody else because they understood the playbook and they simplified it. And some of the greatest leaders that I've ever worked for had simplified things and set us up for success. Take ownership regardless of where the failure occurred. If you're in a leadership role, whether you're running a small group of people, a big group of people, managing a large department, or the owner or CEO, president of your company, mistakes are going to happen. People are going to make mistakes under you. And it's easy to blame, it's easy to point fingers, but I think one thing I've learned over the years is to take responsibility. And be the first to recognize your mistakes. Be self-critical. And then don't ignore poor performance. You know, we've got 50 employees. We're soon to have 65. I can sit here and try to impress upon you how great of a job we do bringing on the best people, and we make mistakes. And we fail in sometimes our hiring process, and we sometimes fail in our development process. But when you do make those mistakes and you have poor performance, it's not easy to deal with. It's not comfortable to deal with. And it's easy to avoid. And you think sometimes it'll fix itself, but you can't ignore it. And then when faced with difficult choices, always, 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 always choose to do what is right. And we often, you know, again, we hit forks in the road, and what do we do with this customer? What do we do in this situation? And no matter what, maybe another decision is more profitable or another decision is more easy, but what is right is usually the decision that we should take. So what are some of the obstacles or pitfalls of great leadership? We'll talk very briefly in the short amount of time we have. Compromising on the quality of who you hire. Again, we talked briefly about the hiring process, and I am intimately involved in that process. And sometimes it's easy to delegate that, and sometimes you have a position that's got to get filled now, and you see somebody you think they can do it, and you take a chance and you throw them in there. And I would suggest that, you know, you're very strenuous on that process. For us, it's the measure of our success, our people, not me. Setting expectations without accountability or measurement. Laying out what your goal is, what your plan is. So you got a good playbook, right? But how do you measure it? And one of the things we try to do is when we give reviews, we have a pretty in-depth review. It's not a checklist we hand out, good, bad, here's a quick grade, you know, go fix yourself. We put paragraphs in there, and we make sure that each paragraph, you know, we list what your strengths are, we list where your opportunities are, and nobody has, you know, everybody has something on the right and the left, no matter how good they are. And then at the bottom, we talk about how you're going to fix them, but we put in there ways that we're going to measure it, and we put in milestones on how you can achieve them. Very important. Trusting it, but validating, right? You know, you have the confidence to hire somebody, promote somebody. Sometimes the best person at their job doesn't always make the best manager, and we often promote them and putting them in that position. But it's very important that you know, we validate what they're doing out there. No matter how much confidence we have in them when we put them in a position, we have to validate what they're doing. Working hard versus working smart. Talk a little bit more about that. And failing to solve chronic problems that exist. Again, you know, we don't have a lot of time today, but we'll mention that. And then failing to expect progressive improvement. You know, one of the things in the middle there, you see failing to give someone feedback. So let's talk about that a little bit. As humans, it is not in our nature to want to get constructive feedback. And it is not in our human nature to want to give it. It is to want to receive it. Good, you know, a pat on the back, an attaboy or an attagirl. It makes you feel good, makes you stand up straight. And nothing's better than rewarding somebody or telling them how great of a job they did. But it's not easy to give somebody constructive feedback. And I can honestly say, again, due to some great mentors that I had, that probably, you know, the constructive criticism and the constructive quality feedback that I got from leaders over my career was the best thing that ever happened to me because it helped me get better. A pat on the back makes you feel good, but constructive criticism, it actually gives you the opportunity to get better. And it gives the opportunity for your employees to be better when you give it to them. And people will respect. You don't avoid those hard conversations. People respect hearing what they need to do, what they need to do better. So we have I threw an, so taking care of our people. We have, again, this is something I stole 100 years ago. Worked for a great company, a great outfit. But we have what we call an upside-down pyramid. And it's very normal in business today to have the CEO, president, owner at the top, and then your upper-level management, and then your middle-level management, and then, you know, all the way down to your frontline workers. And so we try to invert that because I'm at the bottom, and they're at the top. You know, the men and women that are in the trenches there every day. I mean, we have some tough job. I make what we do sound really fancy, and we do some fancy stuff, but for the most part, I got a lot of people out there slinging wire. And we're a hard hat and boots type of company, and they're out there in the desert of Palm Springs, and they're out there in the cold of the mountains, and they're, you know, the blood, sweat, and the tear. And we make sure that everybody in our company that is a support staff in our business understand that you are there to support the frontline people. And that's kind of how we operate. So put your people first. Make sure they understand that you have put them first and that they are first. And then invest in your team. Very difficult, right? Investing. If you're busy, if you're growing. We've been growing at 40+% per year for the past several years. And one of the most difficult environments, nobody's going to want to turn that down, right? 40% growth. But it makes it pretty damn hard to run a business when you're growing at 40%, because you're bringing on new customers, you're bringing on new employees, and you don't have the idle ability to just sit and train and spend all your time training. And it's in money, right? It's money to invest. So investing in your people is both the time and the money. And failing to do so is a measure of failure. And getting to know your employees, right? When I think about, when I say taking care of your people, and I think what are the things that we do to take care of our people, it's not just their pay, it's not just, you know, providing them opportunity for growth and income for their family and a career opportunity, but it's getting to know them. You know, there's a saying, you know, that people don't care what you know until they know that you care. And one of the habits that I try to, and again, I learned this from great mentors, is try to get to know your employees. And it's, you know, it was a hell of a lot easier when I had 10 employees than it is when I have 50, 60, or 70. But you see them walking by your office, pull them in and say hello. Find out their kids' names. Find out what they're doing, what makes them tick. Ask them what their problems are. And some of the most loyal employees that I have today are things that I did the smallest of thing for. You know, we had an employee who, you know, he was struggling, and he had some, you know, we got a phone call from a collection agency trying to collect a debt. And to him, it was $500, and he struggled to pay that in his entry level, and we paid it for him. I'm not saying pay all your employees' debts, but it was that simple thing of paying that led to an amount of loyalty that you could not believe. And we didn't do it just to score points. We did it because we cared about him. We looked at his situation, we knew what he was going through, and we thought it was the right thing to do. Again, it's the right thing to do. So let them know you care. Let them know that they are the number one asset. And give your employees great customer service, right? I mean, you've heard it a million times, right? Great customer service, great customer service. You got to have great customer service. And I don't disagree with any of that, but I might say there might be one thing more important than that, and that's giving your employees great customer service. Because if you treat your employees right and you give them great customer service and you let them know they are the most important thing in your company, they are in mine, they'll take care of your customer because they're going to take care of you. It's a lot, you know, it's what we've learned, and it's what, if you ask me what helps us be successful, these are them. And then empower your people. You know, as a leader of a company, you know, I think it's an easy, I'm a sports fan, so it's easy to say you're the quarterback, right? You're dishing out the plays, you're passing the ball, right? You're the quarterback, you're in control. But I actually like to think of myself more as a blocker on the line. And if I hire the right people, they'll run the right play. I just have to open a line for them and let them run and empower them. This is what our org chart looks like, and I know you can't really tell what's what. It is inverted. I'm at the bottom, and that's purposeful. I talked a little bit ago. It kind of goes with our inverted pyramid. The people at the top are the people that are in the trenches, and we make sure that the movement moves that way, the support. If you work in accounting, if you work as an administrative assistant, it doesn't matter the department you're in. If you're a support staff in our company, you understand your number one customer is the folks in the front line. And I showed you a slide earlier where I said it kind of looks like the display on my wife's car, what makes your engine run. Well, if this was a slide to describe something similar, this would be our electrical system. This is how we're wired. And if this isn't wired correctly, then we fail. And I'm not saying we don't fail. Wires get out of line once in a while. But when we fine-tune our company, we make sure that we focus on this. So, again, leadership, very important. Leadership is everything. I just want to challenge you a little bit. What are you doing to inspire your team on a daily and a weekly basis? We get busy, we get sidetracked, we get focused. We should. But we can't forget to inspire our team. couple more things. We use a phrase called looking in the mirror instead of out the window. When something goes wrong, it's easy to look around. What happened? Whose fault, right? Get in the habit of looking in the mirror first, finding out what you could have done different. And it kind of goes with the next bullet point there, what we call the 80-20 rule. Some of you may have heard of this. What's the 80-20 rule? A lot of times when things do go wrong, it's 80% or 100%. You can state it's 100% someone else's fault or something, customer's fault, something else, right? Well, even if it is 80% not your fault, spend 80% of your time focusing on the 20% that was your fault. And keep that focus. We talked about humility over pride. And managers get paid for results, not effort. Whenever I promote anybody from an hourly rate to a managerial position, I remind them, and it's usually their effort and how smart they work that got them there. And trust me, don't misinterpret the message. I admire hard work, right? People that have a good work ethic. It seems like it's declining today in a lot of our youth. But what's more important, once you get to management, you no longer get paid for effort. You get paid for results. So that has to do with working smart. And then, I would ask you one last challenge is, what are you doing to improve your leadership? What are you doing to be a better leader? No, if you're running your business, no one's going to come and tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, I want to train you. They do at these events, but it's a 1-day, 2-day event. So what are you doing to improve your own leadership? What are you doing to take ownership of your own leadership? I had a great mentor tell me years ago, I used to travel all over the country. I spent a lot of windshield time driving from state to state and city to city and job site to job site. And he asked me what I listened to in my car, and back then I'd listen to sports radio, Jim Rome, The Jungle. And I wasted a lot of time in the car listening to radio, and some of you might listen to, music, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But when he convinced me to turn it off and put on a self-development or a self-improvement tape, back then it was cassettes, and I did it and I committed to it. Hell, you could damn near get a college education in your car, depending on how often you drive. My main office is in Southern California. I could probably get a PhD. So I'm in traffic all the time. But I committed to that at a young age, and I made sure that every opportunity I had to learn, I developed my own leadership skills. And then the last real thing I want to really talk about is just giving back. It's very important to us. It's very important to me. It's one of the reasons I do this event right here. I've traveled across the country with these guys. I love to do it. It's not a paid position that we do. It's my way of giving back to the Native community, and there's other ways as well. So we talk about giving back. So I spent about half my time on the Hoopa Valley Indian Reservation where I grew up. And I grew up not unlike a lot of Native Americans do. I had a broken family. My parents were divorced at 3. My mom was drug addicted, comatose half the time. My dad was an alcoholic. He got into, way back in the day, you could get a bunch of those before they locked you up. But after a head-on collision that he had while under the influence, he got put in jail. So I had, a mom that was out of it. I had a dad in jail. Smart guy, just couldn't put down the drink. But I grew up with aunties on the res. I understand the difficulties. My tribe is in Humboldt County, California. For those of you that have been around long enough to know what Humboldt County homegrown is, I tell people our Humboldt County is to the cannabis industry what Napa is to the wine industry. And so at the age of 12, 13, 14, I was smoking dope, I was growing dope, I was popping acid, I was drinking whiskey out of the bottle, and I was absolutely, unequivocally headed down the wrong road. And then by the grace of God, 2 things happened to me. I got a job at the Humboldt County Sheriff's Department, which was the worst thing to ever happen to me. Because we all put in for these seated jobs where the county would pay half your wage, and I wanted to work at the radio station, but I wasn't old enough. I think I was 14. You had to be 15. My cousins and friends all got to work outside at the forest department, and I got drawn by the cop shop. And I'll never forget, I don't think they really knew what to do with me. It was a small substation. There was a lieutenant, a sergeant, 5 deputies, an investigator. And on day 1, they took me, there were 5 cells, a drunk tank, and 4 holding cells. The last one they kept dope in, where they locked up the dope when they raided the gardens. And they gave me a bucket of water and a rag and asked me to clean the cell bars. Somebody had cleaned the cells. They were pissy smelling, but they asked me to clean the dirty bars. And I'll never forget, you know, as I clean these bars in a stinky cell, if I couldn't decide if I'd quit right now, quit at lunch, or quit at the end of the day. But I stuck it out till at least lunch when the lieutenant came and asked me if I knew how to drive. And I told him, yeah, sure, I know how to drive. And he brought me out and he handed me the keys to a patrol car. And I'll never forget, you know, walking out there and opening it up, and it looked like the cockpit of an airplane. There was a shotgun in the middle, there was bells and whistles, and just how proud I was to drive around the corner 2 blocks to pick up chicken. But it changed my life. And then I got back. I didn't clean any more cells. I was a mascot of the substation. I did ride-alongs. The funny part was I was cutting down gardens with the sheriff's department during the week and watering them for family during the weekends. It was a tough position to be in. But for the first time in my life, I had mentors to look up to, right? You know, my previous mentors were drug dealers. They were the guys that grew the dope because they had the Harleys and they had the cool cars. And for the first time in my life as a young Native kid, smoking dope and drinking, I had a new vision. I had a new route. I had a new trail. And so what I would, you know, I don't have time to really go over everything on these slides. I think I got about, 3 minutes, give or take. But when you think about the opportunities that exist today in our communities, right? You have an opportunity to help your community. Who is going to be the person that you might inspire? So today, I mean, that's a big foundation of what we do. It's a big, you know, it's really what I really want to do. If I could do it full time, I would. But what are you doing? I mean, if you're wondering who it is that's going to mentor the youth in your community, if you want to know, they're sitting right next to you. They're in the mirror. You know, help out somebody that's young. I mean, the Native American community is #1 by ethnicity in alcoholism, drug addiction, diabetes. I could go on and on and on. I came from a domestic violence household. And I sometimes tell this story on the reservation and they say, that's all that happened to you? Let me tell you my story. And somebody told it best to me. It was a counselor, counselor, I think the elementary school on a reservation. He said, Darren, asked me if I played poker, and I used to play poker. I don't anymore. I won't be playing here. But he said, you know how you play? I don't know if we have any poker players out there. He says, you know how you play when you got a big stack of chips? You're playing poker. You kind of boss people around. You can push people in and push people out because you got a lot of money. But when you got just a small stack of chips, you play really different. You play conservative. You hold on to your stuff. You're just trying to survive in the game. And sometimes a lot of these Native kids wake up every morning, they got a little stack of chips. So what can we do to push more chips into their pile? And what we're trying to do right now is really, it's a mentor program. We call it the TRAIL program. It's training resources to advance Indigenous lives. And what we're really trying to do, it's not a jobs program, it's not a training program, it's a mentorship program that will lead to training, that will lead to jobs. And what we're looking for is leaders like you. We're looking for people in our community that we can show and put up in front of these people, because I thought when I moved my business to my tribe that I would just create jobs and give people, jobs. We need jobs. That's not the case. There's 35 job openings. We need opportunity. We need to inspire the young people. We need leaders like you guys. And I gotta hand it to Mal. I heard a lot of good things about him when I got invited to come out here. And Mal, you guys, first of all, thank you for the hospitality. Thank you for hosting this event. I've never been to this part of the country, and I'm just amazed at what you guys have here. But whether you know it or not, and I'm sure you probably know this, but you're a great inspiration because of what you've done, but also what your tribe is doing. I'm the chairman of the board of our Section 17 holding company. We're trying to do some of these things to better our community. And whether you know it or not, what you guys are doing, what Porch Creek is doing, is inspiring a lot of tribes because you guys are paving the way. So thank you for that, and thank you for what you guys are doing. So the last thing I'll just leave you with is that when we get in front of our youth, by all intents and purposes, as far as the United States government is concerned, or the county you're in, or the state you're in, when they fill out an application, there's going to be a box that's going to say your nationality and whether you're a DBE, disadvantaged business entity, or disadvantaged, whether you're trying to go to school or whatever. And by all intents and purposes and definitions, we are disadvantaged. But you can't think that way. And we have to inspire our kids. If you think like a victim and you act like a victim, you become a victim. And me personally, I could tell you that what I went through as a kid and the way I lived in my life, those are the things that built my character. And we need to remind these kids that because of what they went through and because they might be going through, although they may be called disadvantaged, they're advantaged. Okay? So let's remind them. And again, I'll be hanging out a little bit today. If you guys want to talk or have any questions, I don't have time for questions, but again, appreciate everything. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Darren. Thank you, Mel. I told you earlier, you're one of my mentors and your family. And I have new family members, these two ladies over here. And Darren, you're also a brother. So all the staff, please just raise your hand or stand up. Just want to thank everybody. Sky Bear Media, they're awesome. They do all of these videos. They did Darren's video, like he mentioned. We also have a recap video at the end of our Native Edge Institutes that'll be posted in a few weeks, probably online on our YouTube at NCAIED. Just Google that under YouTube. That's our acronym for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. We put these recap videos together, as well as our social media pages. We put all kinds of little TikTok videos out there and just little clips and things like that. So that's what you saw Michaela going around, and she's been doing filming and everything. Can somebody, maybe Kaya, help me? We're going to go ahead and do the last couple giveaways here that Chris James had talked about this morning. Reach in there. And thank you for staying with us. I feel like this is one of our fuller audiences because as the day ensues, you know, people are busy. You guys are working hard in your businesses. So thanks for being here today and staying with us. Samantha Hun? Oh, there you go. Well, thank you. Way to go. Yep. These are for Reservation Economic Summit registrations, not your hotel or your plane or anything, but the registration. All right. Oh, you're paying for everything. No. Ashley Woodkey? Oh, wow. Right together. There it is. Well, thank you guys so much. Did I forget anything, Aaron? Okay. We're going to peace out to the online audience. Thank you for all staying with us today. Thank you to everybody, and have a great evening. This is closing our online session, and then we're going to do some networking here on site for a few more minutes. Thank you.